America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. The first property in life. In June in Los Angeles, it was the hottest time of the year. Beverages, led by the two types of colas, also welcomed their peak sales season. Coca-Cola was putting old wine in new bottles. Cokes with the image of Martin, the leader of the Coke cult, were put on the market in large quantities. The concept of the Coke cult attracted a large number of young people. In half a month, the news that Martin would go to Washington to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom was also widely known under the promotion of Coca-Cola. The hot momentum continued to the sales of Coca-Cola. From supermarkets to convenience stores to street advertisements, posters, and advertisements with Martin in his costume can be seen everywhere. Red was hot, and blue was not willing to be lonely. Pepsi launched two versions of sports and entertainment advertisements, and all the actors in the advertisements had their hair dyed in the iconic blue. Then, it was criticized in newspapers and on the internet. Look at Martin's high-end style, and then look at Pepsi's weird photos. The difference is obvious. I don't expect Pepsi to come up with such a high-end concept as the Coke cult, but isn't this silly image too weak? Coca-Cola only used Martin Davis to defeat a group of entertainment and sports stars including Britney and Beckham. Many Pepsi die-hard supporters jumped out to fight back. Red and blue are irreconcilable. Drag those who drink red out for 10 minutes of target practice. Red and blue quarreled fiercely on the internet, but Martin always maintained enough topic. Just like the market share of the two colas, red supporters have an overwhelming advantage, which is enough to ensure Martin's positive influence. In the office of Pacific Pictures, Thomas rubbed his face hard and looked up from the computer. Jessica said with dark circles under her eyes, "The two sides we hooked up with are arguing online, and Coca-Cola is also pushing for it, and it won't stop in the short term." Emily stretched and said, "I've been working more than 10 hours these days. I can't do it anymore. I have to go back and catch up on my beauty sleep." Thomas has been busy since he came back from Atlanta. While looking for new job opportunities for Martin, he has also been cooperating with Coca-Cola's publicity and promotion, and has been working continuously for many days. While the three of them were working overtime and carrying heavy loads, Bruce drove out of North Hollywood and entered Sherman Oaks. Actually, the house in Malibu is not bad. It's located on the mountain, with a good view and a low price. Antonio, who was sitting in the back seat with his belly bulging, said, $2.6 million can definitely be bought. Martin shook his head. There's only one road in that place. Once a fire breaks out in the mountain, there's nowhere to run. Antonio was amazed at Martin's train of thought. Malibu hasn't had a wildfire for many years. Martin still had a vague impression that in the gossip he had read, Malibu was always associated with celebrities and wildfires. If I just bought a house, it would be fun to set it on fire. Grilling Martin and Bruce? It's exciting just to think about it. Bruce drove to Cotty Road, where a new community in Sherman Oaks is located. The houses in the community are located at the foot of the mountain. They are all independent villas with courtyards covering an area of about 500 to 800 square meters. They were built within the past 3 years. Following Antonio's instructions, the car stopped at the entrance of a courtyard. The closed iron gate was open, and tall palm trees were planted on both sides of the gate. Martin estimated that the area surrounded by the wall was about 25x30. Antonio made a phone call and pointed inside the door. Bruce drove the car directly in. The front yard was a green lawn and a long swimming pool. The villa was a white wall and red tile style commonly seen in Los Angeles, in an inverted L shape. Garrison, the real estate agent who had been arranged, was standing on the steps in front of the door. The car stopped steadily. Martin got out of the car, looked at Antonio who was struggling to move his body, and helped him down. Antonio sighed. "I'm old. My legs and feet don't work well." "You're not old, you're fat." Martin pointed at his belly, which was bigger than a 10-month pregnancy, and said, "Lose weight." Antonio shook his head. "It's too painful. I'd rather lie in bed in the future." Garrison hurried over to shake hands with Martin. "Mr. Davis, it's my honor to serve you." "You're welcome." Martin looked around. The wall was enough to block the view from outside. There was a garage over there in the inverted L-shaped auxiliary building, and a barbecue grill was built next to it, which could meet the outdoor self-service barbecue, and was very convenient for parties. Garrison was very perceptive, and immediately led the way over there. "Shall we start from this side?" Martin followed. Bruce looked at Antonio's trembling belly, worried that he would lose his balance and fall head first, so he walked side by side with him. Antonio told Martin before he came that this was a brand new house that had been renovated. At this time, he would not say anything more, so as not to affect Martin's judgment. The garage in the auxiliary building can easily accommodate 3 cars. Entering the building from the inner door is a small living room. There are several bedrooms on the second floor, and there is a passage leading directly to the master bedroom and the main building. Bruce walked back and forth deliberately and was quite satisfied. In any case, the Russians are potential dangers. He has to live in Martin's house for a long time. He can live in the auxiliary building and rush over as soon as something happens. Bruce knows with his toes that Martin, this scumbag, will definitely mess around when the time comes. He will not affect Martin's mess here. The group moved from the second floor to the main building. There are 2 sets of bedrooms on the second floor. The master bedroom is large enough and has an extra large balcony. It is not a problem for more than 10 people to have fun in the master bedroom together. As for the first floor, it is a regular living room, study, dining room and entertainment room. Martin is most satisfied with the entertainment room with a small screening room with 4 seats. The main building also has a basement, which is divided into a small wine cellar, a storage room and a fitness room. Like most luxury houses for sale, this place is decorated and equipped with matching furniture. Martin visited the house in person, and when he returned to the living room, he asked directly, "How much is the price?" Garrison quoted directly, with a full set of furniture and appliances, $2.45 million. Martin had specifically learned about the house prices, and this price was acceptable. Sherman Oaks is a wealthy area as famous as Beverly and Brentwood. The location of the Coty community is in the middle of Sherman Oaks, but it is not on the most expensive mountainside or hillside. Of course, he was benchmarking Louise's property, not MJ's dream estate or Pitt and Aniston's $40 million mansion. Martin still had a few more places to see, and was not in a hurry to make a decision. "Let me think about it." The 3 got in the car, left the Coty community, and headed up the mountainside. Martin asked, "Old Bruce, what do you think?" "Not bad. The wall is high enough to block the prying eyes from outside." Bruce first considered the safety aspect. "It will also help me install some early warning facilities." He thought for a while and said, "I will live in the annex building. You will have independent space. If anything happens, I can support you at the first time." Antonio heard it and asked curiously, "Are there any sequelae of Burbank Middle School?" Martin tilted his head. Antonio said, "You can hire me as a security guard. I and the gun of friendship will guard the door for you. I can take down any bastard who comes. Don't doubt my shooting skills." Martin had seen Antonio's shooting skills and said, "I don't doubt your shooting skills. I'm worried that you will die together with others after you shoot. I can't afford to compensate for the life of an old millionaire." Bruce was surprised and asked Antonio, "Don't you like to enjoy yourself? It must be hard to guard the door. Everyone has a dream of being a hero. I want to be a hero too." Antonio patted his round belly, as if a basketball was rolling. "Do you know why my shooting skills are so good? Because I practiced it. Because I want to be a hero." Bruce said, "The Russians are very cruel." Antonio was very interested in this topic. "You may not know how afraid my generation is of the Russians. There is a psychological curse. I want to break this curse." Martin glanced at Antonio's belly. "You'd better be a landlord, which is a very promising career." The car soon arrived at the second house. The 3 of them looked around and came out soon. The house was beautiful, with more complete and advanced facilities, but the problem was that it covered nearly 1,200 square meters and cost as much as $4 million, which was too expensive. Martin then looked at the third and fourth houses, 2 beachfront villas. Sea view houses are fine for a short vacation, but it is troublesome to live in for a long time, and the most important thing is that the price is not cheap. The three of them came to the seaside road, found an open-air cold drink shop, and sat in the sun to drink cold drinks. Antonio kept wiping his sweat. There are two more in Brentwood, but the price is more expensive, at more than $4.5 million US. Martin waved his hand. No need to look. Antonio added, the owners of the real estate companies of the ones we have seen are more or less friends. I can help you negotiate a lower price. Bruce put down his ice cola and looked at Martin. Look again. Or choose? Martin said straightforwardly, just the one in the Cotti community. Antonio remembered something. I know the chairman of the Cotti community committee. I will introduce him to you later. Martin was curious. I didn't expect you to have such a wide network of contacts. Antonio drank the cold drink in one breath. I'm an old-fashioned millionaire. Bruce envied. When I get old, I will also buy an apartment building and rent it out. It seems that the landlord profession is not bad. Martin can't help but think of the landlords in his previous life, the typical rich and beautiful people. I don't know how many beautiful young ladies with dreams of becoming stars have left jangling thousands of miles away, or tens of thousands of miles away, because of arrears in rent. On the way back to North Hollywood, Antonio called someone and talked for no more than half a minute. The house in the Cotti community went from $2.45 million to $2.35 million. Martin said to the fat landlord, I'll give you a big gift later. Antonio seemed to remind him, I have both the crocodile tooth pendant and the horn carving. Really? Martin couldn't remember how many gifts he had given out. He should have made a detailed list earlier. It would have been embarrassing if he had given too many gifts. Bruce couldn't help laughing. Antonio said, you don't have to give me a gift. Everyone knows that you live in my North Hollywood apartment. It's hard to find an apartment now. The rent has almost doubled compared to last year. Many young actors want to repeat your success. He suddenly changed the subject, not to mention anything else. In the past 6 months, I have introduced clients to Dr. Hyena and received a large sum of referral fees. Martin couldn't help shaking his head. There are so many troublemakers. The housing prices are based on the Los Angeles properties purchased by many celebrities from 2002 to 2006. It shouldn't be outrageous. Chapter 227. Creating stars, destroying stars. When signing the contract and paying the bill, Martin also changed his car. Antonio sat on the spacious backseat of the Escalade and felt that there was enough space for his big belly. He said, this car is good. It is tough, domineering and has a large space. Martin pointed to the driver's seat and said, old Bruce wants to buy a Hummer. Bruce started the car and said, that's a man's toy. Antonio half lay on the wide seat and said, comfort is the most important thing. Martin said, did you hear that, old Bruce? Bruce raised his middle finger to the back. When he arrived at the real estate company, Thomas and the lawyer had already arrived. The procedures went very smoothly, and Martin got the house key on the same day. When he arrived at the Cotti community, the real estate company had someone specially clean up the house. Martin turned around and said, there are still many things missing. He looked at Thomas and said, give me some advice. Thomas told the truth. My current home was bought by my girlfriend, and then she broke up with me. He couldn't say anything more. During that period, he had to work overtime and his girlfriend had to pay one, and then break up one. It was too difficult. Martin said, move here first, and buy whatever you need. In a place like Los Angeles, you will never lack anything, if you have money. Bruce, however, took out his camera skillfully, and said to Martin, take a photo of your new home, and post it on your blog. Martin praised Bruce, you are getting smarter and smarter. Internet sharing will soon become a key part of attracting traffic for celebrities. Leaving Thomas and Antonio behind, Martin and Bruce returned to the North Hollywood apartment and moved all of their belongings, including Emily and Jessica's car, over at once. Bruce mainly took clothes and a few guns. In addition to these, Martin also had souvenirs from the crew, jade and Australian specialties. When Emily struggled to carry a pile of crocodile fangs into the living room of the villa, Thomas happened to see it. Seeing the huge number, he couldn't help but ask, Martin, did you pull out all the teeth of the Australian crocodiles? Martin was so thick-skinned that he didn't feel embarrassed at all. I just got a message a few days ago. It turns out that I legally hunted more than a dozen saltwater crocodiles over 6 meters long in Australia. My memory is declining, and I can't even remember it. Antonio shook his head. With Martin's shamelessness, this thing will sooner or later flood Hollywood. Originally, he was thinking that when Martin became a superstar, the pendants and carvings Martin gave him could be sold for a good price. Now it seems that he has to sell them earlier. He will find a tenant who wants to be a star to sell them. Bruce gave the camera to Jessica and asked her to upload the photos to the blog in the study. In addition to uploading the photos, Jessica also wrote a short essay in Martin's tone. Today is a special day. I moved out of the North Hollywood apartment and moved into a new home. I want to share the photos of my new home with everyone. The photos and text were posted on the blog. When Jessica came back from the fan area, there were already hundreds of comments and dozens of entertainment bloggers had forwarded them. She picked a few replies and the name of Martin, and when she looked again, she found that the official blogs of The Hollywood Reporter and Entertainment Weekly also forwarded the blog post. Young Jessica had a special sense of accomplishment. Compared with Hollywood stars of the same level, Martin's influence was much greater, even more than Hollywood and the film and television industry. Outside, Bruce took the electric drill and other tools to install some equipment on the other side of the fence. Martin and Thomas each carried a bag and went to the underground storage room. There were 2 metal cabinets standing on the ground, just right for guns. Martin opened the bag, revealing several ARs and shotguns. Thomas had a toothache and asked specifically, "Are the guns okay?" Martin nodded. "All are registered legal guns. I forgot to tell you that the LAPD helped me apply for a concealed gun license. In your case, it's safer to have a gun." Thomas knew about the Russians and did not object to Martin's gun. The grips of all the long guns are very special and look quite awkward, much like hammerheads. After the North Hollywood bank robbery in 1998, California strengthened the management of assault weapons, including long weapons such as semi-automatic rifles and shotguns, and pistol grips were not allowed. Where there is a policy, arms dealers naturally have countermeasures, and hammer-shaped and shark fin-shaped grips came into being. Anyway, users don't have to worry about it. Arms dealers always have a way to solve it. After putting away the spare weapons in the basement, Martin returned to the first floor, picked up another bag, and went around every large room to hide weapons. Antonio was quite speechless. He said that this man was timid, daring to jump out and fight with armed robbers, and that he was brave, but too cautious. Martin came down from upstairs. It was almost noon. He shouted twice, waited for people to come over, and said, "Let's have a big meal at noon to celebrate, and get ready to go." While eating, Antonio gave Martin the contact information of the chairman of the Coty Community Committee. Martin had just moved here, and he could visit him after he settled down. He would go to Washington soon, and he planned to hold a party when he came back from Washington. In the afternoon, Martin sent the others away and went shopping with Bruce. They mainly bought bedding and daily necessities. As soon as they got into the car, after leaving the mall, Martin received a call from Julie in the Middle East. He signaled Bruce to drive and answered the phone. "I just saw your blog on the internet." Julie was quiet. "Congratulations, you've moved to a new home." Martin smiled. "You can still access the internet, which means it's not dangerous." Julie said, "I'm in the embassy in Baghdad. Yesterday I gave a speech to the Iraqi people, and the response was very good." Martin asked curiously, "What was it about?" Julie smiled. "Congratulations on their escape from the cruel dictatorship of the tyrant, and gaining precious democracy and freedom." Martin said, "Classmate, you have learned all the teacher skills." Julie was not convenient, so she said cryptically, "Teacher, when I get back, I will pay double the tuition." The two hung up the phone quickly. Bruce, who was driving, glanced at the co-pilot and asked, "I remember you taught me that dead stars are more conducive to the sale of movies than living leading actors." God knows what kind of messed up knowledge Martin taught Bruce. Martin said casually, "It may not be a big hit, but it is easier to market, and the publicity effect will be better." Bruce said, "I know some people in the Middle East." "Old Bruce, can you be a good person?" Martin immediately grabbed the moral high ground. Although we are bad people with principles and bottom line. Bruce looked innocent. I didn't say anything. Martin changed the subject. Pack it up. As soon as possible. We will go to Washington to receive the award in 2 days. Bruce said, there is only a medal, not even a bonus. Martin was very conscious. Even if I get this kind of bonus, I must donate it. The two returned home, and the ordered goods were delivered quickly. In the afternoon, Mean also came to help. He did not look for a new role for the time being, because The Departed would start shooting in mid-July. In Atlanta, a business car was parked outside the Clayton community. On the driver's seat, Alex looked at the dilapidated house from a distance and said to his two subordinates, this is it. You should carefully inquire about Martin Davis' past. People who live in such places are generally inseparable from flower, gangs, and crimes. Find useful news clues. The subordinate named Albert said, can you give them some benefits? Alex nodded, yes. Another subordinate, White, reminded, bring your press card. This place is more dangerous. Alex certainly knew the potential dangers of the slums. Wear your credentials. If the situation is not right, evacuate first. Albert was very confident. There is no news that we, the news of the world, cannot get. Alex waved his hand and let the two enter the community. He took a newspaper from the side. On the social news page of the newspaper, there were several people who would receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom this year. Federal Reserve Chairman Greenspan, boxing king Muhammad Ali, internet father Winton Cove, Hollywood star Martin Davis. The news of the world is the weekend edition of The Sun, and it entered North America with News Corporation many years ago. Alex's news team didn't want to miss the big news of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but like The Sun, they never took the usual route, and were famous for creating breaking news. What's the point of regular reports? They don't attract attention at all. Alex is very good at choosing targets. Greenspan is not easy to mess with. Boxing champion Ali has been deeply rooted for many years. It would be troublesome if he was accused of discriminating against blacks. Winton Cove is worth tens of millions of dollars. Is there anyone more suitable than Martin Davis? He is famous, influential, and alone. As for the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, as long as a fatal blow is launched to destroy his public image and create a fait accompli, the business will give up without hesitation. This has happened countless times in North America. Alex pointed his finger at Martin's head and his voice became inexplicably high sounding. I don't know you. I came to you because of my sense of responsibility as a reporter. The public has the right to know. What he wanted to do was actually very simple, and it was also what the media was used to doing. A star and hero was successfully created, and the news value of continuing to publicize his glorious deeds was far less than the news value of destroying him. Alex muttered to himself, create stars, destroy stars. At the entrance of Clayton Community, Albert entered the small supermarket, selected drinks, snacks and other goods, and went to the checkout counter to pay. The boss, Nanny, was wearing a fang pendant. He scanned the code to pay, $25. Thank you. Albert took out two $20 bills and handed them over until Nanny gave him the change, then said, I'm a reporter. I want to ask you for some information. Nanny had met more than one reporter recently. About Martin? Albert asked. Any inside information? He took out another dollar and slapped it on the counter. The best is the most explosive. Nanny didn't need to cover up for anyone, so he told the truth. I have known Martin for 10 years. He is a real punk. He dropped out of middle school. He didn't work hard and insisted on being an actor. The money he earned was not enough to eat, so he had to eat at the Carter family. He had been together with the Carter family's eldest daughter for a long time. He talked a lot, emphasizing the explosive part. By the way, Martin's parents are all assholes. His mother took too many drugs and died in a car accident. His father is a liar, alcoholic and drug addict. He seduced the Carter family and the mother of Martin's first love and ran away. I don't know where he went. There are 2 more chapters to come. I'm working hard on typing them, and they should be posted at noon. Chapter 228 Embarrassing Things. The door of the commercial vehicle opened, and White came back first and said, I heard something that the media has not reported. Martin Davis had a gunfight with someone in the community. Gunfight? Alex became interested. White did not stop talking. Several black traffickers broke into Carter's house at night and were shot away by Martin. One of the leaders was beaten on the butt by Martin. He is currently serving a sentence in the state prison and will not be released for more than 10 years. Alex's interest faded. This was not the news he wanted. White said, "Then there is Martin's father. He kidnapped his ex-girlfriend's mother. That guy is a complete scumbag. Maybe we can use him." Alex asked, "Do you know where he is?" White was helpless. It is said that he ran away to Australia or New Zealand. Someone knocked on the car window from outside, and Albert also came back. He told the relevant situation he learned from several people, which was actually similar to White. Alex frowned more and more as he listened, and couldn't help saying, Martin Davis is simply a typical example of crawling out of the quagmire, a real-life version of the American dream. What the neighbors said was not much different from what was publicly reported in the newspaper. The only thing that was not reported in detail was the gunfight dealer and the bastard father. But after these were published, Martin Davis' resume became more legendary, and he would be more glorious. White said, "Can we start with Martin's father?" Alex asked back, "Will you go to Australia or New Zealand to find someone?" White stopped talking. Albert said at this time, "Boss, if it really doesn't work, we will publish these news. Publish these useless things." Alex shook his head and raised his voice. "Do you have any professional pursuits? We are journalists and have the obligation to reveal the facts hidden behind the scenes. This is the power given to us by the public." After talking about the lofty spiritual level, he talked about the reality. "You know very well that once news like this breaks out, the newspaper society will give us a huge reward." White and Albert simply pretended not to hear the previous ones. What came next made them excited. The newspaper was very generous in news rewards. They didn't care or secretly encouraged their subordinates to get news by any means. Alex said again, "Martin Davis' ex-girlfriend's family is the key. Find them." He glanced at the date on the newspaper. 2 days later, if there is no new discovery, go back to Washington and use our unique skills. White was good at this and said, "All the awardees this time will stay at the DC Hilton Hotel. We have been there several times and have many news sources. Since 911, they have been successful." Alex whispered, "There is no news that the world news can't get." Washington, D.C., National Airport. Martin and Bruce walked out of the gate, met the people who came to pick them up, and got into the car they drove. The car crossed the Potomac River and soon turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue. Through the car window, Martin saw the obelisk-shaped Washington Monument and the dome-shaped Capitol Hill building. The Secret Service personnel who came to receive him at the White House said, "Mr. Davis, your schedule is arranged as follows. When you arrive at the hotel, there will be a media interview, and then you will be free to do whatever you want. At 9 a.m. on Independence Day, I will pick you up and take you to the White House to attend the Independence Day celebration. The awarding of medals is part of the celebration." "Thank you." Martin nodded slightly. "Can I know your name and contact information?" The Secret Service personnel handed over a card. "Jonathan." Martin was quite polite and handed over his business card. "When you arrive in Los Angeles, you can call me." Jonathan took it. "Thank you." Arriving at the Hilton Hotel, the car passed through an aisle, and Bruce pointed to a place. "That's where Reagan was assassinated." Martin whispered, "It's terrible when fans go crazy." What was the name of the man in the Beetle? He couldn't remember it clearly. It seemed that he was killed by his own fans. After entering the hotel, Kate, a female reporter from the Washington News who was arranged by the official, was already waiting in the lobby lounge. There was nothing special about the interview. Kate asked all formulaic questions, and Martin was responsible for commercial flattery. After praising the LAPD in Los Angeles, he also praised the authorities and so on. Jonathan stayed by the side until the interview was over. Kate was about to say goodbye, and before leaving, she said, "Can we exchange contact information?" "No problem." Martin was also willing to have more contact with the media and multiple channels to speak out. The two exchanged contact information, and Kate even called Martin on purpose. The hotel had already prepared a suite, and Martin and Bruce went upstairs together. Bruce took a general look at the room and said, "The conditions are not bad." Martin asked, "Have Duke and Murphy arrived?" Bruce glanced at his phone. They have arrived, and we will check in after confirming our room. He had observed it before entering the door and sent out the room number and several rooms suitable for the 2 people. This is Washington, and Russians generally won't cause trouble. Martin joked casually. I'm afraid they've been drinking. Soon, Duke and Murphy went upstairs and checked into the room not far away across the street. The 2 were good at observing and discovering stalkers. Martin was quite satisfied with them. In Atlanta, they were the ones who discovered Pratt following them. When Duke took the room card to open the door, Murphy, who was left behind, raised his phone and took a photo of the portraits of several hotel employees in charge of this floor on the bulletin board. In a hotel like this, each floor is managed by a fixed employee. In the room, Martin had just packed his luggage and came to the balcony of the master bedroom. From here you can see the White House. Bruce came over and said, "They are okay over there." Atlanta, Northville. Lily, who had just transferred to another school, walked out of the private high school gate alone and walked along the sidewalk. The clown pendant on her backpack swung back and forth with her long legs. The weather was a little hot, so she went into a cold drink shop and asked for skim ice cream. Lily took the ice cream and sat at an empty table. Before she started eating, a very stylish man sat down opposite her. He was in his 20s and had a kind face. Albert said tentatively, "Hello, I'm Martin's friend." Lily took a bite of ice cream and habitually said, "How could that idiot and bastard have a friend like you?" Hearing the little girl scolding Martin, Albert felt that he had found the right person. The little girl's attitude towards Martin was very bad. He added, "Martin is a star, and I work in the media industry." Lily understood that this was a reporter, and her mind turned, but her face became more innocent and cute. Albert added, "I came here mainly to understand some basic information about Martin and write a comprehensive news report. Martin will soon be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom." Lily thought of the video she had seen, in which Martin foolishly went to save irrelevant people, and said, "That idiot, what else can he do besides doing stupid things?" Albert asked, "Are you on bad terms with him? Has he done anything excessive to you?" Lily did not answer, but blinked her innocent eyes and asked, "Which newspaper are you a reporter for? You're not a bad person, are you?" Albert glanced at the beautiful female high school student who looked harmless to humans and animals, and took out his work ID to show her. World News. Lily had never read this newspaper, but the name sounded unusual. A world newspaper. Yes. Published in many places around the world. Albert didn't even mention his relationship with the Sun, and asked in a suggestive tone, "Has Martin bullied you?" Lily subconsciously touched the top of her head. Since Martin broke his leg, he seemed to have been hit by a lot of punches. But she could tell that the reporter's question was not right, so she said, "It's not bullying, he just lives in my house and eats for free. My family was very poor before, and we didn't have enough food to eat. We had to rob for food." Albert was quite disappointed and continued to induce, "Nothing else? He stayed in your house for a long time, and your house is small. Girls have many private matters. Will there be many embarrassing things?" Lily thought to herself, "There have been many times, but I won't tell you." She was completely sure that this was not a good person. Embarrassing things? It seems that there was once. What? Albert asked. Lily is not Martin, so it takes some time to make up a story. There are some hooligans in the community who always like to bully girls. Once they bullied me. Martin saw it and beat them up and asked them to call me Big Sister. As a result, those hooligans stopped and called me Big Sister every time they saw me. I was embarrassed. Albert's expression did not change, but he was disappointed again in his heart. He continued to ask Lily questions, but he didn't get anything useful. Martin had been filming here for more than 2 months and had to make up a lot of things. Everyone just needs to tell the truth. No need to make up good things for him. The normal bad things that happened in the slums in the past will make his image more full. People who really know what he has done, such as Alina and Bruce, will not speak to the media. A few minutes later, Albert was completely disappointed. The stupid things that came out of Lily's mouth, if they were really reported, would only become proof of Martin Davis' struggle to get out of the quagmire. This is the case with the Clayton community, and so is Lily Carter. Albert feels that White will not gain anything in the Beast House. Thank you. Albert said goodbye and left in a friendly manner. He crossed the road, got on a car diagonally opposite, and shook his head at Alex. It's useless. White didn't gain anything either. Alex said. Albert suggested, boss, how about changing the target? Alex rejected it. Don't you think this is a bit unusual? Stars like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, who have climbed up from the bottom, all have a lot of scandals. Why has Martin Davis been taking positive actions to get rid of poverty in recent years? Is this reasonable? He will not change his mind easily, just like he treats some politicians, the families of the victims of 9/11, and the veterans injured in the Afghanistan war. There is no grudge, just for the news. Alex no longer hesitated. Call White and ask him to return to the hotel immediately. We are going to Washington. On the other side, Lily waited for a while, took out her mobile phone, and sent a text message to Martin. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 229, Exaggerated. Coming out of the Lincoln Memorial, Martin's cell phone rang with a text message alert. He took it out and took a look. It was from Lily. Another reporter asked me for news about you. It seems that he wants to dig up some scandal about you. He said it was from the News of the World. You have to give me some benefits, otherwise I will tell all your secrets, such as with Elena. Martin replied with a text message. I know. Bruce came over at this time, also holding a cell phone in his hand, and asked. Ivan said that recently a reporter has been looking for people in the club to inquire about news related to you, trying to dig out your murder and arson. I received it too. Martin shook the phone and sighed. Why do people always want to discredit their own heroes? He asked. Which newspaper is the reporter from? Bruce said. Ivan asked someone to inquire about it. It's the News of the World. It was the same newspaper that Lily mentioned. Martin felt that the name was familiar and sounded very intimidating. Martin thought for a moment and asked, which newspaper is this? Bruce knew little bit about it, the weekend edition of the Sunday. He specifically reminded, the Sun is very good at digging out privacy, and its bottom line is relatively low. Martin nodded. Let those two guys pay more attention to the tale behind them. You will soon receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and your fame and influence will increase. Bruce took out his mobile phone and sent a text message, saying from a professional perspective, if you fall from a high place at this time, man, the news effect will definitely explode. Martin suddenly stopped and said, I don't think something is right. He turned around and left. Let's go back to the hotel. Bruce followed. Another bad guy wants to mess with you? Can you change the word to something more elegant? Martin was dissatisfied, but what he thought of was different from what Bruce said. The names of the Sun and the News of the World kept spinning in Martin's mind, reminding him of some vague memories. It seems that the latter has used many dishonorable means to obtain news. The two got in the car, and Martin said a few words to Bruce. Back on the 12th floor of the hotel, Bruce entered the suite. He found the special infrared device he brought with him, checked all the rooms carefully, and said, no problem for now. Martin said, don't let your guard down. Think about Atlanta. Bruce opened his suitcase, took out his laptop, found a place to hide it, and pulled two small cameras to shoot crosswise at the door. The picture almost covered the entire living room. Then, he covered it up so that it couldn't be found without careful search. Martin felt safe again. In the hotel lobby, Alex, White and Albert checked in and took the elevator to the 11th floor together. They had done things here before and knew the layout of the hotel. They went out of the elevator to see the security passage first and then entered the room. Boss, Martin Davis lives on the 12th floor. White had learned the details. Suite 1206, with a male entourage. Alex looked at the time, call and ask someone to come over. White made a call, and soon the door was knocked from outside, and a hotel staff member entered the room. Hey, Wolf. Alex went over to shake his hand. Big business is coming again. Wolf had cooperated with them more than once. Who is your target this time? He realized later. Recipients of the Presidential Medal of Freedom? Alex asked back. Why, are you scared? Don't worry, it's not Greenspan, but Hollywood star Martin Davis. Wolf relaxed. Not today. He showed up afternoon and came back more than 2 hours ago. He hasn't gone out since. White asked, Did he find a woman? No. Wolf knew what they wanted to ask. I heard from the lobby manager that he exchanged contact information with Kate, a female reporter from the Washington News. You should have heard of that woman. She is a famous news socialite with a loose belt. Alex understood what he meant. Great. If Kate goes to the 12th floor, notify us immediately. He specifically said, Wolf, the reward this time will not be lower than last time. Find a way to let us into Martin's room. Wolf said, it's difficult today. He may not go out. It's best tomorrow morning. Martin will go to the White House to attend the Independence Day celebration. The hotel will also focus on the Independence Day activities. In addition, those who were awarded in previous years would be particularly excited after returning and make many extraordinary actions. Alex nodded. Contact me in time if there is any situation. Wolf left quickly. Alex said to White again, we have professional ethics and can't write nonsense. There are many high-level call girls here, right? Contact the agent and ask him to prepare a good product. If Martin and Kate don't do anything, we will create big news ourselves. White and Albert didn't think there was a problem. They are the world news, and they do creative work. July 4th, the Independence Day of the United States. On this day, Washington will hold various celebrations, and the most eye-catching one is the Independence Day celebration on the south lawn of the White House. At 8:30 in the morning, the four siblings of the Carter family finished breakfast and sat together in the living room of their new home, waiting for the live broadcast of the celebration. In another nearby community, Justin did not stop working, even though he was on vacation. He called the Washington branch and asked them to prepare the corresponding coke and gifts and send someone to deliver them to the hotel where Martin was staying after the awarding ceremony. Commercial promotion and marketing are carried out all the time. On the south lawn of the White House, thousands of people sat down in an orderly manner. As in previous years, the White House invited a large number of basic industry practitioners, military families, etc. to participate in the celebration party. Martin sat in the second row, with Ali and his daughter at the same table, and several sports stars whose names could not be called, probably stars in the golf or rugby industry. The highlight of the celebration was naturally Bush's speech. The topic of this speaker has always been around Iraq, calling on all Americans to be determined in the Iraq War. Then there was the commendation. Someone came to remind Martin, and Martin followed the others to the side of the rostrum. Soon, it was his turn to go on stage. Martin Davis, a 24-year-old young man, directly saved 16 people at Burbank High School and indirectly saved dozens of people. Bo's eyes turned to the side of the stage and fell on Martin, and he spoke loudly into the microphone. Martin showed extraordinary courage in the face of the horrific massacre, reminding us of the morality and responsibility on our shoulders when facing all forms of evil. He led the applause. Martin Davis deserves today's honor. On the South Lawn, thousands of people applauded enthusiastically. Martin came to the podium and saluted the crowd below, standing upright with a solemn expression. Bo took the white enamel 5-pointed star-shaped medal from the tray of the etiquette officer and hung it around Martin's neck from behind. Martin was awarded the medal for the tragedy, so when he stood in front of the microphone, he didn't say much, only a brief speech with a heavy tone. May the deceased rest in peace, may evil stay away from the world, and may God bless America. The scene burst into warm applause again. Bush came over to shake hands with Martin and said, "Seeing you reminds me of my youth, when I was fearless and forward-looking." Martin was not willing to lag behind in business praise. "Mr. President, I heard that you were a soldier. You must have been an outstanding soldier when you were young." Bush smiled. "I was promoted to lieutenant because of my meritorious service." The two stood side by side and let the media reporters take a group photo. Atlanta, Carter's new home. Lily watched the live broadcast on TV and wondered, "Why do I think Martin is more handsome?" Harris, like many young people in America, looked down on the one in the White House because there is a pig next to him as a foil. Hall muttered, "He is really good at pretending." Elena glanced over, and her sister and brother all shut up. Martin stepped down and returned to the second row to sit. Hilton Hotel, 12th floor. Under Wolf's arrangement, White and Albert pushed the service cart and turned into the corridor from the freight elevator. The hotel was very quiet during the day, with only their footsteps. The two stopped in front of the door of room 1206 and looked around. No one was there. White took out a room card and swiped it to enter the room. All their actions were seen by the person behind the peephole across the room. White closed the door, took out the miniature camera hidden on the cart, and replaced the decorations in the room. Albert leaned against the door and observed the movement outside through the peephole. After installing the living room, White went to the master bedroom and said, "Don't worry, the celebration will not end so soon. The boss is in the hotel lobby. They can notify us as soon as they come back." Albert urged, "Hurry up." White laughed. "This time we got some explosive news, and we will definitely get a bonus. Where are you going to have fun?" Speaking of this, Albert became excited. Las Vegas. White had a special idea. "I plan to go to Tijuana. I heard that the red light district there is very special." He was used to doing this and quickly completed the installation. Albert called him. "Let's go, let's go." The two cleaned up the few traces, left the room, and walked towards the cargo elevator. Just after they entered the elevator, someone in the corner secretly glanced at the floor where the elevator stopped and then made a phone call. 11th floor. Albert and White quietly returned to the room where they were staying and called Alex. Not long after, Alex came up from downstairs and asked, "Done?" White nodded. "Done." Alex opened his laptop and clicked on the desktop a few times. The picture of the upstairs suite appeared. He nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Wait and see. If there is no news, we will help him create it." Albert said, "Today is the peak of Martin Davis' life. I don't know how he feels from the peak to the bottom." The three people laughed at the same time. Alex pointed to the trailer and the clothes they changed out of. "Let Wolf take it away later." Before 11 o'clock, the White House celebration ended, and people left one after another. Martin met Bruce and waited for Jonathan to drive over. Bruce whispered, "I just received a message from the hotel that someone pretended to be a waiter on the 12th floor and entered our room." He spoke very quickly. "It is confirmed that there are 3 of them. Murphy has opened a new room on the same floor and is keeping an eye on them." Martin nodded and thought about countermeasures. Jonathan drove over and asked the two to get in. Martin did not get in the car, but walked to the driver's seat and said, "John, I encountered a situation that may be very complicated." Jonathan said, "I'm just a staff member of the White House and can't do anything. It may be related to the president of the White House, and it may also endanger the reputation of the country." Martin started to brag. The 3 gunmen in the Burbank Middle School incident were Russians. The grandfather of one of them was the leader of a large gang in Russia. After the shooting, the LAPD cleared the Russian forces in Los Angeles and got important news from it. The grandfather was going to retaliate against me because his grandson, the gunman who I shot in the head with coke, died of his injuries. Although Jonathan had a blank expression on his face, he listened. Martin continued, "I was worried about retaliation, so I hired 2 bodyguards to protect me secretly. Just over half an hour ago, they found 2 tall white men pretending to be hotel waiters and entered my suite." Jonathan was moved. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Martin said seriously, "I'm worried now. If it is the Russians who want to retaliate against me, will they place explosives? Or use guns or something like that? Those polar bears are crazy. It's not the best. If it is, the consequences will be disastrous. I want to report to my superiors. Please wait." Jonathan picked up the intercom. A few minutes later, he took Martin and Bruce into an office. A tall middle-aged man came over and shook hands with Martin. "I'm Brian, a senior director of the White House Secret Service." Martin shook hands with him. "Hello." A female staff member next to him came over at this time, asked Brian to walk aside with her, and whispered, "Supervisor, I have contacted LAPD, and Mr. Davis's situation with Russia is true." Brian realized the seriousness of the problem. Martin Davis had just won the Presidential Medal of Freedom. If he was killed by the Russians, how would America save its face? Another explosion or shooting in Washington on Independence Day. Brian found Martin again. "Can your bodyguard determine their location?" Martin said, "On the 11th floor." Brian reported to his superiors again, and the White House attached great importance to it. Little Bush personally called the FBI. An elite team quickly set out and came to the vicinity of the Hilton Hotel. Someone had contacted the hotel's senior management. It was almost noon, and Alex asked the hotel for a meal. As a reporter with high professional quality, it is basic to stay for a long time to report news. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Sir, your lunch is here." White went over, looked through the peephole, and saw the waiter pushing the food cart, and opened the door. The waiter turned around and ran away. A stun grenade passed over White's head, and fell into the room and exploded. White fell to the ground in a whirlwind, vaguely feeling that many people stepped on his body, and rushed into the room. White was in so much pain that he wanted to vomit blood. Before he opened his mouth, a hard leather boot fell on his face, and his tall nose immediately tilted to one side. Alex and Albert screamed. The former was hit in the head by the butt of a shotgun, and blood was all over his face. The latter was pinned to the ground, with a huge knee on his neck. "Don't move." A loud shout rang out. "FBI. The third update of 4,000 words is here. Please vote for me." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Identification of Spies. On the 12th floor of the hotel, Martin and Bruce got out of the elevator. Neves, the FBI director who was waiting here, came over to shake his hand. "The other party has placed some key items in your room," he said to Martin. "We need to enter your room." Martin was well prepared and said, "Okay, but my manager and I need to accompany you throughout the process." Bruce and Martin had a tacit understanding and interrupted, because of the Russians. In order to ensure Martin's safety, I set up some simple security measures in the room. It is possible that they were photographed. Neves looked at Bruce and said, "Please come this way." Martin took a few steps closer and asked, "What exactly is going on? Are the Russians really going to attack me?" Neves didn't know how to start for a while. His people rushed in, knocked down 3 suspects with a stun grenade, and controlled the situation in the most brutal way. As a result, they found 3 journalist passes of the News of the World. Through the FBI channels, they immediately determined that the 3 people were indeed an external news team under the News of the World. More situations are still under investigation. If it doesn't involve state secrets, can you tell me something? Martin patted his chest, where the Presidential Medal of Freedom was hanging. "I'm the person involved, and my life is also at stake. You have to give me some information, so that I can be prepared." Neves immediately came to his senses and said, "Don't worry, it's not the Russians. It's 3 reporters from the News of the World. They bribed 2 hotel employees, and wanted to install wiretapping and secret camera equipment in your room." Martin was shocked. "God Jesus. They are too crazy." He responded as he should. "Old Bruce, call my lawyer and agent. I'm going to sue this newspaper until it closes down." After that, he was a little lucky. "Fortunately it's not the Russians." Nev smiled. "We are very lucky." He comforted Martin again. "Don't worry, we will deal with it together later." When they arrived at the door, Martin had just taken out the room card. Bruce took it over, swiped the card to open the door. Martin invited, "Come in." Neves entered the suite with several FBI agents. Bruce found the notebook and camera he had placed, took them over, and placed them on the coffee table, and pressed the play button. Neves glanced at Martin. "You are very careful." Martin smiled helplessly. "I used to be quite courageous, but that time at Burbank Middle School, I was really on the verge of life and death. Now I'm still scared. When I think about it, I'm getting less and less courageous." "Same." Neves agreed with Martin's statement. "The more you experience, the less courage you will become." Bruce fast forwarded appropriately and soon saw 2 waiters enter the room. Neves pointed and asked his men to work, and asked Martin, "Can I make a copy of the video?" Martin replied, "Of course." Bruce took the storage device handed over, and copied the video. The FBI found 3 sets of hidden camera and wiretapping equipment in the living room, master bedroom and bathroom. Martin's face was very ugly, but his mind never stopped, and he kept recalling and thinking. Neves received a call, and came back and said, "Mr. Davis, the news should not be spread for the time being. keep it within a certain range. This is also what the White House wants. The chief of staff called him specifically for this matter. Martin recalled the wiretapping scandal and had some guesses in his mind. He said, I can cooperate with you, but I need an explanation. The hotel, the newspaper, etc. He pointed at the Presidential Medal of Freedom again. Although the medal was not worth much, it was somewhat useful. On the day I was awarded the medal, someone wanted to secretly film and eavesdrop on me. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to discredit me. I accepted the medal from the White House and the president. Nev said, someone will give you an explanation today. Martin sat on the sofa. I'll wait. He was not idle either. He called WMA and Coca-Cola respectively. Although he did not go into detail about the specific matters, both sides would send special people over. Especially the Coca-Cola Group. Washington had prepared an event, but it was disrupted by this incident. The relevant person in charge will also be actively contacting. In New York, a business plane took off urgently and flew directly to Washington, D.C. World News North American editor-in-chief Mockridge and lawyer Tom, who rushed over, were the only two passengers besides the crew members. The latest news I got. Mockridge recounted the details of the incident as quickly as possible. Tom thought about it for a while and gave a suggestion. 3 ways. Refuse to admit that they are employees of the news, or the personal behavior of temporary workers. This is a way. Mockridge thought more comprehensively. If it were just Martin Davis, it doesn't matter what he did, but this matter involves the White House, and Bush just awarded him a medal. We can say in the newspaper that he is as stupid as a pig, but it won't work in real negotiations. Pigs also need face. Tom said again, go through legal procedures with him. With the news corporation behind us, we can drag him to death. He added, force him to reach a settlement with us. Mockridge still shook his head. He knew a lot of information, which was far beyond what Tom, a lawyer, knew. In London, the News of the World was investigating the leak of William's knee injury. As for wiretapping and secretly photographing, it has always been the default means of obtaining news for newspapers and even corporations. Tom didn't mention the third way, which was obvious. Mockridge made a decision. 2 points. Those 3 people are just peripheral news informants of the News of the World. Reach a settlement with Martin Davis as soon as possible. The employer made a decision, and Tom, a lawyer, naturally would not object. Mockridge took out his mobile phone and called Washington. At the White House, after receiving feedback on the case, Bush threw this small matter to his subordinates to deal with. The chief of staff found Cohen, the staff member in charge of monitoring the progress, and simply said, Mr. President needs media support. Cohen replied, I understand. The chief of staff added, Mr. President is also very annoyed. Cohen said, I will help the 2 sides reach a settlement as soon as possible. The chief of staff said, the people from the News of the World are on their way. You go to the Hilton Hotel. He reminded, the people from Coca-Cola have arrived at the Hilton Hotel, and they have also contacted me. Cohen knew that Martin Davis should not be underestimated, and there was also a force behind him. If Martin was discredited by the News of the World, Coca-Cola would definitely give up on him. But the current situation is that Martin is gaining momentum. Hilton Hotel. The hotel manager Brown is a nation. At this time he entered Martin's suite. Martin glanced at him. Brown introduced himself first, and then said, Mr. Davis, the hotel is very sorry for the disturbance you have suffered. On behalf of Hilton Hotel, I solemnly apologize to you. He bowed 90 degrees. Martin immediately understood that this was either a Korean or a Japanese. Brown straightened up and bowed again. Please forgive Mr. Davis. Martin did not speak. Brown stood there with his back bent, as if he would not stand up unless Martin understood. Martin thought that in the future big companies will have to find a Korean or a Japanese to apologize to people. This talent skill is maximum doubt. Martin raised his hand. No need to do that. Brown quickly straightened up, as if he heard his spine creaking, and he hurriedly said, Thank you Mr. Davis for your understanding. Martin was speechless. Isn't the spirit of a craftsman the spirit of a rogue? He kept apologizing, but didn't mention anything practical. Martin cursed Fack inwardly and said directly, I have entrusted this matter to a lawyer. The lawyer will discuss the details with you. If the discussion fails, we will take legal action. Brown touched his waist and was originally considering whether to send a third person, but after hearing this, there was no need. Mr. Davis, the hotel is also a victim. Martin laughed and said two names, Wolf and Bellerin. During the Independence Day holiday, there were many tourists, and the hotel hired a group of temporary workers, including them. Brown took out a card and put it on the coffee table. Hilton's VIP membership card can enjoy a 20% discount on bookings in all Hilton hotels. Martin just looked at him and didn't say anything. Bruce followed up with a sentence. When Martin signed a contract with Coca-Cola, they provided Martin with a VIP card with a 40% discount on all Hyatt hotels. This is not a question of how much discount it is. Martin got up and went to the bedroom. I'm tired and need to rest. Old Bruce, you talk to Mr. Brown for a while. The lawyer that Coca-Cola has arranged for me will be here in a while. Martin will not reach any agreement with the Hilton Hotel before the people from the main News of the World or News Corporation come. Bruce's talks are to delay first. More than an hour later, Martin received a call. White House aide Cohen wanted to ask him to come down for a chat. Martin used the excuse of being frightened and asked them to come up to talk. Since he got the exact news of wiretapping and secretly photographed, Martin has been thinking about this matter. The Sun and the News of the World are not critical, but the News Corporation behind them has to consider it. This matter will be very troublesome if it is not handled properly. As for seeking fairness and justice in American law, he is not so naive. Martin has been trying to recall the wiretapping scandal. It seems that he has seen a related news that the reporter who exposed this matter committed suicide. Suicide. The Presidential Medal of Freedom that I just received today is useful and useless. In addition, he is just a spokesperson for Coca-Cola, not a biological son like Night to Nike. Even if we really need to do something, it's not now. Martin knew his own situation and quickly decided how to deal with it. There was a knock on the door, and Neves came here with 3 people. After entering the door, he first introduced the 2 parties. Cohen, a White House aide, Mockridge, the North American editor-in-chief of the News of the World, and Tom, his lawyer. Martin's side, for the time being, only had him and Bruce. After the door of the suite was closed, the parties began to negotiate, and soon reached a consensus that the 3-person reporter team headed by Alex, all of whose ancestors had Slavic ancestry, were spies from Russia. Chapter 231. It's really hard for a man to protect himself. After investigation by the FBI, the identities of the 3 can be confirmed. Sitting on the single sofa, Nev said the truth. Alex, White and Albert are not only of Russian descent, but also have remittances from Russia in their personal secret accounts. We have enough evidence to prove that the 3 are spies who have infiltrated the American media. He glanced at Martin, and seeing that Martin did not express anything, he continued. When the 3 were in action, they were discovered by Martin, who promptly alerted the FBI. With Martin's assistance, the FBI captured the 3 spies in one fell swoop. Staff member Cohen praised Mr. Davis. Following the Burbank Middle School incident, you once again showed fearless courage and guts, telling the American people what patriotism and the American spirit are. Martin nodded to Cohen and Neves. The FBI acted quickly and effectively, and also protected my safety. I will thank them publicly. Neves smiled and said, Mr. Davis is polite. This is the FBI's job. Martin then asked, I want to know the current situation of the 3 spies and the possible results of the trial later. During the operation, they violently resisted, and the FBI had to take strong measures to control the situation. Neves said roughly, Alex's eyebrow bone was fractured, Albert's cervical vertebrae were dislocated, and White's nose was fractured. They will be sent to Guantanamo Bay prison in the future. Tom couldn't help but look at Martin. Without an agent and professional public relations reminder, this young Hollywood star could make such a decision. It was really impressive. Mockridge then took over. Mr. Davis, I sincerely apologize to you for the trouble caused by the temporary staff of the newspaper. The News of the World will issue a solemn statement of gratitude in the subsequent report. Thank you for helping the newspaper to eliminate the tumor. He also promised, I can guarantee that, as long as I work at the News of the World, your reports in this newspaper will be completely positive. Cohen and Nev stopped talking at this time. The rest depends on how Martin and Mockridge reach an agreement. In fact, I'm very interested in your newspaper. Martin put forward his conditions. I used to want to be a writer, but my talent is average, and the articles I submitted always get no response. Mockridge didn't understand what Martin meant for a while, so he didn't speak rashly. Martin said, I will contribute to the news of the world for the next 10 weekends. Mockridge nodded. Okay. Martin said, I have to be paid for contributions, right? I won't ask for more. $200,000 for each article. Mockridge wanted to resolve the matter quickly, but did not completely reject it. We are short of space, and we can only take out 2 weekends at most. It doesn't matter. Writing is a talent-intensive thing. Martin knew that he was the worst of the worst in this area, so he said, I only need a very small space. The two sides argued for a while and soon reached an agreement. Mockridge invited Martin to write 10 articles on behalf of the news of the world, with a remuneration of $120,000 for each article, which would be paid in advance in one lump sum, and paid after signing the contract. Bruce then reached an agreement with the Hilton Hotel, which gave Martin a one-time mental compensation of $400,000. Several parties reached an agreement quickly. The White House and the FBI simultaneously pushed news releases to the media, and the news of the world would publicly apologize and thank Martin in the new issue, and publish a statement inviting contributions. As for the fate of the 3 Russian spies, after entering Guantanamo Bay, few people cared. Finally, the room returned to silence. Bruce asked the hotel to deliver dinner. Martin took a bottle of water and threw it to Bruce. He picked up another bottle, took a sip, and said, It's been a long day. Bruce said, I was worried that you would lose your mind and fight to the death with the news. Throwing an egg against a rock. I won't do that. Martin turned and asked, Old Bruce, do you think the news of the world will restrain itself because of what happened today? Those 3 people are definitely not isolated cases. Bruce thought about Mockridge and said, No. We can't afford to offend them now, especially with the News Corporation behind them. Martin glanced at Bruce and said, Don't look at me like that. We are just 2 scumbags. If we really go head to head, we might commit suicide one day. Bruce said, Individual power is too small in front of the capital group. Martin agreed, so we can only wait and find a suitable opportunity in the future. The news of the world's actions will inevitably provoke other forces. If a force of similar strength attacks them, the bad things they have done will be exposed sooner or later. Bruce is not afraid of waiting and said, I hope there will be such a day. On July 5th, while other newspapers in Washington were focusing on reporting the Independence Day celebrations and the awarding of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, several newspapers close to the authorities, such as the Washington News, disclosed an important piece of news. Martin Davis discovered 3 spies, and the FBI captured them in one fell swoop. The news reported in a rather vague way that Martin found 3 reporters who had infiltrated the media circle at the Hilton Hotel, and urgently contacted the FBI, which took strong action to capture the 3 spies. Although it did not specify where the spies came from, the words pointed to a certain polar bear. At the White House's regular press conference that morning, the spokesman also mentioned this matter. The spies were discovered by Martin Davis. Yes, Martin found the clues and notified the Secret Service. The Secret Service reported to the president, and the president personally issued an order. May I ask what aspects the spies are targeting? It involves state secrets. No comment. Later, the FBI also confirmed the relevant news. For a time, Martin's fame and influence soared again. Los Angeles, Burbank. Blake, who had just finished her jeans promotion tour, slept in, washed up and went downstairs to find that her brother Eric was the only one left at home. She went to the restaurant to get a sandwich, ate it while going to the door to get a newspaper, and sat on the sofa next to Eric. Eric glanced at Blake, looking for news about Martin again. Don't you get tired of reading it every day? Blake picked up a newspaper and said, Martin is my idol. I can't get enough of reading it in my lifetime. She flipped through the newspaper and couldn't help exclaiming, Martin caught 3 spies. Spies? Eric didn't believe it. What a joke. Blake quickly read the news and threw it to Eric. Look, what a real idol is. Eric picked it up and read it carefully. The more he read, the more surprised he was. When he looked at the newspaper again, it was not a tabloid that was sensational. Blake took the remote control, turned on the TV, changed a few channels, and when he came to CNN, he saw the relevant news. Don't disbelieve it. Look, Martin is being interviewed by CNN. On the TV screen, Martin said lightly, I was able to find them by chance, mainly because my bodyguard noticed something unusual, and the FBI acted quickly and effectively. Eric grinned. He is so lucky. Luck. Blake was unhappy. Do you think this is luck? My brother, if you think this is all luck, please go to a gunman to save people, and then find a few spies. Eric was speechless. He still remembers that he was pressed on the beach and rubbed, and he couldn't even resist. Blake looked at Martin on TV, his eyes full of stars. I really want to go to Washington to find Martin. I can't wait to see him. Eric couldn't stand it. Nymphomaniac. Blake was too lazy to pay attention to him, and ran upstairs to get his mobile phone to call Martin. In Washington, Martin finished the interview, and prepared to go back to the room upstairs to pack up, and leave in the afternoon. In Atlanta, he had a bottom line in his heart. After all, it was the place where he made his fortune. Los Angeles is okay, at least I can get along. Washington is a shabby place, the water is too deep. To use a sentence from Martin's previous life, if you bump into someone on the road, it might be a congressman or a senior government official. Chat for a few words. Someone suddenly stopped in front of him. Martin knew Kate, a female reporter from the Washington News. She nodded and said, "Why are you here?" Kate invited Martin to the lounge and said, "I always feel that there is something wrong with today's news, so I came to find you, the person involved." Martin said vaguely, "I don't know a lot of things. I have said everything I can say. As for what I can't say, I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the FBI." Kate had a keen sense of smell and felt that there was something wrong with the spy news, but she couldn't figure out where the problem was. This was more painful than killing her. "Just tell me, okay? I promise not to tell anyone else." If the reporter's words could be trusted, what Xiaobu said was truer than 24K gold. Martin still shook his head. "Nothing special." Kate looked around and lowered her voice. "If you promise to tell me, I will accompany you upstairs now. You can do whatever you want, and I will accompany you to the end." Martin thought to himself, it is so damn hard for a man to protect himself outside. There are always female fairies setting traps to trick people. He stood up and prepared to leave. Kate said, "I'm serious." Martin said casually, "Everything you can know has been announced." Kate didn't believe it at all. Martin left the lounge and took the elevator back upstairs. He hoped that the female reporter would not do anything stupid. It would be so bad to become a missing person or something like that at such a young age. Bruce was packing his luggage in the room. When he saw Martin coming back, he said, "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs to take back?" "No, I can buy what I have in Washington in Los Angeles." Martin joked, "I remember I still have some pendants." Bruce said, "I sent a message to the hunting company in Queensland. They will send a new batch of goods to Los Angeles in a while." Martin helped to pack up and said, "We have to go to Australia again when we have time to hunt more saltwater crocodiles and bison. I feel a little ashamed that the things we sent out are not worthy of their reputation." Bruce sneered. In the afternoon, the two left the Hilton Hotel and returned to Los Angeles smoothly. 2 updates today. Chapter 232 Marriage is a Man's Nightmare. Sherman Oaks, Cottee Community Committee. When Chairman Harold came out of his office and arrived at the main entrance of the first floor, an Escalade just happened to be parked in the parking space on the left side of the building. Martin and Bruce got out of the car, and Harold went out to shake hands with Martin. "Mr. Davis, welcome to the Cottee community. Just call me Martin." Martin said with a smile, "Antonio and I are old friends, and he has talked about you before." Harold also smiled. "I envy him for retiring early." He led the way. "Please come in." After entering the committee's office building, Bruce went to handle the registration procedures, and Harold accompanied Martin to talk. There are actually quite a few celebrities living in the Cottee community. Martin is definitely not the biggest star, but he is the one with the biggest halo. Honorary citizen of Los Angeles, winner of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and just caught 3 Russian spies. Harold took Martin to visit the exhibition room of the community committee and gave a brief introduction. The Cotti community has more than 20,000 residents, and the income level of residents is very high. We also hold many activities every year, including community theater performances in January and February, dance festivals in March, music festivals in April, camping festivals in May. Martin understood that there would be a large-scale event or community festival every month, and competitions would be organized from time to time, and there would even be a wine tasting day every week. High-end communities are completely different from slums. In other words, high-end taxpayers and those who are on social assistance are in two different worlds. Martin also asked about the source of community funds. In addition to donations from community residents, most of them come from tax refunds. Property taxes return 1.6 cents for every dollar, personal property taxes return 4 cents for every dollar, and other income such as public parking lots are mostly at the disposal of the community. The community committee must be a non-profit organization, and all this money must be spent. Harold came to a theater model and said to Martin, "We also have a community theater and a community troupe, which mainly serve children and young people who like to perform. Your acting skills are highly praised. Are you interested in joining and guiding the children?" Bruce, who had just finished the formalities, came in from outside. Hearing this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, asking Martin, a scumbag, to guide the children. I'm afraid he would teach a bunch of perverts. Martin agreed immediately, no problem. He asked again, "Is there a neighborhood defense alliance in the community?" Harold said, "Of course there is. Are you interested? I have a legal gun license and a concealed gun license." Martin specifically learned that if he joined the neighborhood alliance, he would have less trouble shooting if he encountered an accident in the community. He turned his head and pointed at Bruce. "The two of us have good shooting skills, and we also have a certain degree of vigilance and defense ability. I want to join." Harold said, "That's easy. Fill out a form later, and I'll take it to the Canyon branch for filing." Bruce was forced to fill out the information again. For the poor students, this was too painful. There is a shooting range in the community, and shooting competitions are held from time to time. Harold specifically said, "If you have time and are interested, you can go and learn about it." Martin said, "I'll go and take a look later." After chatting for a few more words, seeing Bruce coming back, Martin was about to say goodbye. Before leaving, he formally invited him. "I'm going to hold a housewarming party in my new home this weekend. People from the community committee are welcome to attend." Harold thought about it and said, "I will definitely be there." Martin and Bruce left the community committee, and after returning home, they visited the neighbors with gifts, told them about the housewarming party, and politely extended an invitation. One of the houses on both sides is currently empty, and the other is occupied by a middle-aged couple who do art business. The owner of the house opposite is a middle-aged woman in her 30s with an ordinary appearance. When she opened the door and saw Martin, she was surprised. "Martin, how did you find me here?" Martin didn't remember knowing her. He put on a smile and pointed across the street. "I just moved here, so that's how it is." The woman suddenly remembered that Martin didn't know her and quickly introduced herself. "My name is Gillian Flynn. I work at Entertainment Weekly. I've attended the premieres of The Hills Have Eyes and Jeans. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to interview you." Martin handed over the small gift he had prepared. "We'll be neighbors in the future." Gillian accepted it and said, "Thank you." She made way for the door. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Martin declined. "I came here mainly to get to know the neighbors. I'm going to hold a housewarming party this weekend. Please come." Gillian smiled and said, "As long as time permits, I'll go." Martin said goodbye and left, crossed the street, and returned to his home. Bruce said, "I've asked about them at the community committee." "Hey, old Bruce, you're not interested in her, are you?" "Martin, this scumbag, never has a good word to say." Bruce replied unhappily, "I'm worried that you'll be screwed." He roughly said, "She has a master's degree in journalism from Northwestern University, is the deputy editor of the celebrity section of Entertainment Weekly, and writes novels in her spare time, mostly short stories. The house came from the money she got in her divorce from her ex-husband." Martin's focus was completely off the normal track. She got a detached villa worth more than $2 million after the divorce, so getting married is a man's nightmare. Bruce asked, what if Louise Mayer marries you? When? Martin said without hesitation, I'll go sign the marriage certificate with her right away and live my life forever. If he could hook up with a rich woman of similar age, he wouldn't have to work so hard to make money and do these shitty things all day long. Bruce mentioned another neighbor. Mr. and Mrs. Jones are in the art industry. They have a daughter who works in the Holy Valley. Martin was a little surprised. The same job as Jenna? Bruce nodded. Yes, and the couple is not shy about this. Sometimes they will talk about it with others. According to them, their daughter has excess hormones in that area. Martin could only say, sure enough, people who work in the arts are not ordinary people. After a short break, the two went out to buy things and called Mean, Jessica and others to help. Time soon came to the weekend afternoon. Martin began to prepare for the party. In addition to hiring a professional party company, he also called Mean, Thomas and Jessica to help. The barbecue stove next to the auxiliary building was lit, and the front yard was surrounded by the swimming pool. There were many tables and chairs, and a self-service area for drinks and beverages was set up. Just after 4 o'clock, Craven, Agia and Zomi came first. Martin took the red wine they brought and asked Emily to put it in the living room. Craven took a look and said, there are not enough beauties. Martin smiled. This is a serious party. Craven pointed to the swimming pool and said, we should also invite some swimsuit beauties to come and liven up the party. Agia said, after the party, let's go wash our faces together. Martin said, I guess I don't have time today. Louise and Kate Winslet were in the same car. It's a nice house. Kate looked at the yard and the villa. Very beautiful. Martin deliberately said, the price is also scary. Louise smiled and said, it's a pity that we are short of a hostess. Martin said directly, if you are willing to be the hostess here, I will welcome you with both hands. Louise just looked at him and smiled and didn't answer at all. Martin changed the subject automatically. Has the release date of Wanted confirmed? Yes, you and Julie are both very popular now, and Warner Brothers wants to release it as soon as possible. Louise said briefly, it will be released in November, so try to make news then. Martin sighed, it's going to be a fuss again. Kate laughed, our generation of actors all followed the publicity plan of the crew. Times have really changed. After Titanic, you will achieve financial freedom. The annual sponsorship from the luxury industry will ensure that you will not take the commercial route. Martin took the two people in. I'm still a poor guy now, and making money is my priority. Louise said, a millionaire is also called a poor guy? Martin shrugged. In Hollywood, where the per capita income is over 100 million, what else can you call a poor guy? Kate laughed again. You are getting more and more humorous. She asked, someday, if you have time, tell us about spies. Martin pointed to the door. There are guests again. Please feel free. He went to greet them. It was McLean, the public relations director of the LAPD. Martin asked him to apply for his gun license and concealed gun license. As for the higher levels of Los Angeles politics, he couldn't get in touch with them for the time being. Robert Patrick and several other friends in the film industry also came to visit. Daniel, an executive of Warner Brothers, also came. After 5 o'clock, Harold, the chairman of the community committee, brought 3 committee members into Martin's house. Martin introduced the guests to them one by one. Harold immediately tried to get close to McLean, secretly sighing that he had gained a lot from coming here today. For a manager like him hired by a high-end community, it is very necessary to have a good relationship with the local police. The most popular people at the scene were not Martin, the host, nor the beautiful ladies dressed up like Louise and Kate. It was Martin's neighbors, the Geneses. Mr. Jones talked about his daughter with everyone. She is very outstanding. She has attended all the famous schools from elementary school to university. However, God is fair. He gave people excellent brains and looks, but did not give people reasonable hormone secretion. Craven is knowledgeable and expressed his understanding. This is also an artistic choice. It's not only an artistic choice, but also a job to support yourself. Mr. Jones did not shy away from it. Some people laughed at me for this. I told him that I was proud of my daughter. At that time, I asked him, how much money did your daughter make from milliliters? Not a penny. But my daughter made hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. He also called for, friends, the Holy Valley is also a masterpiece of art. You must support the genuine products. Not far away, Louise whispered to Martin, your neighbors are really interesting, much more interesting than the boring Olsen sisters. I'm staying here tonight. Martin said, you can be the hostess if you want. I'm not interested in being the hostess. Louise's voice was very low, but it was full of storms. The first shot of your new home must be mine. Chapter 233 Old Bastard. In the new week, Martin ended his vacation and started a new job. After a long period of preparation, the crew of The Departed is about to enter the shooting stage. Before the crew went to New York for shooting, they held a script meeting and a meeting with the main creative staff at Warner Pictures. 10 minutes later, he came out of the bathroom, gently patted Alan's wrinkled face, and said, honey, you continue to sleep, I'm going to the crew. I know. Alan let go of his hand, feeling so comfortable that he didn't even want to get up. Since you were so outstanding last night, I'd like to remind you, and your boss, that it's not easy to get along in a big crew, especially in your situation, where your direct competitor during the audition is still in the crew. Min asked, do you have any suggestions? Alan didn't answer, but said, I'll wait for you here, come back in the evening. Uncle Min was determined to recover during the day and make her beg for mercy at night. I'll be there on time at 7 o'clock in the evening. Alan said slowly, Scorsese only has the Oscar for Best Director in his eyes now. Anyone who hinders him from winning the award will become his enemy. So in the crew, no matter what happens, don't interfere with the filming and work. She stretched, except for Scorsese. The one with the most say in the crew is Leonardo. He has recommended your boss to the crew. Get along well with Leonardo in private. It won't do you any harm. Min nodded and said, see you tonight. After leaving the hotel, he drove to the Warner Film building, waited in the lobby for a while, and met Martin and Bruce. Boss. Min took the initiative to find him. Martin called him. Let's go up together. Min told Martin what Alan said as he walked. Martin patted Min on the shoulder and said, we are kind to others and strive to be good people everywhere, but good people are not cowards. When bad people do bad things, we should beat the bad people down. Min said, boss, I will do whatever you say. Martin and Min went into the crew meeting room together. There were 6 or 7 people sitting at the long meeting table. The meeting room was very messy, with many things thrown on the floor and the table. There was a mini doll lying at the door, with half of the black cylinder exposed in the key place. There was a small ball tied with a belt on the ground nearby, and there was a black flower whip similar to a whisk in front. Looking inside, there were at least a dozen kinds of sex toys. This made Martin subconsciously suspect that he had come to the wrong place. He was not in Scorsese's crew, but Jenna's crew. Martin's eyes quickly shifted from these to the person sitting in the first seat on the left side of the conference table. Judging from his appearance alone, this person looks like a villain. Jack Nicholson. From the looks of others, Martin guessed that these toys were related to Nicholson. He stepped over the mini doll and came to the right side of the conference table. According to the unspoken rule of the crew, the first seat must be Leonardo's. Martin either sat in the second seat or in Jack Nicholson's current position. But he found that there was a cushion on the second chair, a very common one. Some people like to put a softer cushion on their office chairs or meeting chairs. Martin glanced and found that there was no cushion on other people's chairs. He gave up the second chair, which represented the status of the crew, without hesitation and sat in the third seat. Min sat on the other side of him. Jack Nicholson turned his head to look at Martin, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, just like the evil clown he played. Martin also smiled at him, but did not speak. The two had no previous encounters. In the next few minutes, other crew members came in one after another. Most of them were surprised to see the sex toys all over the floor. The veterans naturally looked at Jack Nicholson. It was obvious that Jack Nicholson was not doing this for the first time. Leonardo came in at this time and couldn't help laughing when he saw the mini dolls. Are you giving away free gifts? Martin greeted him. Hi, Leo. Leonardo nodded at him and said directly, you are very good. You made Kate so happy. Be careful that Sam will come to you to fight. Martin knew he was talking about Sam Menz and couldn't help laughing. Kate and I are just friends. Matt Damon came in from the door at this time, glanced at the seats, and saw that the second seat next to Leonardo was empty, so he sat on it without any courtesy. He sat in the middle, and Martin and Leonardo lost interest in chatting. Matt Damon greeted Leonardo, turned around and extended his right hand to Martin. "You have done something very remarkable." Martin was too lazy to guess whether he was talking about the Burbank High School incident or something else. He shook hands with Damon and immediately said the universal words, "I'm your fan, a super fan. Burn is so cool." Honest people can't get into the same situation as Damon. Damon followed Martin's words and said, "You, as a fan, have surpassed the star you like." Martin hit back directly, "When fans love a star to the deepest level, some things will happen naturally." Damon laughed, and his smile was as simple and honest as his appearance. Director Scorsese came in last, looked at the special supplies on the floor, and said, "Jack, you are doing these again." Nicholson laughed with a sense of evil. "It's so boring to just have a meeting, add some fun." Scorsese has known each other for almost 30 years, and he didn't care much. He pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "The script reading will begin." Everyone took out the script and read it carefully. The assistant director turned on the slide projector, and Scorsese combined his own homework to explain the plot and the complex relationship between the characters. When Scorsese finished his explanation and picked up the kettle to drink water, Nicholson suddenly took out a small remote control from his trouser pocket and pressed it. Puff! The fart sound spread throughout the entire conference room, loud and long. The sound was from Martin and Leonardo's side, and the two of them heard it most clearly, so they turned their heads at the same time and looked at Matt Damon in the middle. Everyone's eyes immediately followed Martin and Leonardo and looked at Matt Damon. The fart sound faded away, and Matt Damon looked very innocent. "It's not me." Nicholson quietly pressed the remote control again. Puff! A loud and long fart sound came from under Matt Damon's butt. Everyone's face was strange. Leonardo unconsciously moved back, as far away from Damon as possible. Matt Damon stood up suddenly, grabbed the cushion on the chair, and asked loudly, Who did it?" Several people secretly looked at Jack Nicholson. Martin smiled at Nicholson. Under normal circumstances, he should be sitting in Matt Damon's chair. Unexpectedly, Nicholson took out the remote control, put it on the table, and said with a smile, "I did it. This kind of meeting is very boring and boring. I always have to find some fun." He looked at Matt Damon. "It's just a little prank. You won't bother with an old man, right?" Matt Damon threw the cushion on the conference table. Nicholson didn't wait for Matt Damon to get angry and said to Martin, "Originally, I wanted to play a joke on the Los Angeles, no, American hero, but I didn't expect the hero didn't sit in that position, but chose another one." Matt Damon turned his head and looked at Martin. Seeing Martin's face full of surprise and innocence, he could only sit back on the chair. Mean wanted to move, but Martin quietly pulled him, turned his eyes to Nicholson, and smiled and nodded at him. Nicholson didn't care at all. He had done too many similar things. Scorsese finished his water and said, "Jack, your pranks are over now. Don't show up again on the set." Nicholson said, "I promise." Martin realized that Scorsese and the old bastard obviously had a special relationship. The script reading went smoothly afterwards, and everyone seemed to have forgotten about it. When the meeting ended and Scorsese left, Matt Damon immediately got up and walked out. Martin ignored the others and came to Leonardo. "Let's go out for a drink someday." Leonardo said something else. "I heard from Kate that you organized a great theme party that even conquered the picky old man Wes Craven." Martin nodded. "That's true." Leonardo lowered his voice. "New York is a gathering place for supermodels. I plan to contact a few and rent a yacht or a mansion to hold a party. Can you help me plan it? The general parties in the circle are boring to play." Martin automatically came up with two plans in his mind, one of which was Leonardo's favorite water gun party. But on second thought, this guy likes this and must have played it a lot in private. He asked, "What level of models?" Speaking of supermodels, Leonardo was quite confident, "At the level of Victoria's Secret angels. As long as I send out an invitation, there will definitely be people willing to come." Martin asked again, "Are they willing to cooperate?" Leonardo was very conceited in this regard, of course. Martin agreed. I'll think about it carefully during this period of time. Suddenly, a big head stretched out. Jack Nicholson, a guy who doesn't play by the rules, lay on the conference table and stretched out his head like a turtle. "You two bastards, count me in, or I'll call and report you." Martin looked at the old man who looked like a villain and couldn't see through him at all. Nicholson snorted coldly, "I just live casually and do whatever I want. Unlike you, you put on masks on your faces every day." I forgot which Hollywood star made the fart pad as a prank, but I remember there was such a gossip. Chapter 234. Let's do it together. Most people in the meeting room had left. The three most important actors in the crew were exchanging feelings and sorting out the relationship between their roles. Others did not dare to interrupt. Martin looked at Nicholson with interest, wondering if he was being sincere or acting. With more than 40 years of acting experience, he was known as one of the best actors in Hollywood. Perhaps acting had already been integrated into every aspect of life. Leonardo pointed at Nicholson and said, "You and Marlon Brando are known as the most playful people on Sunset Boulevard." Nicholson smiled and said to the two of them, "I want to see what new tricks the younger generation can come up with." Leonardo said, "Martin, it's up to you." Martin shrugged, "No big deal." Leonardo looked at his watch and said, "I'm leaving first." Martin also left the meeting room. Nicholson ignored the things thrown on the ground and came out. Me next to him nodded slightly at Martin. Martin was thinking about the problem, especially the relationship between Jack Nicholson and Scorsese. He slowed down his pace, waited for Nicholson to come over, and asked directly, "Old Jack, that Matt, are you targeting me?" Nicholson stopped, suddenly grinned, and actually admitted, "Yes, I'm targeting you." Since this kind of person admits it in person, he will definitely continue to say that Martin is waiting for him. As expected, Nicholson continued, "Today, I wanted to play a prank on you. An old friend asked me to help you. I have been in and out with her for 20 years. I don't care about her face, but her face. After all, I still want to continue to fuck her." He laughed again. "I'm old, and don't care who it is. She asked me to fuck you, and I did it. As for who else is behind her, I don't care. I'm going to see God soon. If Bill Gates comes, I will also spray him in the face. Now everyone knows that I fucked you, and she has no face to refuse me." Martin asked, "Who is she?" Nicholson spread his hands. "I have asked around. You are very good at fucking people. I still want to continue to fuck her. If you fuck her, how can I fuck her in the future?" He spoke bluntly. "I have been with her for almost 20 years, and I haven't gotten tired of her yet. Do you know why?" "Don't say it." Martin is really curious. Me next to him thought that to be able to fuck with Nicholson for 20 years, he must be in his 40s or 50s. He is an expert in this area. Okay. I couldn't help asking, why? Nicholson looked like an expert. "You young people pay too much attention to face, chest, legs, etc. I have summed up one experience in more than 40 years. It's okay if you can get by with these." He pointed at Mean's legs and said, "The key is still here. Do you know how difficult it is to meet someone who can add and suck? When you have more experience, you will understand." Suddenly, Martin saw Matt Damon coming out of the bathroom a few dozen meters behind Nicholson. Just when Damon was about to turn around, Martin quickly reached out and put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders and neck, not letting him turn around, and said with enthusiasm, "Hearing you say that, I feel itchy in my heart. Let's do it together one day." Nicholson was surprised, and his smile was full of evil. "You have this hobby?" Martin didn't even look at Damon. "To mess with people. We can only make people unable to take care of themselves if we do it together." On the other side, Damon came out of the bathroom and saw Martin and Nicholson arm in arm, and then heard the two discussing how to mess with people. Who? In this situation, it was hard not to think of the fart on the cushion that just happened. Matt Damon had no friendship with Nicholson. He and Ben belonged to the Weinstein family in Hollywood. Nicholson was a senior, casual guy, and had many connections. He didn't give Harvey face at all. One of these two people stole his second male lead, and the other embarrassed him in public. Are they together? Matt Damon didn't go over, but quickly went into the elevator and went downstairs. In the corridor near the conference room, Nicholson found that Martin's arms around his neck and shoulders were very tight, and suddenly he had a bad association. Hey, you little bastard, you don't like men, do you? Although I have fun, I never go with men. Martin didn't let him go. Don't worry, I only like women. Nicholson broke free from Martin's hand. You are not normal. He thought for a moment. You are plotting against me. Why did you suddenly put your arms around my shoulders? Martin told the truth. To deepen our relationship, so that we can screw people together. Nicholson looked around and found nothing unusual and said, she is my baby. I won't share with you. The old man was about to leave. When you get to New York, you and Leonardo have a party. Don't forget to call me. I really dare to expose it to the media. After everyone left, Martin and Mean also went downstairs. They met Bruce in the lobby on the first floor. Martin said, when you enter the crew, pay attention to Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson. Bruce nodded. The three walked out, and Mean recounted what happened at a very fast speed. Bruce said, I think we should focus more on Matt Damon. He looked at Mean. There shouldn't be many people who can make someone like Nicholson play such a prank. Ask Alan. Mean had to go to a date with Alan in the evening, and agreed immediately. Leave it to me. After leaving Warner Pictures, Mean wanted to find a place to rest and replenish his body, to prepare for a new round of battle in the evening. Martin had a date, so he rushed to a high-end restaurant near South Broadway, and met Blake Lively. Sorry, the script meeting just ended. He sat in the booth. Blake obviously waited for a while, but he was not impatient at all. It doesn't matter, work is important. Martin took the menu brought by the waiter, and handed her one. Order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite to me. Blake spoke with a hint of intimacy. I saw in the news of the world that you signed a contract with them and earned a lot of royalties. I won't save you. Martin didn't have that writing level, so the manuscript to fulfill the agreement could only be handed over to Thomas. Bruce volunteered, but Martin didn't dare to use Bruce. First, Bruce's level was worse than his, and second, the theme prepared by Bruce was called Guide to Finding the Best Bagasses. Under the name of Martin Davis, writing about his full belly of rubbish. How could such a good thing happen? After Blake ordered the dishes, she asked curiously, can we talk about the two spies? Her eyes were full of stars, as if she saw a little fan of her idol. Eric is jealous of you. With his brain, let alone discovering spies. If he really meets the FBI, he will be stupid enough to be regarded as a spy. Martin was helpless. The fact of spies really couldn't be discussed, so he had to say, I signed a confidentiality agreement with the FBI. As a super bootlicker, how could Blake make the male god embarrassed? He quickly changed the subject. You moved. When can you invite me to come over to see it? Martin said, today, after dinner, we will go to Sherman After the dishes came, Blake finished them as quickly as possible, and the lunch took only half an hour. After Martin paid the bill, he took Blake to the Escalade from the underground parking lot of the mall. Blake saw Bruce driving, and immediately greeted him. Hi, old Bruce, long time no see. Bruce smiled at her. 10 minutes later, the Escalade arrived at the Coty community and drove directly into Martin's new home. Blake got out of the car and looked at the yard, lawn and swimming pool first. He took a deep breath, took Martin's arm, and said to him, your scent is everywhere here. It smells so good. Martin invited her to the main house. This way. Blake followed Martin to visit the house, and said as he walked, when I turn 18, I will move out of my home. She sighed. It's a pity that I can't afford such a beautiful house. How could a good man like Martin bear to let a girl sleep on the street? He immediately said, I have a vacant room here that I can rent to you. Blake was happy and muttered, I have no money, how can I pay the rent? Martin's awareness and bottom line are very high. Let's talk about it after your 18th birthday. He specifically asked, when will you hold your birthday party? Blake said, August 25th. She knew that Martin was about to go to New York to film, and might stay there for a long time. The female fan would naturally consider the male god. This play is very important to you. If you don't have time to come back, I will go to New York to visit the set after the party at home. Martin was so shameless. We'll see what happens then. Blake was determined. It's settled. I'll go to New York to see you, and you have to give me a special birthday party. Martin replied, "Of course, I'll make you unforgettable." Blake couldn't help but be full of expectations and couldn't help wondering what kind of special gift Martin would give her. What kind of special activities would he plan? Martin took Blake around upstairs and downstairs. In the basement storage room, he also gave Blake a souvenir set. It included a crocodile fang pendant, a bullhorn clown carving, and a jade bracelet. Blake liked it very much. Even if the mail god gave her a piece of white paper, she would be happy. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Blake's father called, and she had to say goodbye and leave. After sending Blake back to Burbank, Martin sat in the passenger seat and looked at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the road. He asked, "Bruce, what should I give a girl for her 18th birthday?" Bruce said without hesitation, "A tusk pendant with a bullhorn carving and an emerald for important people. I've already given a set." Martin became an animal protectionist at this moment. "I'm worried about the extinction of saltwater crocodiles and bison in Australia, so it's better to give some industrial products." Bruce said, "Diamonds, luxury goods, watches and the like. These can never go wrong." He changed his tone and said, "Why did you suddenly become a human being?" Martin emphasized, "I have always been a good person. I used to be poor. Poor people don't have the capital to be extravagant." Bruce agreed with this. For example, he and the Kardashian sisters used to be white and gold. It was only in the past 6 months that they started to give gifts after making money. Martin didn't stay in Los Angeles for a few days. As soon as mid-July came, he followed the crew to New York. Chapter 235 Treasure Boy. New York, known as the world's largest open-air studio, is the first city to be destroyed by Hollywood movies. The crew chose to shoot here instead of going to Boston for actual filming, because New York promised a high tax rebate. In the face of huge commercial interests, even a director of Martin Scorsese's level still has to compromise. The crew began filming in a studio located at the junction of Brooklyn and Queens. In a telephone booth set up on the outer wall of the studio, Martin spoke his lines quickly while holding the phone. The sound engineer squatted outside, fixed the recording microphone, and lowered his body as much as possible. Director of photography Michael controlled the camera and slowly slid along the slide rail surrounding the telephone booth to shoot. Cut. Director Scorsese called a stop. Martin put down the phone and turned around. Scorsese, with a wireless headset hanging around his neck, strode over and said directly, "The tone is wrong, the emotion is okay, but I think you can do better." This was Martin's first scene, and he had not yet fully entered the state, so he said, "Let me try again." Scorsese reminded, "Pay attention to the relationship between Colin and Frank. Colin has been instilled with his set of values by Frank since he was 12 years old. Frank is equivalent to his father in a sense, and he is a very strict one." Martin listened carefully and showed a professional attitude. Scorsese added, "During this period, Colin has wanted to get rid of Frank, but he still lacks enough courage in practical action." Martin nodded repeatedly, "I understand." The camera was returned to its position and the shooting began again. Martin returned to the phone booth, picked up the phone and dialed, performing this one-man show. His tone was sincere and there was no hesitation, but his expression was a little helpless and bored, and he was fed up with the repeated pressure from the other side. "Stop. Good job." Scorsese encouraged Martin loudly, "Mobilize all your emotions and state. You can break through the limit. Let's do it again." Returning to the gangster movies he is good at, this great director has high requirements for every link, especially the performance of the actors. With Scorsese's praise, this shot was shot 3 more times, and Martin performed better each time. When the director finally called it through, Martin even took a few breaths. Although the role of the tough-faced man is easy to play, it is not easy to really interpret it in the camera. Scorsese came to him and said directly, "When I first worked with Robert De Niro in Mean Streets, he was not as good as you." Whether this is encouragement or true, Martin is quite confident at this moment. "Director, you will find that choosing me is definitely not a mistake, but one of the most correct decisions you made in the production of this film." Scorsese nodded, "I'm waiting to see your performance." He waved his hand, "Go and rest for 5 minutes, and then shoot the next one." Martin did not leave the set, but came to the set of the next scene to familiarize himself with the movements and lines. All of this fell into Scorsese's eyes. Although he didn't say anything, he felt that choosing Martin was the right choice. Not far from here on the beach, Daniel, a project executive of Warner Brothers, and the crew producer Graham King were sitting under a parasol and drinking coffee together. The latter added sugar to the coffee cup and asked, "I heard that the release date has been set?" Daniel said, "It will be premiered in North America during the Toronto Film Festival in September next year." He took a sip of coffee and said, "The investment in the film is very high, and the pressure to make a profit at the box office is very high. We have to think of some ways to promote it." Graham said, "Leonardo and Scorsese have enough appeal. Even if the box office cannot make a profit, the subsequent DVD and TV copyright markets will be enough for us to make a profit easily." Daniel said, "No one will doubt their appeal." Graham said again, "Jack is old, but he still has a large number of old audiences supporting him. Matt Damon is not bad either." Daniel reminded, "Don't forget, there is also Martin Davis. Look at me, I almost forgot about this newcomer." Graham asked, "I remember he has been working with Warner Brothers. How is it specifically?" Daniel said simply, "The best result is The Mountain Has Eyes. It was rescreened after the Burbank Middle School incident. The North American box office finally reached $115 million. The overseas screenings have basically ended, and the global box office reached $207 million. Even a veteran producer like Graham looked askance at such box office figures. It's a hit." Daniel smiled and said, "The DVD sales in North America have reached $50 million. Martin is the absolute leading actor. He and the film complement each other." The popularity of The Eyes Across the Mountain has also continued to another film, Summer of Genius. Warner originally expected the North American box office to be around $40 million. Now the North American box office has accumulated $72 million. Most of the extra money is due to Martin. Graham said, "He is actually a treasure boy." "Who said he is not?" Daniel said, "Martin's new film Wanted has just been rough cut. Do you know our internal estimate?" Graham was surprised. "It is difficult to see the quality of the film from the rough cut." Daniel shook his head and said, "As long as the quality of the film is not particularly bad, with Martin's momentum and Angelina Jolie, it will not be difficult for North America to exceed 100 million. Graham asked, "Does Warner Brothers have such confidence in him?" Daniel said, "The key point, he is not only an excellent actor, but also always has unexpected actions in publicity and marketing. The unconventional marketing of Wax Museum and The Eyes on the Hill was originally conceived by him. Genes are the direct beneficiary of the Burbank Middle School incident. I believe in Martin's ability to stir up trouble. He has proved this 3 times in a row." He drank the cold coffee in one gulp. "I think that in the publicity and marketing of this film, Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson are all put behind, and Martin is listed behind Leonardo among the actors." Graham said, "Damon's appeal." Daniel reminded, "He has too few roles." The two seemed to be chatting, but they reached a consensus on the idea of publicity and marketing. The filming was carried out until 11:30, and the crew temporarily stopped work and went to the dining car to get lunch. Martin had an independent rest trailer, and he had lunch with Bruce in the car. Bruce said while eating, "I just heard that Matt Damon will come to New York next week." He remembered an important thing. Maynard will also come next week. He has spent a lot of time talking to Alan, and he can basically confirm that the only person who has been in and out of Jack Nicholson for decades is Meryl Streep. Martin felt a toothache. Oscar winner. Bruce's words were not on the same channel as Martin's. "Remember, Meryl was married a long time ago, and she would show off a good wife and mother from time to time. She played so much in private. Now I agree with you very much. Marriage is definitely a nightmare for Hollywood men." Martin pondered for a while and said, "As far as I know, Meryl Streep and Harvey Weinstein have a special relationship." Bruce stopped talking about useless things. "In this case, it's not surprising. Sophia and Harvey had a conflict. With Harvey's ability, it won't be difficult for him to find out that you have a relationship with Sophia." Martin added, "I rejected Weinstein's invitation. He wanted to use that invitation to disrupt my audition for this film. It should be for Damon. Congratulations. No, it should be congratulations to us." Bruce was very aware there are enemies everywhere. Martin didn't care. He pinched out 5 centimeters with 2 fingers, thought about it, and reduced it to 1 centimeter. The opportunity is so small. How can it fall on us without fighting or scrambling? It's better to go back to Atlanta and be a gigolo. Bruce reminded this bad guy who is good at making trouble. There is no grudge. Get on good terms as soon as possible. Martin nodded. The most important roles in the crew are Leonardo, old Jack, and me. He picked up an apple and tossed it in his hand. Leonardo will join the filming in the afternoon. I want to ask him, where are the promised Victoria's Secret angels? Bruce was very curious, also for learning. Have you thought of the party theme? Martin couldn't help laughing. I can find 100 at random. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Leonardo and Jack Nicholson appeared on the set one after another. The three took turns to shoot. Compared to Martin, who adjusted to the state in the morning, and the talented veteran actor Nicholson, Leonardo had the most NGs. The fame and status of an actor actually have little to do with how good his acting skills are. During a break in filming, Nicholson found Scorsese and pointed at Martin and said, "This kid is quite talented, only a step behind me when I was young." Scorsese didn't give his old buddy any face at all. When you were his age, you didn't have such good acting skills. In the rest area on the other side, Martin found Leonardo. "Leo, we have been in New York for 2 days. Where are the Victoria's Secret angels you mentioned?" Leonardo said, "It will take some time for the news of my coming to New York to spread." He was quite conceited. "If nothing unexpected happens, someone will call this afternoon." He asked Martin, "Is the theme ready?" Martin nodded and asked, "Yacht or villa?" Leonardo said, "A yacht. Let's go to the sea and avoid those boring paparazzi and entertainment reporters." As the two were talking, Jack Nicholson came over. "Did you forget something?" Leonardo asked Martin. "What's your opinion?" "As long as there are enough beauties, I don't mind bringing this old bastard." Martin said, according to the other party's performance during the last contact, "Old Jack, you have to listen to me when it comes to setting the theme of the party." Nicholson smiled evilly. "We have already tried all the tricks we can play. I want to see what new tricks you can play." The assistant came over and said to Leonardo, "Miss Naomi called and asked you to have dinner together tonight." Leonardo said, "Tell her to call a few more people to come together and say that I am going with the great American hero Martin Davis." Nicholson was anxious and poked Leonardo's arm. The latter added, "There is also an old bastard named Jack Nicholson." Chapter 236 Angels. In the restaurant of the Four Seasons Hotel in New York, Martin met the Naomi that Leonardo mentioned. It turned out to be the black supermodel Naomi Campbell. This was far beyond Martin's cognition. According to common sense, Leonardo's taste should be blonde or brown-haired white girls. Models are preferred, and no older than 25 years old. Martin suddenly realized a problem. He was not as loyal as Leonardo. For example, he didn't mind black hair or red hair, and the skin color was not a big problem, as long as it was not black, and the age limit was not limited to under 25 years old. Martin was very ashamed to be outdone by this super playboy in loyalty. Naomi Campbell introduced several female models who came with her. "This is Alessandra Ambrosio. This is Adriana Lima. This is Carolina Kirkova. This is Angela Lindwall. This is Julia Stiegler. The last one who came over, I think you all know this one, Heidi Klum." Leonardo then introduced Martin and Jack Nicholson. The two sides were not strangers. After all, they had seen each other's names and photos in the media. Sitting at the dining table, Martin couldn't help but look at Leonardo more, inexplicably admiring him. These are all top models. But soon, Martin's mind changed. Naomi asked, "Do you also want to attend Heidi's bachelorette party?" Leonardo said, "How can a ladies' bachelorette party be without men?" He pointed at Martin and said, "I invited all the real top hunks in Hollywood." Martin replied, "Leo, you didn't say that to me." He said to the supermodels, "Do you know what Leo told me? As long as he invites you, you will definitely come." Now I know he is bragging. Heidi Klum raised her glass to Martin. "I'm very happy that you can attend my bachelorette party." Martin also raised his glass. "Heidi, it's my honor." The two drank a glass, and while others were chatting with Leonardo, Martin deliberately asked Carolina next to him, "Can I ask what's going on? I'm still confused now." KK whispered, because Edie is getting married. We gathered in New York from all over the place to prepare a special bachelorette party for Edie. Martin nodded. Angela Lindwall on the other side blinked her fox-like eyes and took the initiative to interrupt. Naomi said that he could invite Leonardo to the party. Leonardo also designed a theme for the party. Let's come together tonight to discuss it. Martin finally understood that Leonardo's supergiant charm was part of it, and the other part was just coincidence. Edie Cruz was getting married and was going to hold a carnival party before the wedding. How could a woman's carnival party be without men? The modeling industry is much more colorful than Hollywood. This is a typical case of a slut meeting a slut. Before dinner was over, the topic slipped into an indescribable direction. Ambrosio suddenly said, in addition to the 7 of us, there will be several new people attending the party, and only you gentlemen are invited. Adriana laughed strangely. You must be prepared. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are models, and we exercise a lot every day. Angela Lindwall laughed like a female fox. If anyone says he can't do it that day, we sisters will throw him into the sea. Martin was the first to express his opinion. Whoever begs for mercy will be stripped naked, tied up and tied to the front of the yacht to blow the wind. Edie replied, no problem. She looked at Leonardo. Leo, what do you think? Leonardo was a coward. Let's talk about it later. On the contrary, the old bastard Jack Nicholson was cruel enough. Even if I take medicine, I will not admit defeat. Naomi had had affairs with him several times. What is your strength? Others don't know, but I don't know it. The old bastard pointed at Martin and Leonardo, stepped on them and said, what else do these two pieces of trash have except being young? I'm indeed old, but I have outstanding skills and rich experience. Martin retorted, no matter how good the skills are, a wimp is still a wimp, and won't turn into stone. KK and Angela laughed at him. Martin raised his voice, Leo, don't be a wimp, show your attitude. Leonardo didn't mention losing, but said, when Naomi invited me, I said I would give Edie a special party theme, so I invited Martin Davis, the #1 hunk in Hollywood and a party expert, to plan it. KK grabbed Martin's arm and looked very excited. What's the theme? After working in the modeling circle for many years, he has tried all kinds of things. Who doesn't want to try something new and exciting? Everyone's eyes turned to Martin. Martin said, now please ask some of the men to leave. Leo, old Jack, don't wink at me. I'm talking about you. Get out quickly. I'm going to talk about the ladies' part now, and I'll tell you about the men's part later. There are surprises only when there are secrets. That's the truth. Leonardo nodded and left the room first. Jack Nicholson had no choice but to follow him out. The door was closed from the inside, and no sound could be heard. Nicholson said he wouldn't send us away and hide inside to eat, would he? That bastard could do it. Leonardo snorted, pointed at the door and said, those are 7 supermodels who have been tested for a long time. If Martin dares to mess around, we will help him call an ambulance tonight. Nicholson had heard that these Victoria's Secret supermodels maintained a lot of exercise and fitness in order to keep their bodies fit, and they were absolutely full of firepower. He was a little worried now. From what they said, there will be other female models participating. Leonardo understood the situation in the modeling industry. Barafili, Doutzen Crows, Isabel Gola, Miranda Kerr, they are all models who have just become famous. Heidi Klum is now the #1 Victoria's Secret angel. If they can get a recommendation, these people will have the opportunity to be on this year's Victoria's Secret show. Nicholson, the old bastard, became serious. The situation is very serious. Leonardo grabbed him. You want to back out? Jack, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. If you don't go, your reputation as a wimp will soon spread throughout the modeling industry and throughout Hollywood. The old bastard has never been afraid of anyone in his life. At worst, I'll go standing and come back lying down. After waiting for a while, the door of the private room opened from the inside, and Adriana said, come in. Leonardo and Nicholson entered the private room and saw Martin holding KK in his left hand and Angela Lindwall in his right hand, and still whispering with Heidi Klum. There were 7 red lipstick marks on his face and neck. Leonardo spread his hands and said loudly, this is not fair. Heidi Klum ended the conversation. Martin said, this is fair. The angels are thanking me for my good ideas. Hedy clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention and said, I'm very happy and excited that everyone planned, held and participated in the bachelor party for me. In order for each of us to let go of all the pressure and have fun happily and without any scruples, I have a few suggestions in advance. Leonardo said, you can raise them. Hedy smiled and said, from now on, everyone must stop fishing until the party. Everyone who attends the party, please give me a recent experience report. There is no other meaning. This is for the health of each of us. The angels naturally agreed. Martin, Leonardo and old Jack certainly would not object. After dinner, the two sides agreed to meet again on the weekend and said goodbye reluctantly. After seeing off the female models, Martin suggested, it's still early, let's go to the bar for a drink. Leonardo and old Jack, one is a Hollywood star and the other is a veteran in the circle, and he also wants to make good friends. Let's go, let's have a drink. Old Jack walked towards the bar. Martin and Leonardo followed him. The three ordered drinks, found an empty booth, and chatted while drinking. Martin asked directly, how open are they? Leonardo said simply, the modeling industry is much more open than Hollywood. You don't have to worry about the scale. You should worry about whether your body can bear it. Old Jack sarcastically said, hero, you are not all good looking but useless, right? How about this? The three of us set up a bet. Martin took a sip of wine. It will be more interesting if we add some prizes. The old bastard immediately replied, the loser's wife will be played with by others? Martin and Leonardo agreed, no problem. The old bastard slapped his forehead. I'm so fucking stupid. You two bastards are not married and probably won't get married in the future. Leonardo suddenly had an idea, add some interesting prizes. Whoever is the strongest among the three of us will have the other two promise to do him a favor each. Martin said, okay. The old bastard said, how will we compete specifically? Leonardo is experienced, two aspects, one is the fighting time, and the other is the ladies' vote. Martin and the old bastard had no objection. For the sake of fairness, the three of them must not leak the news. They must wait until the party is over before letting them make their choice. Leonardo brought up another point. Although this is Hedy's bachelorette party, we can't let her pay for renting the yacht. We'll pay for it. Martin pointed at the old bastard. You will be responsible for the cost. The old bastard widened his eyes with an evil look on his face. Why me? Martin came up with an excuse. The three of us are attending as special guests. Leo contacted this opportunity, right? Leonardo raised his glass to the two of them. Without me, you wouldn't know about this party. Without my good reputation among the Victoria's Secret angels, they wouldn't accept you. Martin pointed to his chest. The party lasted for 2 days over the weekend. I prepared a theme for each day. They were very satisfied. I have opened up the most critical link. Leonardo agreed. Hedy said that without your theme, they are still hesitating. Martin pointed at the old bastard. What about you, old Jack? You shamelessly come to the party and make no contribution. Are you just responsible for showing up? Do you have any shame? Even though Nicholson was a bastard, he was speechless at this time. It's so tasteless to be responsible for just taking that piece of food with you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Bachelor Party. The crew filmed for 3 consecutive days. Martin and Leonardo were in great shape, which made Scorsese amazed. Even Nicholson, the old bastard, did not play pranks on the crew. It seemed that he was accumulating energy to play a big one. On Saturday morning, the 3 people who had recovered their energy came to the Long Island pier. Leonardo was so well known that he rented Spielberg's yacht to hold this bachelor party. A total of 12 female models attended Heidi Klum's bachelorette party. When Martin and the other 2 boarded the yacht, they had already entered the second floor cabin to change clothes. The yacht blew the whistle and headed for the open sea. The old bastard took off his sunglasses, looked at the sun that had just climbed above the sea, and said, "The end of the world has come." Leonardo said, "Martin, it's a waste if you don't go to the Sacred Valley to shoot a movie." Martin laughed and said, "Guys, get ready to enjoy the end of the world." The three took out simulated soft resin handcuffs and handcuffed themselves. The handcuffs were just props, and they could be broken free with a little more effort. This is part of the party. Today's party is mainly for revelry, not for filming a movie, so Martin only set the background and the general roles of each other, and the rest depends on their own improvisation. If it is too complicated, it will not be fun. The background is the end of the world. A virus invades the world, and a large number of women die directly. Only a small number of women become stronger under the influence of the virus and survive. All men are strengthened in that aspect, and will quickly accumulate stupidity. When it reaches a certain level, they will explode and die. If they solve it by themselves, they will also be finished. Only by finding a strengthened woman can they survive. Countless men died because of this. Because it is related to reproduction, the very few survivors have become strategic resources for the strengthened women to fight for. Decades later, the famous Queen Hedi in North America ushered in her 30th birthday. Her loyal subordinates found her the only 3 remaining men in North America as a gift. The hatch was suddenly opened from the outside, and 6 women in tight uniforms walked in. Take them to see the Queen. The leader was Angela Lindwall. She waved her twisted hands, exchanged glances with KK tacitly, and automatically came behind Martin, escorting him out of the hatch to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor of the cabin, Hedi sat on the throne in the hall, holding an electronic detector that looked like an extra large magnifying glass. Martin and the other 2 were escorted in, and lined up in the middle of the hall. All the models gathered here. Although the uniforms were tightly wrapped, the tight design outlined perfect lines. Men. Hedi stood up. Naomi stopped her. "Queen, be careful. Check first. Be careful that they explode." Hedi handed the electronic detector in her hand to Ambrosio, who strode to Martin and the other 2. She placed the electronic instrument in front of Martin, and the red light flashed slowly, and a piercing alarm sounded. The frequency was not very fast. His energy is gathering, and it is already in a 2nd level dangerous state. Ambrosio grabbed it, and opened his mouth in surprise. "It's about to explode." Queen Hedi waved her hand. "Release his energy immediately. Don't let him explode." Angela Lindwall and KK had been waiting, and pushed Martin to the side of the hall, holding him down, and began to disarm him completely. Ambrosio couldn't bear it anymore, so he stuffed the electronic detector to Naomi and said seriously, "My sisters are facing the biggest threat in the world. I can't let them bear it alone. I have to help them. I leave it to you." She ran. "KK, Angie, don't worry, I'm here to support you." The other models looked at Martin and secretly cursed Ambrosio for being shameless. But the love of 3 people was already crowded, and with Ambrosio, it was full. If they went over, they could only watch. Naomi put the detector in front of Nicholson, and the red light flashed rapidly, and the alarm sounded for a long time. Hedi took a few steps forward and said, "No, he has reached the approach point, and special measures must be used." The old bastard thought, "What special measures? I have special treatment?" But this game is interesting. He cooperated without saying a word, and let Naomi and Miranda Kerr blindfold him, and take him to the back of the hall. Naomi opened a piece of cloth with force, revealing a cross as tall as a person, and tied the old bastard to the cross with skillful techniques. Then, Miranda Kerr pushed a cart of tools. The old bastard felt something was wrong and shouted, "Let me go, so I can see." "What are you going to do?" Naomi got into character. "Don't make noise. We are saving you. You will die if you don't cooperate." The old bastard couldn't see anything, opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, something was stuffed into his mouth and entangled on his head, so he could only whimper. In the same way, Leonardo was pushed to the other side of the cabin hall by Barafili and Julia Stigler. The end of the world is coming. Once the last 3 men die, mankind will be extinct. This is Hedi Klum's bachelorette party, so she is fully involved. We are the last hope of mankind. Save them. Hedi unbuttoned the cloak buckle, and the cloak fell to the ground. She twisted her sexy figure, and strode forward to carefully observe the 3 party gifts. Nicholson is old and fat. Leonardo also has a broad face and a fat body, and the flesh on his body is loose. Martin Davis is sunny and handsome, with almost perfect muscle lines, and the ability to destroy the world. He chose to save people, and save the world at the same time. Saving the world requires a lot of sacrifice. The result was very tragic. When Martin got up the next morning, Leonardo was still in a coma, and could not be awakened. The old bastard was not much better. His face was pale, he was mentally exhausted, and he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. He was tied up and enjoyed by Naomi alone. Poor Martin had to face more than a dozen enemies alone. It was still the whole of the second floor cabin. The front seat was removed and replaced with a rack. A drum was installed on the rack, but the drum did not come with a drumstick. Led by Hidi, all the supermodels sat in a circle. They all wore long boots and slim jeans to highlight their figures and long legs. Martin walked forward and said as he walked, on the way back, strip Leo and the old bastard naked and tie them to the bow of the boat to let them get in the wind. Doubts and Crows said, throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Martin strode to the drum and said, we have to wait until they wake up and let them know clearly that they are in the fish's stomach. Hidi had a great time yesterday. The supermodel who is about to enter the marriage hall is very crazy and is looking forward to today's party carnival. Martin, the theme of the second day, let's begin. Martin opened the bag on the side, took out a pink water bottle, and threw it to Hidi Klum. Today's theme is pass the flower. I will clap this drum and pass the water bottle from Hidi to the left. When the drum stops, whoever has the water bottle in his hand will go on stage. They can choose anyone, including me, to cooperate and show a special talent. Angela Lindwall asked, talents like singing and dancing? Martin asked in return, the party we prepared for Hidi is a carnival. Do you think singing and dancing are appropriate? Everyone laughed together. Isabel smiled and said, in that case, it's not appropriate for you to use your hands to play the drums, right? Yes, you can't use your hands. You don't need a drumstick. Kiralina suddenly stood up and walked to Martin. I think a drumstick is the most suitable. A few people were slow to think and hadn't figured it out yet, so Kiralina gave Martin a suitable drumstick. When she wiped her mouth and sat down again, Hidi shouted, let's start. The drum sounded, and the pink kettle was passed around. When the drum stopped, the kettle stopped in Adriana's hand. She put down the kettle, walked onto the stage and said, a few years ago, when I was walking on the catwalk in Europe, I learned a few unique skills. Martin, I need you to cooperate with me. With Martin's cooperation, she performed a 360-degree quick rotation with a split. Applause and cheers suddenly rang out in the hall. Martin continued to be the drummer. This game really opened his eyes. The angels not only loved to play and knew how to play, but also had unique skills. It can only be said that to break into the upper echelons of the fiercely competitive and chaotic modeling circle, both innate strength and acquired skills are indispensable. At the end of the game, Martin's end was extremely tragic, and he was directly drowned by the human wave tactics. Leonardo and the old bastard slept until the afternoon. Although Martin's steps were also weak, he seemed to be fine on the surface. He brought his female guards and broke into the 2 people's room and dragged them out. In the hall, Leonardo and the old bastard were sitting on the floor. Martin walked past them arrogantly, told the angels about the bet, and asked, based on your personal feelings, vote. Who is the strongest among the 3 of us? Led by Hidi, a dozen people shouted in unison, Martin Davis is the strongest. Martin raised a middle finger in front of Leonardo and the old bastard. Are you convinced? Do you admit defeat? The old bastard didn't want to admit it. I'm just old. Martin waved his hand, and Barafili, Miranda Kerr and Doubts and Crow stepped forward to deal with Nicholson. Old Jack immediately admitted defeat. I lost. What about you, Leo? Martin mocked directly. 11 seconds man. Hidi and the others all laughed. Yes, 11 seconds. Leonardo pointed at Martin and shouted, I can admit defeat, but you can't slander me. Ambrosio asked, tie them to the bow? Let them go. Martin is a good man after all, and he can't bear to see people suffer. These 2 guys are obviously weak. It would be bad if they got sick from the sea breeze. He seemed to have been upgraded to a king. We eat dinner while they watch. Chapter 238 Wedding Invitation. It was already dark. Except for Nicholson and Leonardo, who were tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Everyone else came to the top deck of the yacht. After 2 days of fun, everyone was a little tired. The lights on the dock were faintly visible. Heidi Klum suddenly came to Martin and patted KK and Angela Lindwall on the buttocks. The two immediately made room for her. Heidi leaned against the fence and said to Martin, "I'm getting married next week. Remember to come to the wedding." Martin felt that this was not right, as if it had a strange taste. "I have to take photos then, so I may not have time." Angela Lindwall suddenly turned around with Carolina in her arms, blinked at Martin, and said, "KK and I are both bridesmaids. Heidi is wearing a wedding dress, and we have to wear bridesmaid dresses." Martin understood it immediately, and then looked at Heidi Klum. Heidi smiled at him meaningfully. The modeling circle, supermodels, are so scary. If someone found out, they would definitely be beaten to death on the spot. Martin, a good guy, had a lot of ideas in mind. "I need to see the shooting schedule. I may not be able to adjust. I don't have much influence in the crew." Heidi Klum didn't force it, and said, "I'll keep that drum." Martin nodded, "As long as you are happy." Carolina asked, "What is the name of this game? It sounds difficult to pronounce." Martin explained with great effort, "Chicken drum through flowers." The yacht gradually approached the dock. The second floor of the cabin was a mess. Leonardo had contacted a professional team to come and clean it up, and Nicholson paid for it all. The two guys were lying in the cabin and have not recovered yet. Nicholson was excusable, after all, he was old. But Leonardo was only in his 30s. The whistle sounded, and the yacht quickly docked. Heidi Klum and a group of supermodels got off the boat first, taking advantage of the dark night to leave the Long Island pier. After waiting for a while, Martin and the other two got off the boat. Leonardo recovered and walked in front. When Nicholson walked down, he suddenly stopped, and his body swayed a few times. Martin quickly grabbed him and asked, "Can I call 911 for you?" "Absolutely not." Nicholson grabbed Martin's arm tightly. "Even if I die here, my reputation can't be ruined." Martin used bastard methods to deal with the old bastard. "You have to give me hush money, right? I always can't control my mouth when chatting with friends in the circle, such as old perverts like Craven." Nicholson finally realized that this little bastard has always remembered the account of the script. He snorted coldly, "Don't expect me to help you get rid of people. I'm old and can't stand the tossing." Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders. "What is our relationship? How could I cheat you?" Nicholson had a strong man on him. He looked at the seawater under his feet and said, "Don't worry, you and Matt Damon, I stand on your side." Martin said indifferently, "It's just Damon. With Scorsese in control, can he move Weinstein here? Warner Brothers doesn't buy that fat guy's account." Nicholson said, "You bastard, you found the root cause." Martin helped the old bastard off the boat. Nicholson looked back and said, "I'm old. I can't even deal with Naomi Campbell alone. I have to admit that I'm old." Leonardo said, "Man, you're out of date." Nicholson gave him a middle finger. The relationship between the three people has obviously become much closer. Martin sneered, "The 11-second man, you have the nerve to talk about old Jack." Leonardo immediately launched his signature 3-hit combo, squinting, glaring, and roaring. "Martin Davis, if you slander me again, I will fight you to the death." Martin clapped his hands and got ready. "Come on, Leo, don't just talk tough." Leonardo pointed at Martin. "No wonder Kate said you are a bastard. Next time there is such an opportunity, I swear I will never take you with me." The sage Martin spoke particularly toughly. "It's good to be alone." Nicholson held his waist and said, "Assholes, the car is here, let's go." The business car driven by Bruce stopped at the pier. Martin and Leonardo still had a conscience. They supported Nicholson on the left and right to the car, got in the car, and returned to the hotel. In the car, Leonardo asked, "I heard them talking about inviting you to Heidi's wedding." Martin told the truth. "I declined." He didn't hesitate at all when he should admit his weakness. "I'm afraid of being shot to death." Leonardo said, "Actually, I want to go to the wedding." Martin casually replied, "You can propose to Giselle Bundchen. Get married? Are you kidding?" Leonardo said seriously, although I love Giselle very much, she is 25 years old. You are really loyal. Martin had nothing to say, except to give a thumbs up. Leonardo patted the front seat. Jack has been married. What did he get from marriage? Nicholson said with an air of old-fashionedness, I tell you from my experience that, if you want to do well in Hollywood, don't get married. Single nobles are always popular. Back to the hotel, the three of them didn't say anything more, and went back to their rooms to rest. Martin slept very well that night. It felt like the day had dawned when he closed his eyes and opened them again. Sure enough, exercise is good for sleep. Arriving at the set, Martin came out after putting on makeup, and the crew was filming Nicholson's scenes. Stop. Scorsese stopped the filming. Jack, what are you thinking about? Now it's time to work. Cheer up. Nicholson worked seriously and replied, give me 5 minutes. Scorsese returned to the director's chair and sat down. A few minutes later, the filming began. Scorsese quickly called for a stop again, walked around Nicholson, and said, you are in a bad state. Don't tell me that you were messing around with women during the 2 days of rest on the weekend. Absolutely not. Nicholson said confidently, because he was the one being messed around with during the 2 days. Scorsese was not polite to his old friend. If you can't cheer up, I'll have someone feed you stimulants. When the director left, Nicholson muttered, I have no human rights when I'm old. I was bullied by women on the boat, laughed at by 2 little bastards when I got off the boat, and I'm unlucky on the set. He asked for a glass, went to the bar on the set, pointed to a bottle of whiskey, and said to the extra who played the bartender, pour me a glass of wine. The extra didn't know how to respond, and looked at the director. Scorsese said, fill him up. Nicholson drank a glass of wine, waited for a while, patted his chest again, and said, let's start. Probably stimulated by alcohol, his state returned. Martin was amazed. That works. Leonardo said, he is a drunkard and a jerk. Appropriate alcohol is a performance enhancer. Many actors in the industry have this habit. Martin nodded slightly. No wonder Hollywood is full of drunkards. They all say that you are very talented and can get into the state very quickly. Leonardo talked about work very seriously. How do you adjust when you are not in a good state? Martin answered equally seriously. Find someone you like and have sex. When you are in a good mood, the state will come naturally. Leonardo waved his hand. This method doesn't work for me. Martin shrugged, because you have had too many girlfriends. After Nicholson and the Frenchman finished filming a few scenes, the crew went into a rest state. The 3 people who had done that together naturally got together. Nicholson burped. It will probably take 2 weeks to recover. Leonardo said, Naomi called me this morning and said that she wanted to ask you out again because you didn't answer her call. Nicholson shook his head repeatedly. No. Martin was curious. Leo, I didn't expect you to still be in touch with Naomi Campbell. Leonardo spoke in a tone of a veteran teaching the younger generation. If you eat the same dish too much, it's good to change the taste occasionally. When men get together, women are always the topic of conversation. 15 minutes later, the crew started filming again. Martin and Leonardo were also going to be on stage. The confrontation between the 2 male protagonists without seeing each other. Colin and Frank made an appointment to meet at the cinema, and then were followed by Billy. Completely different from the clean and tidy cinemas in Hong Kong movies. The cinema set built was not only dirty and messy, but also the movies shown on the spot were of that kind. There was no poetry in painting, only the realism of the gang. Nicholson, the old bastard, even brought out his treasure chest, took out some special toys from it, and handed them to the staff on the scene. You find a way to make them look used or worn out, and then throw them in the theater. Several male staff members looked at each other and subconsciously clamped their legs. The female staff member looked at the rubber stick in her hand, considering whether to find a place to make it look really used. Scorsese not only did not stop Nicholson, but also agreed with what he did. It is normal to bring some props to the theater to watch this kind of movie. Even in this scene, Scorsese let Nicholson play freely. When the shooting began, Martin pushed open the mottled and worn out door of the theater, entered the projection room, took a quick look, found Nicholson, pulled down the brim of his hat, walked over quietly, and sat in the row behind Nicholson. On the screen, a movie called The Holy Valley was playing. The old bastard who played freely on the scene actually hit the screen. He is worthy of being one of the most perverted actors in Hollywood. In this scene, Nicholson turned Martin and Leonardo into ashes in seconds. Nicholson yelled, then turned around and whispered to Martin, handing him a file bag. The other party did not follow the script, so Martin could only improvise. "You didn't do it up there?" Nicholson smiled evilly. "I'm old. There's no stock." Martin put away the file bag and said, "Next time, change the place. There are too many perverts here." Nicholson whispered, "You have to learn to adapt. With your situation, you will become a pervert in a few years." He snorted, "Either mess with others, or be messed with by others. Which one do you choose?" Martin had a blank expression on his face, but he was realistic. Of course mess with others. He stood up and walked towards the passage. "Stop," Scorsese shouted. "Very good. This one passed." Chapter 239. Damon is coming. In the dark alley, Martin lowered his Patriots hat, as if he sensed someone following him, and hid behind a wall while walking quickly. The camera mounted on the slide turned around. Martin took out a dagger from his pocket, leaned against the wall, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and his emotions were tense. The footsteps were approaching. He moved super fast, dodged, and stabbed the person. He pulled out the knife, turned around and ran, rushed to the busy intersection, and disappeared in the crowd. Next, Leonardo, as the pursuer, had a nearly identical scene. The two scenes must be cross-cut into countless short shots in the later stage. In the past few days, Scorsese keenly noticed that there was a subtle chemical reaction between Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson, and they often whispered to each other when they were not shooting. He immediately adjusted the shooting plan and moved the scenes where the three of them intersected to the front. The effect was very obvious, and the three main actors were in surprisingly good condition. On that day, the crew took a long break in the afternoon. Mean, who had just come from Los Angeles, found Martin and whispered, "Matt Damon is here with the crew, and may come over soon." Martin nodded, "I see." Mean moved to the chair next to him and sat down. "Boss, I'll keep an eye on him. It's not that serious." Martin calculated the time, got up and found Nicholson, and asked, "Where's Leo?" Nicholson pointed not far away. "He's on the phone." This bastard had a lot of evil thoughts in his mind. It seems that someone from Victoria's Secret leaked the last party to Gisele Bündchen. When he comes back later, we'll give him a boost and encourage him to break up. Martin was too lazy to get involved in such shit. It's not any good. Nicholson said, "Didn't you pay attention when we were chatting recently? That bastard Leo said several times that every time he had a conflict with Gisele Bündchen, they would have a big fight. According to my guess, Gisele Bündchen broke up with Leo because of the party that day, so she will definitely come to the crew to make trouble. Such a scene is very rare." He asked Martin, "Don't you want to witness the super gossip of Hollywood superstars with your own eyes?" Compared with Nicholson, Martin is really a good man. Then you can make a phone call and call the other Victoria's Secret angels together. That will be exciting. Nicholson despised. "I, a rotten person, think you are rotten." Martin is innocent. No matter how you say it, you old bastard are polite. Leonardo came back and looked very angry. As soon as he came over, he said, "I want to dump her. I must dump her. She is 25 years old, and she is still arguing with me." Nicholson added fuel to the fire. 25 years old. She is old and wrinkled. If you don't dump her, won't you keep her as your grandmother? Martin just muttered, "No woman in this world can stay young forever." Nicholson glared at Martin, as if saying that you actually turned against him at the last minute. How could an honest man with principles and bottom lines like Martin encourage someone to dump his girlfriend? He just said, "There is no shortage of young women in this world." Leonardo put his hand on Martin's shoulder and said, "Man, I've dated more than 20 girlfriends, but I still don't see things as clearly as you do." Nicholson asked, "Did she get mad at you?" Leonardo nodded slightly. "She scolded me and will probably come to New York. Based on my decades of experience, she will definitely come. Leo, you and Martin are my brothers, and I can't watch you follow my miserable old path." Nicholson looked like he was thinking for the young people. Some women don't know their place. If you love them a little more, they will take it for granted that they are princesses and queens. They will only ask for endlessly and never know how to give back. All his good words were paving the way for the bad words that were to follow. I suggest that you call all the Victoria's Secret angels over and let the women see that Leonardo never lacks women's love. Leonardo was quite tempted, but soon realized it, pointing at Martin and Nicholson and said, "You two bastards, you are waiting to see me laugh, right?" Martin replied, "When I break up with my girlfriend, I can invite you to see it." He poked Nicholson with his arm. "Old bastard, you can too." Nicholson replied seriously, "Of course." Leonardo pulled out a chair and sat opposite them, looking down. Two single dogs. Martin and Nicholson were speechless to refute. The two bastards have declared themselves single more than once. On the other side, Matt Damon came out of the Macute trailer and came to the set accompanied by associate producer Taylor. The crew was taking a break, and most of them gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and relax. Matt Damon saw the 3 actors with the most roles at a glance. Martin, Nicholson and Leonardo gathered together, not knowing what they were talking about, and occasionally they were arm in arm, and the atmosphere was not generally harmonious. Damon signaled with his eyes. "Have they always had a good relationship?" Taylor whispered, "Very harmonious. Even director Scorsese finds it strange, but there have been rumors recently that they seem to have had a party together." Damon wanted to understand the situation as soon as possible to decide on a response strategy. How did Martin perform? Very good, second only to Nicholson. Scorsese thinks he is more flexible in acting than Leonardo. Taylor belongs to Dyson Studio, the investor who supports Matt Damon, and will not mislead him. Director Scorsese has said more than once that Martin Davis is a very correct choice. Damon nodded slightly. Taylor suggested, "The crew is now well coordinated and the filming is going particularly smoothly. The 3 most important actors are willing to cooperate with each other, and Scorsese is quite satisfied. If you have any ideas, it's best to put them aside for the time being and focus on work." Damon glanced at the 3 people who were joking. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." He reminded Taylor again, "Please keep an eye on Martin Davis and Jack Nicholson for me. I have accurate information that they want to get me." Taylor was a little surprised. There is such a thing. Damon thought of the conversation between Martin and Nicholson that he overheard on the day of the script meeting, and he felt a little headache. What kind of bad things would this pair of bad people do? On the other side, Nicholson said, "Asshole, Damon seems to be looking at you." Martin, with Bruce watching behind him, said without turning his head, "He's looking at you. You let people fart in public. How can people not want to fuck your ass?" Nicholson grinned. "No one in this world can fuck my ass." "That's not right. I remember Naomi used a wearable one on the yacht. The opportunity for revenge came. How could Leonardo let it go and directly expose the old bastard's bottom? She used it when she was with you." Martin moved his chair to the side, away from Nicholson. "I misjudged you. You actually have this hobby." Nicholson looked down on him. "When you are as old as me, you have played everything you should play, and you will also actively seek excitement." The 3 chatted for a while, and the Macube artist came to touch up the Macube, and the shooting started again. In the studio, Bruce, a part-time prop master, walked through the set, checked all the props, and nodded to Martin after returning. Damon is about to join the filming. Although a Hollywood star of this level would never joke about his future, Bruce is still very cautious. After entering the set, Martin wants to shoot a scene between Colin and Damon's character Dingnan. The 2 of them are familiar with the positions and rehearse the lines. There is a problem with the crew's slide rail, and it is not ready yet. Martin took the initiative to say, "Actually, I have always liked your movies." Damon did not understand what he meant and followed his words and asked, "Which one?" Martin said, "Jason Bourne. Very cool." He added, "We actors are not like the CIA who fight to the death." Damon was silent for a moment. "It's exaggerated in the movie." Martin nodded. "That's right. It's just work. There are always many suitable solutions when there are frictions at work." Damon stared at Martin. "You are right. It's just a job, and we may not have any intersection after it's over." Martin took the initiative to extend his hand. "Look, we can also find common ground." Damon gently shook his hand. "But I still have to say that I don't like you." Martin said, "I'm not Franklin." That's it. He didn't want to have a meaningless entanglement with Matt Damon. No matter what, it can't change the cast sequence of the crew. Damon still had a blank expression on his face, and he looked like a good person. The shooting started soon, and Martin and Damon played against each other. Colin questioned Ding Jenon and wanted the undercover list in his hand, but Ding Jenon would not give it to him, so the two had a verbal conflict. Perhaps he wanted to prove something. After the script supervisor hit the board, Damon exerted his strength in his performance, as if he wanted to surpass Martin in the rivalry. Martin had been shooting with the crew for more than a week, and his condition was at his best. His performance was relaxed. After this shot was finished, Scorsese called a stop. He came down from the director's seat, entered the set, and said to Damon, "Stop a little, you're too strong." Matt Damon nodded, turned around on the spot, and muttered to himself, as if it was his own way of adjustment. All departments of the crew returned to their positions and the shooting started again. But less than 5 seconds after the shooting started, Scorsese called a stop again, this time directly yelling, "Damon, stop a little. Do you understand? Stop a little." Damon's shooting was intermittent afterwards, and it was not smooth. Scorsese did not get angry. After all, Matt Damon had just joined the shooting. During the break in filming, Leonardo said, "I don't know what Martin, that bastard, said to Damon. He deliberately wanted to suppress Martin in the scene with his opponent." Nicholson said, "He is mentally unbalanced and overacts, even worse than you." If someone else said this, Leonardo would have an opinion, but when Nicholson said this, he did not refute it, but continued to talk about Damon. He wants to prove himself to Scorsese too much. Nicholson couldn't help laughing. Even if he is wrong, Scorsese never admits it. How can a great director be wrong? The mistakes are all made by the actors or screenwriters. Chapter 240 The Asshole Trio. As expected, the crew had a heavyweight model visiting the set. Gisele Bündchen flew back to New York from overseas. She couldn't wait any longer and went straight to the set, dragging Leonardo into his rest trailer. The sound of quarreling came from the open window of the trailer. There were constant sounds of fucking, which was no less exciting than the filming of this movie. Although the others were curious, they all stayed away to avoid being blamed. Only two scumbags moved simple tables and chairs over and sat in the shade to drink ice coke while quarreling. Only Martin and Jack Nicholson could do such a shameless and rotten thing. A waste like you, and you still find a dozen female models to have a party? If it was Leonardo with other women, Gisele Bündchen would not be furious, but he was dealing with models from the same company as her, and some bitches were showing off in the modeling circle. How could he tolerate this? She started the Brazilian lion roar. "Your thing looks like the Titanic, but in fact it's not even as good as an octopus. Aren't you ashamed?" Leonardo was so angry that his hair almost exploded. "Shut up and stop slandering people." Not far from the window, Martin picked up an ice coke and raised it to the old bastard. "Gisele's words are worth a drink." Nicholson was afraid that the people inside couldn't hear it, so he clinked the bottle with Martin. "Cheers to Leo's Titanic." Martin took a sip of coke and said, "Those little bitches sold Leo." Nicholson said, "If the opportunity is right, they will sell you too." Martin said disdainfully, "I'm a happy bachelor, why should I be afraid of them?" Nicholson listened to the quarrel inside and said, "Leo is really a wimp. Except for his hard mouth, he is soft in other places. He clamors to break up, but ends up dragging his feet." Martin could see clearly that Leonardo had made up his mind to break up. After all, Bündchen was 25 years old. He gestured, "Let's help Leo and shout together." Nicholson, such an evil guy, was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. He slapped the table and said, "Come on, shout. 1, 2, 3. Martin had already told Nicholson the slogan. Nicholson opened his mouth and shouted, "Leo, break up and cheer." The broken gong sound from the loud voice spread dozens of meters. Martin was laughing and didn't shout at all. Nicholson pointed at Martin, took note of this bad account, but refused to stop, and shouted again, "Break up, cheer." Not only did he shout, he also opened a parasol, and a banner was automatically pulled up under the umbrella. "Celebrate Leonardo's breakup today." With a bang, the trailer door opened from the inside, and Gisele strode out of the car, raised her middle finger to Martin and the old bastard, and angrily made a leg spreading gesture. "Don't you like to mess around with supermodels? Come on. The supermodel is here. Come and do it, if you have the guts. Martin and Nicholson immediately became timid. No matter how shameless the two were, Leonardo still had to take care of his face. Giselle snorted coldly and walked away. Leonardo got out of the car, put his hands on his hips, walked back and forth a few steps, stretched out his hand, and pointed at Martin and the old bastard. I must be blind to make bad friends like you. Martin did not hesitate to turn the tables. It was obviously you who wanted to break up, so you asked us two to come here as witnesses. What happened? We were despised by your girlfriend. Giselle Bündchen left, and he started again. Leo, you must compensate Jack and me for the mental loss. Nicholson of course stood on the same front with Martin at this time. If you didn't invite us, how could we two be so bored to come and watch you quarrel? As he spoke, he picked up the Coke bottle, clinked his glasses with Martin, and drank the Coke together. Come on, master, cheers. Martin opened the icebox next to him, took out a bottle of Coke, and threw it to Leonardo. Either sit down and drink it together, or go and get your girlfriend back. Leonardo opened the Coke and emphasized, ex-girlfriend. She's already an ex-girlfriend. He clinked the bottle with Martin and the old bastard. Celebrate my return to being single and regaining my freedom. Martin raised the Coke bottle. Congratulations on your return to being a happy bachelor. The crew returned to silence. Although the outside entertainment media was frantically reporting the news of Leonardo's breakup with Giselle Bündchen, it did not cause much trouble on the set. As long as Martin and the other two did not make trouble, the crew would have no big problems. This film only has one important female role. Many times, if there are fewer actresses, the crew will have fewer troubles. Matt Damon did not do anything special, except trying to outdo Martin during the filming. The result cannot be changed. If there is a commotion on the crew, it will only cause Scorsese's disgust. Leonardo, who has returned to being single, has entered a new stage. He is in great shape during the filming, and many scenes are passed in one take. Even Scorsese believes that Leonardo's acting skills have improved to a certain extent. Do you know why you can't win the Oscar for Best Actor? Women are holding you back. During the lunch break, Martin said to Leonardo, for the sake of the vast number of young women in Hollywood, Leo, give up those slutty women. Stay single from now on, or turn to the arms of a man, and you can win the Best Actor award with this movie. Leonardo could tell that this guy had bad intentions. You want to eliminate a strong competitor? I won't let you succeed. He suddenly realized that an important member of the trio was missing. Where's that old bastard Jack? Martin didn't know either, so he waved and waited for Bruce to come over and asked. Bruce pointed casually. Meryl Streep came to visit the set, and Nicholson went into the rest trailer with her. Leonardo sneered. One is in his 50s, the other is in his 60s, and they are still so hungry, so shameless. But Martin thought of a good idea. Leo, the last time Giselle Bündchen came over, that old bastard asked me to have sex with you. You won't forget this, right? Leonardo still remembered Nicholson shouting come on, break up outside the window, and asked, what do you think? Come with me. Martin found the props team and asked the person in charge, Doug, I remember you prepared some firecrackers? Doug replied, yes, there are some, and they will be used during the filming of a scene. Martin stretched out his hand to ask for them. Give me a few. Doug grabbed a handful, stuffed it into Martin's hands, and warned, don't mess around on the set. Martin said, am I the kind of person who messes around? Don't worry. Doug looked at Leonardo. Leo was originally reliable, but since the filming of this movie started, he mixed with Martin and Nicholson, and gradually became unreliable. The crew also nicknamed them, the Three Bastards. After leaving the big crew, Martin took the lead and walked towards the rest trailer, giving Leonardo a few big firecrackers as he walked. Have you let this thing go? Leonardo had already taken out his lighter. I've let it go a few times. I know how to do it. Martin also took a lighter, and the two of them walked lightly and quickly approached Nicholson's rest trailer. 20 meters away, there was a sound coming from the half-open trailer window. The vulgar Nicholson was cursing Jesus, and another female voice was calling God. The trailer seemed to be shaking slightly. Martin hid behind a commercial vehicle and said to Leonardo, pay attention to the tactical movements. Follow me. Leonardo was very interested and followed Martin closely. Martin used the tactical movements taught by Bruce to quickly and quietly touch under the trailer window. Leonardo came to the opposite side of him. Martin nodded at him and whispered, 1, 2, 3. The two lit the firecrackers at the same time and threw them into the window. Leonardo also shouted, like in the movie, fire in the hole. Bang, bang, explosions sounded in the trailer. Although the window was a storage area, the sound of the firecrackers immediately alarmed the two people inside. Ah, Meryl Streep screamed. Martin turned around and ran away. Before Leonardo ran, he lit another firecracker and threw it into the window. Leo, Martin, you two bastards. Nicholson didn't need to guess who would do such a shitty thing. He held a stick in his hand, pulled his briefs with one hand, opened the trailer door and rushed out. I'm going to kill you. He only saw Leonardo, and Martin had already run away. Nicholson used all his strength to throw the stick in his hand at Leonardo. Leonardo dodged it, lit another firecracker, and threw it to Nicholson. With a bang, the firecracker exploded in the air, and countless pieces of paper fell. Meryl Streep wrapped in a blanket appeared from the door of the trailer and asked curiously, Leonardo? Nicholson said, and Martin Davis. Meryl was surprised. You were involved with him? I was involved with Martin, and everyone in the crew knows it. Nicholson pulled up his briefs. The old pervert stood in front of the trailer and said, I gave you a favor, and from now on it will be my business. Meryl was not very happy. Nicholson said directly, if you want to win another Oscar, try to lick Harvey Weinstein. I won't interfere, but I don't know that fat guy well. Why do you want to mess with Martin Davis, that little pervert? He nodded his head. I'm old, and I'm not as hard as a Coke bottle. You may not know that the gunman who was shot in the head by Martin Davis with Coke is dead. It's a pity. I won't say anything more. I'm leaving. Meryl went back to put on her clothes and asked Nicholson, who followed her in, don't you want to win another Oscar? Nicholson said casually, one is enough. Why do you need so many? Meryl said no more, put on her clothes, and left the set. Nicholson changed his clothes and did not go to Martin and Leonardo to settle the score. Instead, he sat on the sofa and thought carefully. In the afternoon, while Martin was on the set filming, Nicholson quietly found Leonardo. It has nothing to do with me. It's all Martin's fault. Leonardo betrayed his companion without hesitation. It was his idea. He asked the props team for the firecrackers. I just followed behind and shouted go. Nicholson said, I believe you. He found Leonardo because of Martin. Leo, have you noticed that, since the crew started filming, that bastard Martin has caused a lot of trouble, from the bachelor party on the yacht, to your breakup with Giselle, to today when Meryl and I almost got cramps and choked. It was all because of him behind the scenes. Leonardo thought for a moment. He always watches our good show, and we too make a fool of ourselves. Nicholson clenched his fist and pounded the table hard. Find a chance to mess him up together. There should be 2 more chapters today, and I'm writing it now. Chapter 241, the one who messes with others will be messed with. On the set of the studio, Martin stood in the office with his eyes closed. Bruce, the prop master, quickly checked all the props. When he passed by him, he whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, be careful with the ashtray. Martin glanced at the glass ashtray on the desk and remembered it in his heart. Across from him, Matt Damon turned in circles, adjusting his state in his unique way. The next scene to be filmed was the physical conflict between Colin and Gannon after Quinnen was killed by the gang. Damon opened his eyes and saw Martin across from him, and his brows shrank slightly. Although he had not done anything since Martin took the initiative to talk to him on the set, the disgust in his heart had not disappeared. To hate a person, just one small thing may be enough. The two were about to shoot a physical conflict scene. Damon's eyes swept across the other's handsome face, and he wanted to punch it. When he was filming Burn, he had undergone a long period of training, and his eyes unconsciously turned to the ashtray on the desk. Suddenly, Damon felt very uncomfortable, and then found that Martin was looking at him with an inexplicable smile on his face. This smile reminded Damon of the video he had seen, where Martin was on top of a fierce gunman, with glass bottles of Coke smashed on his head. He immediately dismissed those inappropriate thoughts. It was just a role, no need to bother. The crew was ready, and the filming began as the script supervisor slapped the board. Martin and Matt Damon had a fierce argument, and the latter took the initiative to fight. The argument turned into a fight, and 7 or 8 actors came over to pull the two of them. Mean, who played the black policeman under Colin, even stepped forward and pushed Damon away. The two were pulled and punched and kicked, as if they were real enemies. Stop, this one passed. Scorsese praised, "You two did a great job." Martin adjusted his costume, glanced at Damon, and left on his own. Mean followed him. "Boss." Martin waved his hand. "Same as always, you should pay more attention to him." Mean nodded and left. The crew was about to change locations, and there was a long interval between the next scenes. Bruce came over and handed Martin his cell phone. "Blake." Martin found a quiet place and called Blake Lively. "We are just filming." Blake asked directly, "Can you go back to Los Angeles on my birthday?" Martin was a man of principles, and the reality did not allow it, so he said, "The crew's schedule is very tight, and I can't coordinate a vacation. The 3 principles cannot be given up easily." Blake was a little disappointed, but it didn't show in his voice. "It's okay, I'll go to New York to find you." Martin saw Leonardo quietly approaching, and said to the phone, "I'll wait for you. I have something to do here, let's talk later." Seeing Martin hung up the phone, Leonardo asked curiously, "Which supermodel do you plan to establish a long-term relationship with?" "No." Martin thought of Leonardo's rich experience, and said, "A friend is going to be 18 soon. Help me think about what gift to give her." Leonardo thought about it and said, 18 years old. So you have hidden one. Okay. My personal suggestion is that, if she is not an adult yet, the best gift is for you to turn her into an adult. Martin handed the phone to Old Bush. "Leo, be serious." Leonardo clicked his tongue. "No way. You, a scumbag, want to have a serious relationship?" Martin was unhappy. "The ladies I have dated are not even a fraction of the ones you have dated. How can you say I'm a scumbag?" Leonardo suddenly had an idea. Without changing his expression, he helped Martin seriously. "As for women in the circle, my suggestion is luxury goods. The more expensive the better. I'm an absolute authority on this." Martin believed this. Leonardo has been involved in more than one scandal since he was 16. As for an unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony, besides turning her into an adult, there should be a ceremony or something, right? After all, you are a leader. Leonardo's words were particularly sincere. "Since you can't go back, just hold a party in New York. Jack and I will help you, and you can invite Scorsese in person. Then people will have both gifts and face. How glorious." He lowered his voice. "That's how I got Giselle. Do you know who I snatched her from? Football superstar Ronaldo. It was because of the courtship ceremony I organized that made her glorious enough. In the first 2 years, she ignored my scandals." Martin heard the last sentence and said, "I don't know many people in New York." Leonardo said, "I can introduce you to a party company. It can be done for $50,000. Money is the confidence of man." Martin is now confident. Okay. Not to mention the endorsement fee from Coca-Cola, the remuneration from the News of the World and the compensation from the Hilton Hotel, have all been paid. The initial salary of Wanted is $1 million, and half of the salary of The Departed is $1 million, which has also been deposited into the account. Consumption and investment can be deducted from taxes. With some money in hand, Martin bought some stocks in addition to real estate and vehicles. During this period of time in his previous life, the group acting circle he was in was relatively closed, and he was immersed in the dream of being a star, and couldn't pull himself out. He didn't remember anything else in this era, only Apple. Many actresses are willing to travel thousands of miles to jangling for a kidney machine. Leonardo said again, "Can you tell me who she is? I'm very curious, a girl who can make a scumbag stop." Martin has nothing bad to say. "Blake Lively, the heroine of Summer of Jeans." Leonardo sighed and shook his head. "You acted really quickly. Blonde hair, long legs, and a figure that is sexier than a model are also his favorites." Leonardo felt that with Martin's style, he probably took action when the film was filmed. After the crew finished adjusting, Martin went back to filming. Leonardo found Nicholson, observed him carefully, and whispered, "I just got a message that a girl Martin is pursuing will come to New York soon." He roughly told him what he knew. Nicholson said directly, such a good opportunity. If we don't mess with Martin, we will be sorry to God. Leonardo said, I think so too. He always secretly pranks us, and we can only watch. Nicholson pondered, what are you going to do? Remember the banner you pulled? Leonardo remembered the celebration slogan under the parasol. You told me that it was made by Martin, that bastard. Nicholson nodded. Martin borrowed the equipment of the props team to make it himself. Leonardo said, very good. We will also help him pull a banner and celebrate for him. Nicholson grinned. We must make this bastard pay the price. After confirming the time for Blake to come, Martin sent a formal party invitation to the main members of the crew, including director Scorsese, and took time to go to the famous brand store on 5th Avenue to buy a Cartier women's watch. The party company also gave Martin several plans for him to choose from. After deciding on the plan, Bruce drove back to the hotel. After leaving the party company, you are different from before. Martin knew what the old friend was talking about. If you don't have money, you naturally have a way of life. Only when you have money can you enjoy life. He suddenly changed the subject. You have taken a lot of commissions from me. When it's time to spend money, you should be generous and try to win Kim's sister as soon as possible. Bruce's rare conscience. Isn't this not good? Hey, when did you, a scumbag, talk about morality? Martin asked. Bruce said very seriously, my plan is to satisfy Kim first, then break up with Kim, and then have a substantial relationship with Chloe. Martin found that he overestimated old Bruce. Bruce said slowly, I heard Chloe mention something. She and Kim have a half-sister. Martin raised his middle finger and put it in front of Bruce. You are completely a man. Bruce refuted, I'm just telling an objective fact, not what I'm going to do. Martin's face was full of contempt. Manhattan, a very ordinary Starbucks. Leonardo met Alessandra Ambrosio. You missed Ida's wedding. She said straight to the point. We are very unhappy. Leonardo said, it has nothing to do with me, right? You can't blame me for someone's absence. Ambrosio crossed his arms and said, we made a lot of preparations and wanted to have a crazy time like the bachelor party, but no one came. Leonardo said directly, it's all Martin's fault. Old Jack and I reminded him, but he was a coward, afraid that Ida's husband would find out. Ambrosio said, Ida's wedding day was not a safe period. She was ready to take a gamble, so she was not happy either. Leonardo has communicated a lot with the modeling circle in recent years, and he is used to seeing the bad things in the modeling circle. He was not surprised at all and said, the expectations were dashed. Full of expectations, but it turned out to be nothing. Ambrosio said, if it were you, you would be happy. There is a chance to mess with Martin, the bastard. Leonardo said quickly and asked, will you join? Ambrosio was stunned for a moment, then replied, join, of course. I can tell you clearly that, except for Hidi who will not be able to come back from her honeymoon in the Caribbean, I can get at least 7 people to go. She asked curiously, did you come up with this idea? No. Leonardo said, Martin came up with it. Ambrosio didn't understand. Leonardo simply said, when I broke up with Giselle, he used this method to mess with me. Ambrosio's focus changed. It must have been exciting at the time. Leonardo said, the whole crew was talking about it, so I won't let this bastard go. Ambrosio nodded. Well, let's go to the hotel and get a room first. When the party starts, you call us, and we'll rush over directly. It must be fun. Leonardo told the time and place, and then left the coffee shop. Ambrosio hurried back, and started calling contacts on the way. Chapter 242 A Dream Come True. New York, Kennedy Airport. Because of the flight delay, Blake Lively was pushing her luggage out of the gate when the sun had already set. There were many people waiting for the plane near the gate, but she didn't see Martin, only Martin's follower Bruce. Hi, Blake, this way. Bruce stepped forward and took the suitcase. Blake lifted her blonde hair back and asked directly, where is Martin? He didn't come? Bruce walked out with a suitcase. He couldn't get through to you when you were on the plane. He prepared a party for you tonight. Many guests have arrived, so he had to go back to greet people. Blake looked back at the airport and said, it's all because of the flight delay. Arriving at the parking lot, putting the luggage in the car, Bruce waited until Blake got in the car and said, "There's a surprise." "Thank you, old Bruce." Blake was full of expectations. New York traffic was congested, and it was dark when the car arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. The car stopped in front of the hotel, and Bruce said, "Ballroom number 2, let's go. Does this look suitable for me?" Blake was wearing simple jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers. Bruce nodded, "No problem." Blake got out of the car, walked into the hotel quickly, asked for the location of the second banquet hall, went upstairs and turned into a corridor, and even jogged. At the end of the corridor, the red wooden door of the banquet hall opened from the inside, and Martin came out. Blake rushed over, hugged Martin, lifted his feet off the ground, and rushed into his arms. "I missed you." She only said one sentence, hugging harder and harder. Martin kissed her on the forehead. "Me rabbit." He patted Blake on the back. "Come in, there are many guests." Blake took Martin's hand and walked into the banquet hall. The lights in the hall were dim, the music of the birthday song sounded, and in the swaying candlelight, Mean pushed a large cake out. Martin pushed Blake. "It's 2 days late. I hope you like it." Blake walked over and blew out 18 candles. The lights came on and applause rang out. Blake realized that many of the people who came to celebrate her coming of age ceremony were people she dared not even think about. Great director Martin Scorsese, Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson, and famous former writer Leonardo. With so many people attending her coming of age ceremony party, Blake felt that she could brag about it for the rest of her life. Martin really put in a lot of effort. The little bit of unhappiness in her heart was all washed away by excitement and joy. After Martin introduced Blake to everyone present, Leonardo quietly came to the door of the banquet hall, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. When the ringing sounded, he quickly hung up. Nicholson had been paying attention to Leonardo. At this time, he picked up a glass of wine, clinked glasses with his old friend Scorsese, and said, "The good show is about to begin." Scorsese knew that the 3 weirdos in the crew loved to mess up, but they never affected the filming, so he didn't bother to care. "Did you and Leo plan this?" Nicholson glanced at Martin. "Shouldn't the scumbag continue to be a scumbag? This bastard actually wanted to betray me and Leo. I can't forgive him." Scorsese thought to himself that according to the Hollywood script, the prodigal son should turn back to the right path. Upstairs, Angela Lindwall, Carolina, Doutzen Crows, Miranda Kerr and others, all wearing sky blue jeans and white t-shirts today, left the hiding room under the leadership of Ambrosio, and walked towards the banquet hall on the second floor. Among them, Angela and KK held 2 specially made telescopic rods. Doutzen held the folded red banner. Turning into the corridor leading to the banquet hall, Ambrosio said, "Get ready." Angela and KK pulled the telescopic rod, and Doutzen and Miranda hung the banner on the rod. Several people laughed and fell backwards, thinking that this was too funny. The door of the banquet hall opened at this time, and Leonardo came out and asked, "Are you ready?" Ambrosio made an okay gesture, "Just waiting for you to open the door." Leonardo couldn't help laughing, turned back to the banquet hall, and waved to the back, "Come in. Sisters, pull up." Ambrosio followed immediately. As soon as Leonardo entered, he shouted to Martin, "Hey, another guest is coming." Martin turned around and saw Ambrosio. With his thick skin and psychological quality, of course, there was nothing unusual. Before he could react, Angela and KK came in one after another, holding telescopic poles in their hands, with red cloth hanging between the pole heads. "Fuck." Martin cursed inwardly, vaguely guessing that something bad was going to happen. But it was too late to stop it. Blake looked at the women who came in curiously. She knew all the first 3. They were famous supermodels and often appeared on the covers of various fashion magazines. What were they doing here? Angela and KK moved very quickly. As soon as they entered the door, they walked to both sides. The telescopic pole stood up and automatically pulled open the banner. A line of extra large gold characters on a red background was particularly eye-catching. Supermodel sisters congratulate Martin's friend on his 18th birthday. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Duchen, Miranda and Isabella came in from outside and shouted together, "Happy birthday to Martin's girlfriend." Ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter rang out, and Nicholson, The old bastard laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Scorsese almost spit out the wine he had just drunk. He wanted to laugh, but he was concerned about the face of the big director, so he coughed violently. The other actors in the crew were all laughing. The three bastards, they mess with each other every day. Leonardo looked at Martin very arrogantly, thinking that I finally messed you up. Martin pointed at Leonardo. Ambrosio was not afraid of big trouble and waved at Martin. Hey, dear, you promised us to attend Heda's wedding. Why don't you go? Martin calmly promised. I asked someone to send the gift. Blake looked at Martin, then at the supermetals. She was born in an acting family and was not stupid. She vaguely guessed something. Martin walked over there, and Blake automatically followed. Leonardo also deliberately winked at Martin. Martin quietly gave him a middle finger. Blake caught up with Martin in a few steps, took his arm, quickly adjusted her mood, and put on a warm smile specially trained for being a star. Thank you for coming to my party. Your gifts are very unique. She took a few steps forward and took the telescopic rods from Angela and KK respectively. I like it very much. I accept it. Ambrosio looked at Blake with interest. Judging from her figure, she was only 17 or 18 years old, and her face was probably in her 20s. According to Leonardo, this girl was only 18 years old. It's not easy to achieve this at the age of 18. Is her mind as mature as her face? Martin took the telescopic rod and banger from Blake's hand, handed them to Bruce who followed behind, and said, "Welcome, please come in." Blake also smiled and said, "Please come in." Leonardo gave Ambrosio a look, wanting her to continue to make trouble. Ambrosio pretended not to see it, and led a group of sisters over, smiling and asking, "Martin, where did you find the princess? She is beautiful, and has a good personality. Good words are never afraid of repeating." Martin said at the right time, "Maybe she saved the entire universe in her previous life." Blake smiled and looked at Martin, and took his arm again, inviting everyone to enter the banquet hall. Ambrosio and KK and others entered the banquet hall and immediately went to greet Scorsese. Blake went to cut the cake, and Leonardo came to Martin. "How about this surprise?" Martin said, "I might have been scared and had problems with my language center. When I meet people, I will unconsciously tell them that Giselle called Leonardo a mollusk. That is worse than an octopus." Leonardo put his arm around Martin's shoulders. "Don't slander people." Martin reminded, "Giselle said it herself on the day you broke up." Leonardo knew that Martin would not talk nonsense, and pretended to be indifferent. "If that was the case, do you think I could pick up so many women? You used your face to pick up girls before, and now you use your fame." While Martin belittled him, he did not forget to brag about himself. "Unlike me, it's all based on hard power." Leonardo wanted to sneer a few words, but when he thought of the bachelor party on the yacht, he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. After Blake cut the cake and divided it, he finally took a piece for Martin, and pointed at Ambrosio, KK and Angela Lindwall. "I'm going to talk to someone." Martin said, "I'll accompany you." Blake stopped him. Men should not participate in private conversations between women. She walked over there alone. Leonardo asked, "Aren't you worried?" Martin asked back, "Have you ever worried that Giselle will find out that you're messing around?" Leonardo understood and said disdainfully, "Scumbag." Martin said the same thing back to him, the number one scumbag in Hollywood. On the other side, Blake and Ambrosio sat at a rest table. I don't know what they were talking about, but at least there was no problem on the surface. Ambrosio deliberately said, "Don't you want to ask us why we put up the banner?" Blake smiled, looking like a brainless dog. "No need. Martin is my male god. Everything he does is right. I haven't been with him before. I have no right to ask him to do anything." Angela and KK looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Blake said again, "I'm pursuing Martin, not Martin pursuing me." Ambrosio was speechless. Perhaps Leonardo did not expect that this girl would be such a person. Not fun. KK felt bored and suggested, "Let's go." A few minutes later, Ambrosio and others came to say goodbye to Martin. As the supermodel sisters left, others also left one after another. Scorsese and Nicholson walked together and came to the special elevator. The old man said with regret, "I didn't expect that the little girl was very calm. If she didn't make trouble, there would be no show to watch. Nicholson said, "You say that. It's detrimental to the style." Scorsese adjusted his glasses, who said that big directors are not allowed to gossip or watch the fun. "You have to understand one thing, art comes from life." Leonardo came from behind at this time. Nicholson said to him, "Your effect is average." Leonardo said, "As long as Martin can't give her a coming of age ceremony tonight, we win." The elevator came down, and Scorsese walked in first. After the party ended and all the guests left, Martin took Blake to his room. Blake never mentioned opening another room. Her visit to New York this time was like a female fan making a pilgrimage to her idol. She looked at the room. "The conditions are good, much better than in Mexico." Martin went to find the prepared gifts and said, "This is a big crew, with money." Blake looked at every room and asked, "Which one should I stay in?" "You can choose whatever you want." Martin found the gift box and said, "Give me your hand." Blake stretched out his hand and closed his eyes in cooperation. Martin took out the Cartier women's watch and put it on Blake himself. Blake opened his eyes and was surprised. "It's so beautiful." Martin put the box down and said, "I originally wanted to mail it back to Los Angeles, but then you said you were coming to New York, and I thought about putting it on you personally, so I didn't mail it." Blake took a step forward, hung her arms around Martin's neck, and raised her head slightly. Martin didn't hesitate, and lowered his head to kiss her. The soft and sweet kiss gradually turned fierce. Blake suddenly broke free, took a step back, and sat on the sofa. "I'll take a shower first." Martin said, "I'll help you fill the water." Blake nodded slightly, went to pack his suitcase, took a bath towel and other toiletries, and went into the bathroom. Martin was filling the bathtub. The male god's back was almost perfect. Blake took a few steps back, just like when he was running with the ball when playing beach football. He swung his long legs and rushed up, bumping into Martin. Martin was very cooperative. When Blake bumped into him, he fell into the bathtub with a plop. His big feet deliberately smashed hard on the water surface, and the splashing water was like waves, splashing on Blake. He pulled Blake into the bathtub with his hand, and his whole body was immediately soaked. Blake propped up her body, faced Martin, and took off her wet t-shirt. A dog-licking female fan. The ultimate goal of chasing idols is only one pushing down. That night, Blake Lively successfully slept with her idol. Martin also gave her a nearly perfect adult gift. When the sun rose again, Blake opened her eyes, saw Martin, and went over to kiss him on the cheek. "Good morning, Blake's boyfriend." Martin kissed her forehead. "Good morning, Martin's girlfriend." Blake rushed over, hugged him tightly, bit and scratched him randomly, and Martin laughed out loud. "Because of the itch," she said. "I'm sure, now that all this is true, I'm not dreaming. My dream has come true. Tell me the truth. Have you wanted to sleep with me for a long time?" Martin, the scumbag, couldn't wait to turn the tables. "Have you been planning to push me down?" Blake had already succeeded, so there was nothing wrong to admit. "When the Jeans crew first arrived in Mexico, I just thought you were handsome and strong, and you were my type. Later, after the Rattler battle, I thought about how to sleep with you." She was very happy that her plan was successful. "After Burbank Middle School, I swore that I would sleep with you, even if I had to throw away my face. Don't you know that this is the best gift from a female fan to a male god? 10,000 words are updated every day. Please vote for me." Chapter 243 You Are Discriminating. Chapter 243 You Are Discriminating. In the coffee shop of the Four Seasons Hotel, Thomas, who had just rushed over from Los Angeles, was a little anxious and looked at the entrance from time to time. A few minutes later, Martin finally appeared at the door. Thomas waved over there. Martin asked for a cup of coffee and came to sit opposite Thomas. "I just called yesterday, and you rushed over today." Thomas said, "You have a lot of influence now. Dating a girlfriend is not a small matter. It affects many people. I must come to deal with it as soon as possible." He asked, "Did you go out on the street in public?" "No," Martin said without embarrassment. "I stayed in the hotel room for 2 days over the weekend." Thomas reminded, "Be careful not to make people sick." Martin nodded. "I pay attention. A girlfriend is not a temporary female companion. You have to communicate well with her. It's best not to make it public at this stage. As an agent, Thomas's first consideration is naturally work. I'm asking Natasha to communicate with the wanted crew. It would be best if your relationship can cooperate with the film promotion. Martin would not object. I have no objection. I have had a preliminary chat with Blake, and there is no big problem. After all, he comes from a family of performing arts and understands a lot of operations in the circle, which makes people worry-free. Thomas added, Blake's agent is also from WMA. I talked to her before I came here. Blake will not go to college and has officially entered Hollywood. Her father Ernie is preparing a second movie for her. Your relationship with her also meets their needs. Martin thought for a moment and said, you and the wanted crew should make a detailed plan for this matter and then send it to me or old Bruce. I will be responsible for talking to Blake herself. Thomas replied, okay, I will stay in New York for 2 days and then return to Los Angeles. The two left the cafe quickly. Martin met Bruce in the lobby and went upstairs together. While there was no one around, he told Bruce a brief story. Bruce asked, have you given up on Aniston? Martin was surprised. Have we made a plan related to Aniston? Bruce remembered, my suggestion was that you should take down Aniston after Charlie. He shrugged, it's not necessary now. Martin didn't want to deal with this jerk. Bruce handed the People magazine in his hand to Martin. Julie went to Africa from the Middle East and stayed in Africa for a long time. She will return to North America next month. If she knew you have a formal girlfriend, she will probably go crazy. Martin said directly, after a few sticks, she will be obedient. Bruce knew that Martin was in contact with Charlie and asked, when did she and Pitt announce their breakup? I guess Pitt has already known about it. Martin said casually, the two may be discussing it and then attract a wave of traffic. After Mr. and Mrs. Smith was released, Charlie ran to the Middle East and Africa and didn't see Pitt at all. It would be weird if Pitt didn't notice the problem after a while. Martin returned to the room and found Blake packing his luggage. He asked, have you booked the tickets? The flight is for tomorrow morning. Blake was very helpless. Dad just called me and he is going to put together a new project. She came over and kissed Martin. The Jeans project was a great success. Dad has the support of Warner. I will continue to play the leading role. The new project should still be a youth comedy similar to Jeans. Martin had just talked with Thomas about Ernie Lively and said, since you choose not to go to college, just focus on your development and go back. Blake was reluctant. We just got together. At most 10 days, my part will be over, and I will go back to Los Angeles after that. Martin talked about a series of matters that might arise between the two of them. My agent, Thomas, has communicated with your agent, and they both think that our affairs should not be made public for the time being. Blake took over the conversation. Dad knows I came to you, and he also told me about this when he called me just now. Born into a performing arts family, it was easy for her to accept these, and she even felt that there was no problem. If you have no objection, we will deal with it as they say for the time being. Martin nodded. Okay. Hollywood's business permeates every aspect, including the emotions and even marriages of celebrities. Blake held out her hand. Give me a key to your house. I'll stay at your place for one night when I get bored of staying at home. Martin gave her a set of keys. The master bedroom on the second floor, the auxiliary building, is where old Bruce lives. They were about to part, and in order to sleep with the male god more times, Blake didn't leave the room at all, and the two of them stayed up until midnight. The next morning, Martin had to rush to the crew to shoot early, and Bruce sent Blake to the airport. Matt Damon had very few scenes, and he left New York after the shooting was completed last week. The crew's shooting has entered the final stage. In the past few days, the crew has organized media activities for advance publicity. Martin came to the set after putting on makeup. Scorsese looked at him and asked, do you need to rest for another morning? No. Martin thought to himself, director, you have to maintain your style. Don't learn from that old bastard Nicholson. I'm in good shape now. Scorsese nodded, returned to the director's seat, and sighed that young people are still good. Leonardo came over, hit Martin on the arm, and angrily said, Jack and I have unanimously decided to expel you from the three scumbags. Martin was dissatisfied. Why? Am I not a scumbag enough? Nicholson came over with a cigar in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. People with a regular girlfriend are not worthy of standing side by side with us. Martin pointed at them and said, "You are discriminating. Discrimination, do you understand?" Scorsese shouted at this time, "Jack, get out of the set." Nicholson left the set that was arranged as a rooftop of a building. The crew then cleared the set and asked the media friends who were taking pictures to temporarily turn off their cameras and video cameras, but they could watch and shoot. Martin and Leonardo familiarized themselves with the movements, and the scene of the two protagonists confronting each other on the rooftop began to be filmed. The lines of this scene are completely based on fakes. In just a few dozen seconds, Martin and Leonardo would burst out at least one fake every second on average. There is no poetic feeling. It is all American street realistic style. Martin and Leonardo were both in very good condition. In the moment of extreme anger, Leonardo did not over-rely on his signature 3-shot combo to express his emotions. Even so, it took 5 consecutive long shots to satisfy Scorsese. Then, there was a small-scale gunfight scene. Another traitor blew Leonardo's head, and Martin blew the heads of the traitor and the detective played by Mean with a quick gun. The characters' emotions were concentrated in this moment. Martin and Leonardo were tired after the shooting and sat in the rest area without saying a word until the crew changed the scene. Nicholson came on the set to shoot. In a passionate scene between Franco and his mistress indoors, the old bastard showed the bad side of the old school actors. He asked to pour something like flour on the buttocks of the actress who played the mistress. After being rejected by the actress, he asked to throw sex toys all over the set and pour coke on the actress's naked back. Scorsese did not think this was a problem, and the actress readily agreed. After shooting these consecutive scenes, Nicholson also came to the rest area. Even a scumbag like Leonardo couldn't stand it. "You are so fucking childish. This is evil, not childish," Nicholson argued. "Compared to my old buddy Brando, my professionalism is at least an Empire State Building higher." Martin agreed with this. "Old bastard, you really know how to compare yourself to others." Nicholson said, "Yesterday, I did a good thing, and you will all praise me after hearing it." Martin said, "I know that the paparazzi who has been guarding in front of the Four Seasons Hotel for a long time has a broken motorcycle exhaust pipe. I'm going to kill you, Martin." Nicholson made a throat-cutting gesture to Martin and said, "I went to see a stage play, and a 15-year-old girl named Lawrence actually seduced me and asked me to bring her into the circle. I firmly refused." Martin exposed his old bottom. "You are afraid, not conscious." Nicholson rarely refuted, but was silent for a moment, thinking of an old friend. After the filming in the afternoon, Martin and the other two were interviewed by reporters together. There was nothing special, just commercial mutual praise. In each other's mouth, the other is the best actor in Hollywood with the best acting skills, the best personality, and the most dedicated. Near the middle of September, Martin's part was coming to an end. In a police operation, Colin took the opportunity of Frank being alone and shot his boss. On the set, gunshots rang out, and Nicholson fell into the bucket of the excavator. Martin put down his gun, looked over there with a complicated expression, and suddenly felt much more relaxed, shouting for support. As director Scorsese called a stop and passed, Martin went over to pull Nicholson up and hugged him. "Old bastard, when we return to Los Angeles, you must invite me to your house on Bad Boy Avenue for a party." Nicholson and Marlon Brando lived on Mulholland Drive in Beverly Hills for several years, and Warren Beatty also lived nearby, so this road was called Batman Avenue in the circle. "No problem," Nicholson responded. Martin walked out of the set and shook hands with the crew one by one to express his gratitude. Because the inventory was seriously insufficient, and he didn't bring it with him, he didn't give away souvenir sets. Old Bull has placed an order with Australia. Martin came to Scorsese, shook hands first, then hugged him. "Director, this role has benefited me a lot. Under your guidance, I can feel that my acting skills have reached a new level." Scorsese nodded slightly and said, "You are very talented. I have never seen a few people of your age who act better than you. Martin, act well and don't let this talent down." Martin pointed to his heart. "I will keep it in mind." Finally, Leonardo came over and presented a commemorative gift on behalf of the crew, handcuffs in a glass gift box. During the filming, he used this pair of prop handcuffs to handcuff Martin. Leonardo whispered, when I return to Los Angeles, I will call a big party. If you dare not come, I will expel your bastard membership. Faced with the coercion of Hollywood superstars, what can a small actor like Martin do? He can only agree. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. Be gentle next time. When Martin returned to his home in the Coty community, he found that the house was cleaned up. On the coffee table in the living room, there was a note from Blake. She had specially cleaned the house. Even the wine cabinet and refrigerator were filled with several kinds of wine that Martin often drank. Bruce took out 2 bottles of wine and gave one to Martin, saying, "This girl cares about you more than Eliza and Julie." Martin took out his cell phone and called Blake. "My father, my brother, and I went to another city to meet the screenwriter to buy the script." Blake said with regret, "It will take a few days to return to Los Angeles." Martin said, "It doesn't matter. I'm in Los Angeles recently." After chatting for a while, he just hung up the phone and someone called in. The number showed Harold, the chairman of the social committee. Martin answered the call immediately and said hello. The other end said, "I just saw a report online. Are you back from New York? The paparazzi are so fast now." Martin sighed and said, "I just entered the house less than half an hour ago." Harold invited, "Today is the community's wine tasting day. If you have time at 3 p.m., you can come to the community theater square to participate." Martin had never participated in a community event before, so he agreed immediately. "I will be there on time." He put away his phone. There will be free wine tasting in the afternoon. Bruce immediately put down the unopened can of beer. "I'll save my stomach and drink the free wine in the afternoon." Before 3 p.m., Martin entered the community theater. The theater has a square that can be used for public events. At this time, there are many long dining tables and plastic tables and chairs for rest, filled with various kinds of wine, beer, Budweiser, Blue Ribbon, Heineken and Corona, etc. There is no shortage of other red wine, tequila, and whiskey. There are also advertisements on the scene, and there must be brand promotion activities. After all, those who live in the Coty community are all high quality customers. Harold came over, shook hands with Martin, and said, "I saw a photo of you and Director Scorsese in the newspaper. Will you bring a masterpiece this time?" Martin smiled and replied, "Director Scorsese's works have always been a guarantee of quality." Harold led Martin and Bruce into the venue. Wine tasting day is an open event. You can taste all kinds of wines at will and socialize freely. The community also creates a social platform for residents. Martin saw that many people came to the scene. "I feel it." After Harold left, Bruce went to get a small glass of golden whiskey. Martin took a sip, and it tasted good. He was about to find someone he knew to join the socializing, and his neighbor across the road, Gillian Flynn, a reporter working for Entertainment Weekly, came over. "Hi, Martin." She was not polite. After saying hello, she asked directly, "Can you reveal some news about Scorsese's new film? Some things can be said to outsiders, and the crew also needs the protagonists to promote it." Martin lowered his voice. "Others can't tell. We are neighbors. I'll give you a little news." Gillian said, "Yes, we are neighbors." Martin changed to a mysterious tone. "The role played by Jack Nicholson this time is called The Ultimate Incarnation of Evil by Director Scorsese." Gillian immediately took out a notebook from her pocket, wrote it down, and asked, "Neighbor, is there anything else?" How could Martin miss the opportunity to brag about himself? "In order to prepare for the role in this film, I went to BPD to experience life, patrolled with the patrolmen, fought against crime and drug trafficking with the detectives in the detective bureau, and learned a lot of professional skills." Gillian wrote it all down, and wanted to ask again. Martin interrupted in advance, "We can't say any more. If I say more, the crew will come to me and hold me accountable for breach of contract and leaking the news." Gillian put away her pen and notebook and said with a smile, "You are a good neighbor." Martin joked, "According to the rules of your industry, shouldn't you pay me a news informant fee?" Gillian also smiled, "No problem, I can apply for it." No need, we are neighbors, we should help each other. Martin's information is not given for free, you never know, I may need your help someday. Entertainment Weekly is one of the most famous entertainment magazines in the United States. Gillian smiled and said, call me if you need me. Just then, a middle-aged man came over. She called out to him and said to Martin, let me introduce you to a friend. Martin attended the wine tasting to expand his social circle and nodded immediately, okay. When the middle-aged man came over, Gillian introduced him. This is Alan Green. He is the distribution editor of the Los Angeles branch of Empire magazine. Like me, he also writes novels part-time. She signaled with her eyes. Alan, there's no need to introduce Martin. Empire is the largest film magazine in the UK and is distributed in North America, Australia, Russia, etc. Martin shook hands with Alan and exchanged a few words. Alan spoke with a British accent. I didn't expect you to move to this community, Martin. Martin smiled. It just so happens that I'm a neighbor of Gillian. He was very curious. In your industry, do you all write novels part-time? Gillian replied, what kind of writing can I do? I have only written a few short stories, and I can publish them, because I know a lot of people. Alan is different. The long novels he has written have been published. Martin asked Alan, can I have the honor of reading your work? Alan said, of course. It's called Dark Realm. I can give you a copy. Martin thought that the editor of Empire magazine would be useful, so he specially exchanged contact information with him. My home is not far from here. I'll go back and get a copy. Alan Green left the square in a hurry. Gillian said, it's not easy to persist in amateur creation. Most of the sales of published works are actually very average, but everyone has a thought. If they are noticed by a film company and adapted into a movie, they will become rich. After all, the proportion of original movies in Hollywood's popular movies is shockingly low, and most of them come from adaptations. Martin asked directly, is this also your motivation for creation? Gillian nodded slightly, of course, so I have been persisting. She was not polite. With you as a neighbor, I think my hope is a little greater. Martin said, one day when you write a work, I can be the first reader. Gillian smiled and said, by the way, please recommend it to me. Martin nodded, no problem. It's just a recommendation, and it's not his decision whether the film company will use it or not. Alan came back from home soon and gave Martin a signed novel. Martin looked at the title Dark Realm on the cover and handed it to Bruce behind him. I'll take a closer look when I get back. Bruce put the book away and felt that Martin might not be able to finish reading the novel in a month. Alan was very happy and also had some hope of getting Martin to recommend it. Hi, neighbors, you are here. Mr. Jones, an artist whose daughter works in the Sacred Valley, walked over quickly, followed by a young girl who held his arm tightly. Alan nodded and took his leave. Jones smiled at Gillian, then shook hands with Martin and introduced the beautiful girl next to him. This is my daughter Jenna, who is engaged in artistic creation in the Sacred Valley. She has a new film released recently. She must support the genuine products. Martin said politely, I'm a firm supporter of genuine products. Jenna took the initiative to shake hands with Martin. Hello, Martin, I like your eyes behind the mountain. Martin paused for a moment. He couldn't say that he liked your Sacred Valley film very much, right? He smiled. My pleasure. Jenna continued the topic of her father just now. This weekend, my new film will hold a premiere ceremony in West Hollywood, and seats have been reserved for relatives and friends. Martin and Gillian both declined because they didn't have time. After chatting for a while, Jenna saw a familiar friend and left here alone. Gillian also left. Jones continued to chat with Martin. As a father, he was very concerned about his daughter. Martin, you know a lot of people in Hollywood. If there is a suitable role, please introduce it to Jenna. He also said politely, if you need any art, you can come to me. Martin thought of something, searched his pockets, but found that he didn't bring any, so he asked Bruce, do you have any bullhorn carvings? Because Martin often gave gifts to people, Bruce had some with him and handed it to him. Martin handed the clown carving to Jones. You are a senior practitioner in the art industry. How is this carving? Jones looked at it carefully and rubbed it with his hand. It's a little rough, but it's very creative. The knife skills are okay, but the professional training is not enough. He looked at the bottom of the clown. Lily Carter? Martin asked. Do you think she has talent in this area? Not bad. Jones was obviously not being polite. She needs a good teacher. Different trades are like different mountains. Martin asked Bruce to inquire about the neighbors and knew that Jones was a senior practitioner. Do you know anyone in this field? Jones said, I know a sculptor at the California Institute of the Arts. Martin briefly explained Lily's situation. Jones suggested that, if Lily wanted to develop in this industry, she could apply for the California Institute of the Arts. This is the earliest private college invested and established by Walt Disney. With Martin's connections in Hollywood, he can certainly get a heavyweight letter of recommendation. Even if she can't become a sculptor, it is not difficult to find a job as a special prop maker in Hollywood after graduation. The premise of all this, of course, depends on Lily's willingness. Martin made a note of this and called Atlanta. Jones's words turned around and came back to his daughter. It's a pity that I can't attend Jenna's new film launch this weekend. Martin was surprised. Didn't she reserve a seat? It's mainly because I would be embarrassed to see the male actor. Jones sighed. The clips will be played on the spot, and the male actor will come over to say hello. How should I respond? Martin thought about it carefully, and it was indeed difficult to respond. Jones said again, should I pat the male actor on the shoulder and say to the actor, boy, you did a good job just now. It would be better to be gentler next time. 2 updates today. Chapter 245 Time Management Master. Martin expressed his admiration for a true artist like Jones and had a drink with him. Art is a kind of belief that can make people transcend the world. Bruce poked Martin from behind and reminded him, Jennifer Aniston is in front of you on the left. Martin turned around and saw Aniston chatting with a woman. He asked, why is she here? Bruce said softly, Aniston is from Los Angeles and was born in Sherman Oaks. Later, her parents divorced and moved to New York. But after she became famous, her mother returned to Sherman Oaks. Martin said, you know it very well. I thought you would use it. Bruce said innocently, so I specifically learned about Aniston's information. Martin replied, you are really a qualified manager. He stretched out his hand, pen, and notebook. Bruce opened the bag he carried with him and took out a signature pen and autograph book. Martin often carried these dining utensils with him. While the person was gone, Martin simply went over to meet him. When they met, he said the classic line, excuse me. Aniston turned around and saw the person. She only needed to recognize who he was after a little recognition. Although the two had never really met, they both knew who the other was. Aniston smiled. Hello, Martin. Hello, Rachel. Martin handed over a pen and a notebook. This is a bit presumptuous, but since 1994, you have been my favorite female star. Not only an idol, but also my goddess. Aniston took the pen and notebook from Martin's hand, signed on them solemnly, and asked curiously, do you live in the Coty community? Martin nodded. I moved here at the end of June. He didn't know Aniston, so he started the topic from their common profession. Besides friends, have you had any new works recently? I will definitely support them. Aniston handed the pen and notebook to Martin. A movie was supposed to be filmed, but it was delayed due to some unexpected events. Martin understood what the unexpected events she was talking about and did not dwell on the topic. Friends ended too quickly. I really hope to be able to shoot it forever, so that when I get old, I can still see you on the screen. There will be a day to say goodbye after all. Aniston's words were slightly emotional. Martin took the initiative to talk. In fact, we can shoot a reunion of the 6 every year. I believe the audience will like it. Aniston was slightly stunned and said, that's a good idea. I will propose it to the production company. Martin followed suit. Leave me your contact information so that I can ask you about the latest progress at any time. Aniston gave Martin her personal business card. Martin also gave her his business card. Aniston watched Martin gradually walk away and suddenly remembered something. In April and May, many tabloids hyped up the scandal between Martin and Charlie. But Pitt had divorced her for Charlie. Aniston shook her head, unwilling to think about these bad people and bad things. Harold from the community committee pulled someone over and introduced him to Martin. This is Kane, the owner of the Angel Shooting Club. Standing in front of Martin was a man with neatly combed hair. He took the initiative to toast Martin and invited him. "I heard that Mr. Davis is very interested in shooting." Martin clinked glasses with him, took a sip of wine, and said, "I grew up in the slums of Atlanta. As far as I can remember, there has been a constant sound of gunfire. If we want to protect ourselves and our families, we have only one choice, which is to pick up a gun." Kane took the initiative to hand over a membership card. "The Angel Club will provide the most complete service." Martin took a look and saw that it was a 1-month pistol shooting experience card. He took it. "The club is in Sherman Oaks." Harold continued, "It's by the sea, very close to the community. The community's annual shooting competition is held in the Angel Club. Next month is the annual shooting competition day." Martin deliberately said, "Can I make an appointment for the championship in advance?" Kane said, "I'm also a member of the community, and I will participate in the competition then." Harold added, "Kane once served in Afghanistan. Many soldiers who came back from leave often go to the Angel Club. Martin, you will definitely gain something if you practice shooting there." Martin smiled and said, "I will definitely go over there as soon as possible." The shooting gallery in North Hollywood is limited in size and a bit far away, so Martin doesn't mind going to another one. The wine tasting lasted until the evening, and Martin and Bruce left. On the way back, they ran into Jones and Jenna again. Jenna deliberately lagged behind and said to Martin alone, "I heard about you from Caden." Martin was confused at first, and then he remembered who Caden she was talking about. "I have filmed zombie dancers with Jenna, and I got to know many artists through her." The latter title was very useful to Jenna. She took out a business card and secretly put it in Martin's hand. "If you organize a party and need a large number of young and beautiful girls, you can find me." Martin understood that she was trying to attract customers. Hollywood and the Sacred Valley are not completely isolated. Even some political bigwigs will go to the actresses in the Sacred Valley. Apart from anything else, the technology is absolutely superb. Jenna didn't finish her words. "Even young female models, I can contact them." Martin didn't respond, but just nodded slightly. There are many similar people and companies in Los Angeles, and it seems that the competition is also fierce. After returning home, Martin checked the time and called Atlanta. He chatted with Alina for a while, and then asked Alina to give the phone to Lily. "Why are you looking for her?" Alina asked directly. Martin said, "Regarding the university, I asked an expert in the art world to look at Lily's sculptures. The expert thought Lily had good talent, as it was related to her sister's future." Alina stopped talking and called Lily. In the Northville community, Lily listened to Martin's story and said, "California Institute of the Arts, right? It just so happens that I also want to apply to the university in Los Angeles next year, but my social practice is not good enough." Martin said, "I'll find someone to write a recommendation letter for you." He urged, "Practice more in your daily life. Let's do this. I will mail you a batch of horns later. It will be your 17th birthday gift in advance." Lily's face was almost flat. Who would give someone homework as a birthday gift? She was afraid that Martin would change his mind, so she didn't dare to show it. She said in a low voice, "Okay, mail more." "Okay, that's it." Martin hung up the phone. Lily's chest swelled up when she heard the busy tone, and she muttered, "I'll carve your clown into something more evil later." Alina asked, "Are you sure you want to apply to a university in Los Angeles?" Lily nodded, "Sure." Alina said, "Actually, local universities in Georgia or Ivy League schools are all good. With Martin's relationship with Coca-Cola, it's easy to find a suitable internship opportunity for you." Lily said, "I want to go to Los Angeles." Alina stared at her and slowly clenched her palm into a fist. Lily raised her hand and punched herself with a bang and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Alina didn't say anything. Lily punched herself again and said, "Before I graduate from high school, I can punch myself 5 times a year until you are satisfied." Alina waved her hand. "You have your own future. You have the freedom to choose." Lily stepped forward, hugged Alina, and muttered, "We are a family." Alina raised her head slightly to see Lily's eyes and truly realized that Lily was taller than her. Lily installed her phone and went back to her room. When she went upstairs, Paul, who lived downstairs, suddenly popped out of her room. The family she mentioned, besides my sister and me, there must be that idiot Martin. Elena stared at him fiercely. Go back and do your homework. If your grades don't improve, I will hire a tutor for you. Hall asked. A female tutor? Elena was still the same Elena. She picked up the baseball next to her and threw it out. Hall quickly shrank his head and the ball flew past his scalp. When Hall showed his head again, he found that another sister, Lily, was standing at the corner of the stairs staring at him, holding an oak baseball bat in her hand. The younger brother has no human rights. Hall could only return to his room and deal with his homework. Compared with digging holes to harm others, studying is too difficult. In the Cotty community, Martin hung up the phone and called Blake Lively again on time. She couldn't agree on the price of the movie script, and it would take some time. Many new screenwriters often think highly of themselves and want to become famous in one fell swoop and sell it for a high price. This idea is not wrong. Every script is the child of the screenwriter. But the status of screenwriters in the industry is really worrying, and producers want to squeeze screenwriters to the point where they can't take care of themselves. Martin hung up after talking on the phone for more than an hour. Just as he was about to take a shower, Julie called from Africa and talked about some lofty topics such as democracy, freedom, and saving children. Half an hour passed in a flash. Martin suddenly realized that he was unknowingly developing into a master of time management. Fortunately, this KO thief Julie has psychological problems, and it is estimated that she will be gone soon after she returns. Martin put down his phone and looked back. Bruce was sitting on the sofa reading a book seriously. Very good. There is another person who carries the burden. Old Bruce. Martin came out of the shower and found that Bruce was still reading a book. So absorbed. Martin asked curiously, Alan's novel is very exciting. Can you understand it? Bruce said, I'm your manager. This is my job. Under normal circumstances, the biggest responsibility of a manager is to help clients choose projects and roles. But Martin's situation is special, and he never asks old Bruce for this. Bruce is more like a bodyguard and scavenger. Martin was very exhausted today and was going to sleep upstairs. He said to Bruce, read it carefully and tell me the story and your thoughts after you finish reading it. You have to wait 2 days. Bruce closed the book and went to the auxiliary building. My reading level is worse than yours. Martin said, although what I write is shit, I have no problem understanding books and scripts. Chapter 246 New Projects, New Choices. The next morning, Martin came to Century City and entered the WMA office building. As before, Bruce went to get close to assistant Natasha, and Martin went into Thomas' office alone. Thomas had a pile of documents on his desk. When he saw Martin coming in, he said, I'm ready. Martin took a bottle of water from the freezer and sat on the couch. Thomas put the documents on the coffee table and said, I've printed out all the scripts and projects that are suitable for the company, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Martin saw the first one, which was printed with one of Hasbro's signature toys, Optimus Prime. He took the script over. Thomas said, Hasbro, DreamWorks and Paramount are collaborating. DreamWorks is the adaptation producer, Spielberg is the producer himself, and the director is Michael Bay, who just messed up Escape from the Island. The expected investment is more than $150 million US. Martin didn't read the script and asked directly, the male lead. Thomas took the script, turned to one of the pages, pointed to a concept drawing of a soldier, and said, the second male lead, the captain of the US Special Operations Team. Martin still had some impression and vaguely remembered which role it was. Give up. Thomas opened his mouth, but couldn't help but said, this is a project of Spielberg and Michael Bay. Martin picked up the script and flipped through it and said, the real protagonists are Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. The male lead is at most third. What about the second male lead? Thomas put it aside for the time being and picked up the second material, a few pages of paper and a book titled The Last Man. He gave the book to Martin. David Heyman, the producer of the Harry Potter series under Warner Brothers, plans to remake Warner's old film I'm Legend. I heard that the plot is different from the original, and he plans to use the plot of The Last Man. Martin knew that the copyright of this movie was completely in the hands of Warner Brothers. Thomas added, I haven't got the script yet. We should use the one written in the 1990s. At that time, Warner intended to let Ridley Scott and Schwarzenegger partner up, but later gave up because the budget was too high. He said, "But I can be sure that the film is the model of one man, one dog and one gun that you mentioned. It is probably the success of the same model that helped Warner Brothers make up its mind." Martin asked, "What are the requirements for the male lead?" Thomas said, "The last person, as you can imagine from the name, has to rely on one person to support the entire film. New actors are definitely not within the consideration of Warner and David Heyman. The male lead must have enough box office appeal." Martin can recognize himself. "I don't have enough box office appeal." Thomas said, "If Wanted is a big success, maybe I can make some money." Martin said, "Keep an eye on this project and strive for it if you can." According to his understanding, the popularity of the novel and the original movie itself was part of the success of this film, and the appeal of the male lead was another part. Maybe the latter is more critical. The latter role comes from Zodiac Killer, which is confirmed to be directed by David Fincher. Susan Downey, who changed her last name after marriage, has already secured one of the main roles for Robert Downey Jr., and 3 other heavyweight roles are being recruited. This is also an adaptation. Thomas also prepared the original novel for Martin. Martin liked David Fincher's style in his previous life, and he had basically read all of his works. Zodiac should be a relatively mediocre one. Martin flipped through the script and said, "The main character's role is not prominent enough, so move him to the back." Thomas didn't say much, but took another document, also with a novel. "The director you told me to focus on, Christopher Nolan, the director of the new Batman movie, is going to adapt Priest's novel The Prestige into a movie. Warner Brothers has already bought the copyright, and Jonathan Nolan is currently writing the script." Martin asked the key question, "Has Warner Brothers given the green light to the project?" Thomas nodded. "It has been given the green light. If nothing unexpected happens, we will prepare for filming next year and release it in 2007. Martin took the novel of The Prestige. "Keep an eye on Nolan's project. If there is a chance, you can contact him or his wife first. Emma Thomas has been serving as the production manager for Nolan's project." Thomas asked, "She seems to be over 35 years old. Should we send Mean?" Martin shook his head. "Let's figure it out first, before we talk about anything else." Thomas nodded. "I understand." Martin picked out the 2 books, The Last Man and The Prestige, and said to Thomas, "Keep an eye on the 2 projects, I'm Legend and The Prestige, and give up on the others." In fact, Thomas was very optimistic about Transformers. After all, he could work with Spielberg, but Martin was also very realistic. There was a project where he could fight for the leading man, so why would he play a supporting role for a robot? "I will make appropriate contacts with Warner Brothers." Thomas had Martin as a client, and gradually he felt more confident. Martin took the book and said, "You continue to work, I'm leaving." Thomas sent him out of the office. Martin waved to Bruce and went downstairs together. Halfway through, he threw 2 novels to Bruce, New Gains. Bruce glanced at the cover and said, "I haven't finished reading the book Dark Realm, and you got 2 more copies." The 2 left the office building and got into the Escalade. Martin asked, "What's Alan's book about?" Bruce started the car and drove out slowly. When he got on the main road, he said, "The male protagonist is a writer. His personality is similar to yours. He daydreams all day long, but he has no ability. Anyway, he is a loser." Martin nodded. "A standard loser start. Is there a cheat?" "Cheat?" After listening to Martin's simple explanation of the word cheat, Bruce said, "Of course there is a cheat. The male protagonist encounters a kind of medicine. After taking it, it can stimulate a person's potential, including his stupid brain. He can even learn a foreign language in one day and master a skill, such as finance or fighting." Hearing this, Martin suddenly became serious. "Continue." "Bruce is not particularly good at telling stories, so he can only express it in his own way. After taking that kind of medicine, an idiot becomes a smart person. Making money is like picking up fallen leaves in the woods, and he can also exude the charm of Leonardo in Titanic." He tried to organize his words. His abnormality was discovered by a capitalist. I haven't watched the rest, but I think it should be that the capitalist seizes the drug, and the male protagonist fights back with the power of the drug. Martin thought of a movie he had seen, which was once a favorite of losers and a representative work of Yai movies. The Chinese translation should be Never Ending. He still remembers watching this movie with a group actor. After watching it, the guy fantasized about taking this kind of medicine for a long time. He was nicknamed, "Can't Stop Taking Medicine." The movie is very suitable for ordinary people. Taking medicine will turn you into a superman, making a lot of money, and picking up many beautiful women. The author Alan Green is worthy of working in an entertainment magazine. He knows what ordinary people envy most about Hollywood stars. Isn't it just luxury houses, luxury cars, beautiful women, and the most important, money? As for the original leading actor, it is estimated that he is still a small actor who is not in the mainstream. Martin asked, "Where is the novel? Did you take it with you?" Bruce pointed to the armrest box. "It's inside." Martin opened it and took out the novel Alan gave him. "Let's find a place to read." Bruce found a coffee shop nearby, parked the car, and went into the shop with Martin. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, he patiently read the novel. Martin quickly browsed Dark Realm and Bruce started reading The Prestige. The 2 poor students read very seriously. Martin is not good at writing, but he has no problem with basic reading. The novel is of course very different from the movie, but the main plot and framework are roughly the same as Never Ending. Martin can be sure that this is the original novel of the movie. He took out his mobile phone and called Thomas. "Please help me check a novel called Dark Realm. The author is Alan Green, and how many sales it has." On the day of the wine tasting, Gillian once said that Alan Green had only created this one work so far. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Thomas called back. It was published in 2001, and only less than 40,000 copies have been sold so far. Martin was not suitable to come forward in person. You and Jessica contact the publishing house and the author himself, and buy the film and television adaptation rights of this novel in the name of my film studio. Thomas didn't understand. It has a limited number of readers, and is not very valuable. Martin said, because of this, it won't cost much to buy it. If it can't be adapted, the loss won't be much. Thomas thought about it, and it made sense, and said, "Let Jessica talk to it, and I'll be her deputy." Martin said, "Okay, I'll rest assured with you watching." Thomas moved quickly. "I'll go to the studio now." Martin called Jessica first. If there was no special business, she and Emily would stay in Davis studio to deal with fan and online matters. Bruce had already put down The Prestige and pointed at the novel. "Are you sure it's the next target?" Martin put away the novel. "It won't be a problem to get the adaptation rights for this one." He took a look at the other 2 novels separately. "If we can get the protagonist of one of these 2, it can be said to be a surprise." Bruce said, "Nolan? He's not very famous. I haven't heard of his other works, except the new Batman movie." Martin simply said, "He is now one of the top new directors. Warner Brothers attaches great importance to him. Legendary Pictures, which is under its umbrella, strongly supports him because he has revitalized Batman. The Old Man and the Big Super are the most important assets of DC and Warner Brothers." Martin picked up the book. "Let's go." Bruce followed him out. "It's a pity that Batman has no superpowers." Martin asked casually, "Does having money count?" Bruce was stunned. "If you are as rich as him, it counts. Having money is the most realistic, and you can let the whole city play with you." Chapter 247 Hollywood is too conservative. On the streets of New York, it was still hot at noon. Young Ted had just finished visiting a customer and stopped his car next to a convenience store. He went into the store to buy an ice Coke. Inside the transparent freezer, a new pattern was printed on a red can. The convenience store owner suddenly said, "Blue is also good. Red is my religion." Ted opened the freezer, took out a red can, pointed to the new image of Martin on it, and said, "He is my leader." Another young customer in the store suddenly said, "Coke God, forever." Ted raised the can and responded with the most popular words from Martin's blessing speech, "May the world have Coca-Cola." The convenience store owner muttered to himself that the people in the Coke God were all a bunch of stupid people brainwashed by Martin Davis. Ted took another can, paid the bill, returned to the car, opened a can, and drank it in a big gulp. In the hot weather, He felt cool from head to toe. He looked at the pattern on another can. The leader Martin had changed his appearance, jumped up in ordinary clothes, and threw out a can of Coca-Cola with his right hand. The following sentence, "I control my own life." Back at the company, Ted logged into MSN during his break and entered the New York fan group. He found that someone had posted pictures in it. 2 pictures were shocking, wanted posters. The first one, Wesley. The following one was Martin's image. Ted picked up the unopened can of Coke and found that the image on the wanted poster was almost exactly the same as the can. The only difference was that Martin was holding a gun instead of Coke in the wanted poster. Another picture, Fox. The image was Angelina Jolie, who was holding a pistol with an extended magazine. Obviously, this was a movie promotion. At the beginning of this year, Ted won the opportunity to attend the premiere through the lucky draw of the Eyes Across the Mountain viral marketing. Soon after returning, he joined Martin's fan group in New York and successfully bought a commemorative Coke, becoming a member of the Coke cult. The guy next to him came over on a swivel chair and picked up an unopened Coke. Martin's new movie Wanted is about to be released. Go buy it yourself. Ted snatched back the Coke and said, "This time the movie is being marketed in conjunction with Coca-Cola." The guy pointed to the Wanted on the computer and then to the can pattern. They also launched a movie flavored Coke. Ted said, "Coca-Cola is good to the leader. It's all about commercial interests." The guy said, "Didn't you see their latest financial report? In the quarter after signing Martin, sales increased by 7% thanks to the marketing of the Coke cult." Ted stuffed a Coke into his hand and said, "Never mind, it's coming out in November, and you'll treat me then." As October was approaching, the promotion and marketing of Wanted began to be fully launched, and the main poster was officially released. Martin and Julie were on the left and right of the poster, and Morgan Freeman, whose image was nearly 2/3 smaller, stood behind and above the 2 protagonists with his usual good image. 3 celebrity actors with certain market appeal all appeared on the main poster. Jolie has not returned from Africa yet, but news about her has frequently appeared in the news, especially in the international current affairs section. Her photos with war refugees. Her photos as the ambassador of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Her handwritten articles. They have appeared in the mainstream media in North America one after another. America also needs such a person to stand up at this time. To some extent, Jolie also caters to the needs of the mainstream America. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which was released in June, has accumulated more than $180 million in North American box office and more than $340 million worldwide, which has successfully turned around Jolie's main business in the film industry and increased her appeal. Actively participating in social current affairs has raised her own style and expanded her influence. In the post-production studio of Warner Studios, Martin is wearing a headset and dubbing several shots. "That fat woman is the most disgusting boss in the world. She makes us do repetitive work every day and doesn't want to pay overtime for overtime. I'm so depressed that I'm about to explode. It's so miserable." Martin said this line with emotion. Director Leterrier was French, and he shouted, "Well said, Martin, I really doubt that you have been abused by your boss." Martin took off his headset, came out of the recording studio, and asked, "What did you say?" Leterrier repeated it. Martin shrugged, "I have met some unscrupulous bosses in Atlanta." Leterrier said, "As a matter of course, if you encounter it many times, you should unite and start a strike. We French are either on strike or preparing to strike." Martin said, "After all, it's Paris." Leterrier nodded. "Parisians are experienced and have traditions in this regard." Martin asked curiously, "Don't the PD in Paris suppress it? They are often surrounded." Leterrier didn't seem to be joking. "Then take off your weapons and join the strike. PD is also a job, and of course you have the right to strike." Martin thought it made sense. Today's work ended here, and the two left the recording studio together. A beautiful French actress was waiting at the door. When she saw Leterrier, she hugged him and kissed him passionately. Martin was ready to leave. Leterrier broke away from his female companion and introduced, "My girlfriend Ella." Ella was tall and had a great figure. She took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, Martin." Martin shook her hand and exchanged a few words. Famous directors are like stars, they never lack female companions. Martin remembered that when the filming started, Letaria's girlfriend was not this one. During the filming, she changed her boyfriend and changed to a girlfriend again at the end of the filming. Now it seems that the girlfriend has changed again. Letaria patted Ella on the back. Wait for me in the front hall. I have something to talk to Martin. Ella was very obedient and went to the front hall obediently. Letaria signaled Ella's back with his eyes. How is it? Very sexy? Martin praised. You have a very good taste. He originally thought that the French director wanted to show off, but who knew that Letaria's next sentence was unexpected. Are you interested in having sex with her? Martin looked at the top of Letaria's head in surprise. Letaria was very open. We can go together tonight. Martin would certainly refuse such an informal invitation. I have a steady girlfriend and I love her very much. Letaria was somewhat disappointed. Okay, let's talk some other day. Martin left first. Bruce appeared from the corner and followed him. Letaria couldn't help but frown. Hollywood is so conservative. Martin went to the other side of the conference room and waited for Thomas and the people from Warner Brothers to come. Bruce also came in and saw that there was no one else in the room, so he said, the director is very disappointed. Martin reminded, you forgot that he is a two-way plug and had a boyfriend during the filming. Bruce said, there are so many people with quirks in this circle. Fame and fortune magnify people's desires. Martin patted him and pointed at himself. We are the same. Bruce said, no, we are not as perverted as them. There was a newspaper next to him. Martin saw Julie at a glance. He took it and found that the New York Times actually published an article signed by Julie. The title is very Julie. In the future, the way we deal with the refugee crisis will become a yardstick for considering freedom, democracy and human rights. The article lists the data that Julie obtained during her investigation in the Middle East and Africa. It must be said that this woman can be made into a saint by the American media. The social environment cannot be ignored, but the key lies in her own marketing. The door of the conference room opened from the outside, and Thomas and Daniel came in together, each pulling out a chair and sitting down. Daniel saw the newspaper in Martin's hand and said, I have communicated with Julie and asked her to come back in the middle or end of next month. At present, she is constantly arguing with Pitt on the phone, trying to maintain the relationship until she returns to Los Angeles and then officially announces the breakup. Martin understood. Then there will be a large wave of traffic, and the American media will be crazy about it again. Daniel said, Julie found a very good reason to break up. In the future, in addition to movies and children, she will devote all her energy to charity and refugee relief, and will not waste time on personal feelings. Martin is sure that Julie has awakened. Once this operation comes out, the liberal media will blow her up. Daniel added, so, the focus of publicity during this period will be on you. Martin would of course actively cooperate, no problem. What are the specific plans? Your relationship with Blake Lively is a key point. Regarding Martin's personal affairs, Thomas took over the conversation. I have fully communicated with Blake's agent and her father Ernie. As soon as Blake returns to Los Angeles, you will make your relationship public, and the new project planned by Ernie will also be announced to the public at the same time. Martin asked, the moment Blake comes out of the airport and I go to pick him up. Daniel shook his head. It's not appropriate. The occasion is too messy, and there are too many uncontrollable factors in the photos taken. He specifically explained, the first photo you make public must be beautiful enough to attract more people's attention. So we planned a street shoot that is completely under control. Street shoot has never been street shoot. Martin understood this very early and responded, okay, you planned the details. Daniel asked, if you and Blake live together in the future, please notify the crew in time. Martin chose the path of a star, so he was aware of this. I will notify you at least 3 days in advance. The ownership of the photos belongs to Martin and Blake, of course, and they will be sold to the media. These are all conventional publicity methods. Daniel provided a detailed plan, and some things that happened during the filming of The Crew will also be used for publicity and hype. For example, Martin humbly learned acting from Morgan Freeman and asked for his experience in playing various roles. Martin thought of something that could be used for publicity. Next month, There will be a shooting competition in my Cotty community. If I can get a good ranking, I can also report it. This is fine. Daniel nodded. It fits the role's positioning. When leaving the studio, Martin met the action director Chad, who lived on the edge of Malibu, not far from the Angel Shooting Club. Martin simply asked him to practice shooting together on the weekend. Chapter 248 Success and Failure. In the outdoor shooting range, Martin held the M9 pistol tightly in both hands and moved quickly with tactical movements. As the gunshots continued, the gangsters fell one by one. In the safe area outside the field, the club owner Kane said, "He has good shooting skills. He is definitely one of the best in Hollywood." Bruce was also a soldier and shared the same topic with him. He continued, "He has some talent and is willing to spend time practicing." Chad asked curiously, "Why?" Bruce explained simply, "In the place where we live, if you want to be civilized, guns are a basic guarantee." The gunshot stopped at this time, and Martin turned off the safety and came out of the shooting range. Kane glanced at the stopwatch in his hand, 1 minute and 55 seconds, and no mistakes. "This result is quite good. Even if I play, I won't be much better than you." Martin put away his gun and asked, "Is this what the community shooting competition is about?" Kane shook his head. "No, it's fixed target shooting. That's my specialty." Martin boasted without any capital. "Whether it's a pistol or a rifle, it's definitely full ring." Kane laughed. "Today I met a competitor. A staff member came over and said, 'Boss, Marcus is here,' and he brought his 2 dogs." Kane said something and walked back. Martin and the other 2 simply went back to the room together. The man who came to Kane was a strong man with a beard, holding 2 dogs in his hands. Kane asked, "Are you going back to Afghanistan?" Marcus squatted beside the dogs. "They can only be fostered with you. You guys always leave your pets with me." Kane went over and stroked the dog's head. "Should I charge you double?" Marcus just smiled and looked behind Kane. Kane said, "Let me introduce you to some new friends. With more friends, it will be easier for you to find a new job when you retire." He called a staff member, took the 2 dogs away, and then brought Marcus to Martin and others, introducing them one by one. Although Marcus is not a fan of celebrities, he also took a photo with Martin. Several people came to the rest area and sat together to chat. Marcus is currently serving in Afghanistan. He came back for vacation this time and will return to Afghanistan in a few days. Bruce was a soldier and was very curious about the situation in Afghanistan. He also had common topics with Marcus and Harold, and the conversation was quite heated. Martin would occasionally interject a sentence or 2. Chad also asked a lot of questions. Marcus was very interested in Chad and kept talking about some topics related to action guidance. "I have a colleague who joined the army and worked as an extra in Hollywood. He suggested that I should consider this career after leaving the army." Chad didn't know how hard it was to meet, so he said vaguely, "Hollywood shoots a lot of gun battles every year." Marcus said, "I will be discharged next year. I will ask you for advice when I come back from Afghanistan." Chad replied, "No problem. You have my contact information. You can call me at any time." Martin and Bruce looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Chad, an old stuntman who has been in Hollywood for more than 10 years, also heard something wrong. According to the model of Hollywood movies, Marcus' words were definitely raising a flag. In Hollywood movies, anyone who said such words is almost like a cold shoulder. Marcus didn't stay for long and quickly said goodbye and left. Martin and others went to the fixed target range again to continue practicing shooting. At noon, Thomas called. Martin and others finished lunch nearby and rushed to the studio. Martin had enough money on hand. Davis Image Studio officially moved out of the Pacific Pictures office building this month and rented the 2nd floor of Warner Studios across the street as an office. The equipment was relatively simple. After all, it was a shell company that was convenient for investment and legal tax avoidance. When Martin arrived, Thomas and Jessica were already waiting in the reception room. The former said, "There are some things about the negotiation of Dark Realm that I need to explain to you." Martin originally thought that he would be able to get the copyright smoothly. "Are there any competitors?" "No." Thomas said, "It's more troublesome than I thought. Alan Green is a member of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, which is similar to the Screen Actors Guild. They sent representatives to participate in the negotiations. In addition, the publisher of the book is Random House, the largest publisher in North America, and the adaptation copyright cannot be bypassed by them. Martin pointed out the key in one sentence: copyright fees. Thomas said, they want $300,000 in upfront fees, and the later share stipulated by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association. Martin could understand this. If you join the association and pay dues, the association will naturally guarantee the interests of its members. Its model is similar to the Screenwriters Guild. Therefore, whenever the conditions are right, screenwriters or writers will actively join their respective organizations. Martin said directly, the copyright fee can be reduced as much as possible, and the share in the later stage can only be the lowest. Thomas looked at the time and called Jessica. Let's go again, and try to negotiate it today. Bring Jessica out earlier, and he, as an agent, can be relieved. These things are not part of the normal work scope of an agent. But Thomas has no choice, as he only has Martin as a client who can support him. 2 days later, the film and television adaptation rights of Dark Realm were officially negotiated, with an initial fee of $200,000, plus the minimum 0.55 North American box office share stipulated by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association. As a member of the Actors Guild, Martin felt that the American Union was really good when he enjoyed the convenience and rights brought by the union. When he faced other unions and associations as an employer, he cursed and wanted to shoot them all. The relationship between the butt and the head is really too complicated. With Dark Realm in hand, Martin also met with the screenwriter Brad, who had worked with him on the wanted list. The latter said that he had to read the novel carefully before he could determine whether he was qualified. Screenwriters are like actors and directors. If a project goes wrong, it will inevitably affect their future. As for the director, Martin can only be sure that the film will definitely not be directed by a first-line director like David Fincher. He has no idea who it will be. He can only wait until the project has a prototype and then recruit a suitable director. There are 2 projects, I'm Legend and The Prestige, and the former has bad news. Thomas had a preliminary contact with producer David Heyman. Martin has been working with Warner Brothers, including the upcoming Wanted, which I know very well. David Heyman knew that Martin had people above and below him, so he spoke to Thomas politely. I watched the internal preview of Wanted, which is a very cool movie. Martin's acting skills and charm exploded. With my many years of experience in the industry, this movie will be successful without any surprises. Thomas just smiled. These are the truth. At the internal preview of Warner Brothers, Wanted received a good response. The truth is often followed by another meaning. Sure enough, David Heyman said, I personally have high hopes for Martin's future development. He may carry the box office alone in a few years, but the I'm Legend project will start shooting next year. This is a one-man show, and what is needed is a superstar who can carry the entire movie alone with his personal charm. At this point, Thomas knew that Martin had no chance, but he still smiled and tried his best to get along well with first-line producers like David Heyman. He said, the model of one man, one dog and one gun. Martin performed very well in The Hills Have Eyes. David Heyman agreed. Strictly speaking, it was the great success of this film that prompted me to make up my mind to promote the I'm Legend project. Thomas lamented, we met at the wrong time, and we can only say it's a pity that we missed it. David Heyman smiled and said politely, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Looking at the whole Hollywood, there will be no more than 5 suitable actors for this project. Thomas asked tentatively, David, who do you like? David Heyman thought about it and said directly, I have invited Will Smith, and he is still considering it. Thomas completely gave up. Martin is now much worse than Will Smith. If it weren't for the heroic effects of the Burbank High School incident and the spy incident, we would have just seen Will Smith's back. The $20 million salary plus the share of the post-production is huge. Thomas left Warner Pictures with a heavy heart. This time, he didn't need Martin to call him, he CPU himself. There is still a long way to go. Only when Martin becomes a superstar can I be qualified to be a partner of the company. Thomas touched his receding hairline and walked forward quickly with his bag. I believe in Martin and can't relax. The $1 million fortune is already waving at me. Then, he found Daniel, and through Daniel's relationship, he met Nolan's wife Emma Thomas, and had a cup of coffee. This is a very shrewd British woman who formed a husband and wife team with the director Nolan. One is responsible for shooting and production, and the other manages a studio and does logistics. Warner Brothers has given the green light to the deadly prestige project. After a brief chat, Thomas immediately gave up the plan to use the nuclear weapon mine. Emma Thomas has a good relationship with Nolan, and letting mine go up to lick him at this time will only have a negative effect. Thomas introduced Martin's information and the recommendation of Daniel, who was familiar to both parties, to Emma Thomas to strive for the opportunity of cooperation. With the revitalization of Batman, the most important asset of Warner Brothers and DC, the Nolans have more or less a say in their own film projects. Thomas is busy trying to get new roles and job opportunities for Martin. Martin is also very busy. After more than half a month of negotiations, Ernie Lively got the script of a campus comedy. After both parties sign the buyout contract, he will return to Los Angeles with the Black siblings. Black's project will be officially launched, and Martin is also promoting the new film. The two sides hit it off and decided to use Martin and Black as the explosive point to attract attention and promote publicity. A relative from my hometown is coming to see a doctor these days, and I have to go to the hospital frequently. I will try my best to keep updating twice a day. Middle-aged man. Chapter 249 Real Street Shoot. At the Hyatt Hotel in Los Angeles, a very ordinary car drove into the underground parking lot. Blake Lively took out her mobile phone, looked at the room number sent by Martin, got out of the car, and entered the special elevator room, and took the elevator to the top floor. The double elevator doors opened to both sides, and Blake saw her male god at a glance. She had just rushed back to Los Angeles from other places, and she couldn't wait to rush over. Martin was standing at the door, smiling at her. "Ah!" Blake screamed, and rushed over directly like a cannonball fired from a barrel. She bumped into Martin, and even her feet were lifted up. Martin hugged her tightly, and carried her into the room. Blake, the licking dog, opened his mouth and bit Martin's face. The door closed, and Martin slapped her toned buttocks with a snap, saying, "You bit the wrong place." Blake loosened her teeth, jumped off him, and showed 2 rows of neat and beautiful teeth. "No, I will bite all your places one by one and taste them all." The licking dog, who was greedy for the male god, has sublimated to a certain level. The female fans are very crazy and considerate. Just let the male god lie down. So, the plot that can be placed in the Holy Valley appears, the story that the male god and the female fans cannot describe. In Sherman Oaks, Martin's neighbor Gillian Flynn was busy all day and returned to the Coty community when it was getting dark. In a car, parked on the side of the road, the driver's window was lowered, and Bruce shouted over there, "I'm here." Gillian had received a call from Martin during the day, and immediately got on the passenger seat. "Old Bruce, is there anything that can't be explained over the phone?" Bruce said, "I'll send you a big news in Entertainment Weekly." Gillian immediately thought, "I remember the cover of the next issue will be Martin and Wanted." "That's not all," Bruce said roughly. "Martin is officially dating Blake, the heroine of Summer of Jeans. It has not been exposed yet. How about the relevant news and photos appearing in Entertainment Weekly?" Gillian was the deputy editor-in-chief of the celebrity page, and she immediately expanded on this topic. "I remember Blake was one of the 16 people directly rescued by Martin. The hero rescued the beauty, and the beauty fell in love with the hero. As long as we do a little work, the topic will definitely explode." Bruce said, "The crew and Warner Brothers will also communicate with Entertainment Weekly. You can help push it and strive for a better page." The other party sent the news, and Gillian also said appropriately, "No problem, I will keep an eye on it." She asked again, "Do you need me to send reporters to cooperate with you in taking photos?" Bruce shook his head. "No, I'll give you the photos then. I'll wait for your big news." Gillian got out of the car and left, going straight home. Bruce took out his cell phone and called Thomas first. When he was about to call Martin, considering the strength of his old friend, he edited a text message and sent it to him. After a while, the message came back. Bruce knew that Martin was busy, so he simply drove to the satellite city of Venice, called Khloe Kardashian on the way, and asked her to go out for a drink. Kim was very busy and went to New York, so it was easy for Bruce to find reasons and excuses not to invite the elder sister, but to call the younger sister. At noon the next day, the costume designer and stylist hired by the crew entered the suite and began to style Blake. Of course, Martin couldn't escape either. When Blake was getting her hair done by the hairdresser, she asked with concern, "You didn't pay for all this, did you?" "No." Martin, who was sitting next to her, asked. "Why do you ask?" Blake lowered her voice and said, "If they ask you to pay, I will go to my dad and ask his project team to reimburse me." Martin reached out and hooked Blake's finger. "It's been a long time since someone cared about me like this." Blake grabbed Martin's finger with his backhand and gently tickled it. "You are not only my boyfriend, but also my idol." Martin could only say that Blake did everything a normal female fan could do. As for abnormal female fans, it's better not to consider them. For example, those female fans of Manson are too scary. Martin turned and asked, "What script did your father buy?" "It's called Elvis and Annabelle." Blake said simply, "It's a love story." She added, "My father is still discussing another project with Warner Brothers. I don't know the details. I just know it's a campus comedy set in New York. Maybe it's going to be a TV series." Martin nodded. "You are very suitable for this style now." The costume designer came in quickly, carefully selecting casual clothes that not only suited Martin and Blake's personal style, but also highlighted their figures and made people know at a glance that they were a couple. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a group of more than a dozen people set off. 3 business cars rushed to Malibu first. Blake got on Martin's Escalade, and Bruce drove over. On the way, Thomas called, "There are not many people now, hurry up." The Escalade soon arrived at the coast not far from Jeffrey's restaurant, and stopped in an open space. The stylist came over, looked at Martin and Blake's makeup, made an okay gesture to the cameraman, and said, "Let's start." Martin took Blake's hand and walked along the coastline to the beach. Although the two were wearing casual clothes, their carefully designed looks were handsome and pretty enough. The photographer set up the camera, but was not satisfied with the light, and shouted, "Put up the sunshade." An assistant immediately carried the sunshade and stood on the side of Martin and Blake, walking along the beach with them. Blake was mentally prepared, but it was the first time in his life to take such a street photo, so he was inevitably a little nervous. The photographer reminded Blake, "Relax a little, be more natural, you are just going out on a normal date with Martin now." Blake didn't say anything, adjusting his breathing and pace. Martin whispered, "In the future, when we go shopping, the follow-up shots will be 10 times more than today, so get used to it as soon as possible." Blake nodded vigorously, turned around and hooked Martin's neck, raised her legs and kissed him, and then stuck out her tongue without martial ethics. She did all these smoothly and naturally, and her face and body were full of joy from the heart. The assistant carrying the sunshade was fed a mouthful of dog food, cursing words starting with F in his heart, and had to change the angles to cooperate with the two kissing. The photographer had to take photos that were beautiful enough and looked like street photos, which was also a test of his ability. After the passionate kiss, Martin held Blake's hand and continued to walk forward, talking about the interesting things in Mexico. Blake was amused by him and laughed continuously. If you ignore the existence of the sunshade, it would really be just an ordinary shopping trip. Many beautiful and cool street shots of celebrities and supermodels are actually taken in this way, and most of them have regular media cooperation. Martin and Blake lay on the railing on the coast, quietly admiring the sunset. The cameraman has taken nearly 100 photos, and will only select about 10 of them in the end. Blake watched the sun fall to the sea level and said, "It would be great to be able to enjoy the sunrise and sunset together like this every day." According to the normal routine, Martin should say something like, "I will always be with you." But as a principled person, he said, "So, we have to seize every beautiful moment." Blake nodded, took the initiative to come over, and kissed Martin again in the sunset. An 18-year-old girl, enjoying the beauty of love. Martin pointed to the famous Malibu Jeffrey's restaurant in the distance and said, "I've booked dinner, let's go." In order to get a good street photo effect, Blake only ate a little breakfast and didn't eat lunch at all. She was also hungry at the moment, so she dragged Martin away. "I want to have a luxurious meal." Martin quickened his pace, got on the Escalade together, and shouted, "Old Bruce, drive." Bruce was able to keep his composure. "Wait a minute, let the photographer go first." Martin and Blake could only wait for a few minutes. The photographer rushed to the vicinity of the restaurant, chose a good location, and called. Bruce then drove over. The Escalade stopped at the door of the restaurant. From the moment Martin led Blake out of the car to the moment the two walked into the restaurant holding hands, the photographer took pictures throughout the whole process and took dozens of photos. Martin came to the west side of the restaurant, admiring the beautiful sunset and tasting the food. The female fan, who was overflowing with love, almost couldn't help the throbbing in her heart and dragged the male god to take a shot at the sea and the sunset. The two were enjoying themselves, and the people outside were still carrying their burdens forward. Bruce picked up his phone and made a call. "Thomas, tell them to hurry up and select the photos and give them to me before 9 o'clock tonight. I will send them to Entertainment Weekly." "I know." Thomas didn't have time to eat dinner and asked everyone else to get on the business car together. "Let's go, let's go. Hurry back to the studio. There is still work waiting for us." The crew paid the overtime pay in full, and the photographers made a living from this. They immediately packed their equipment and got on the car and headed straight for Burbank. On the way, Thomas ordered pizza and asked the store to deliver it directly to Warner Studios. He also had to work overtime, and all the selected photos had to be personally reviewed before he could be assured. At 8:30, Bruce drove Martin and Blake back to the Hyatt Hotel. After waiting at the hotel entrance for a while, Thomas drove over. The two met Gillian Flynn, who had made an appointment in the hotel cafe. The latter got the photos, returned home to look at the pictures, and write stories overnight, and brought out the passion of writing novels. The new issue of Entertainment Weekly is on the market. The cover character is Martin in his wanted look. The title page features a photo of Martin and Blake holding hands and admiring the sunset together. After being saved from the gangsters by Martin Davis, Blake Lively chose to fall in love with her hero. At the same time, Martin's blog also posted a photo of him and Blake making a heart shape with each other. Bruce sent some of the photos he took of Martin and Blake privately to Jodie and other paparazzi. Gossip media followed up. Martin and Blake, the darlings of the world. A typical gossip newspaper like American Rumor was even more exaggerated. Blake Lively said that Martin is her idol, her hero, and her male god, and now she has taken all of these into her arms. Chapter 250 Under the Spotlight. After a stopover in Atlanta, Julie's flight flew westward and gradually arrived in Eastern California. The flight attendant came over. "Ma'am, the newspaper you wanted." "Thank you." Julie nodded slightly and took a thick stack of American newspapers. The flight attendant was slightly excited. "You are a role model for women." Julie showed a friendly and amiable smile. From June to now, in more than 3 months, she has visited many countries in the Middle East and Africa, frequently made public speeches and spoke out loudly under the banner of the United Nations and freedom and democracy, and adopted a third child, finally winning the recognition of the American public and public opinion. After the flight attendant left, Julie put away her smile and her mind suddenly turned to her teacher. From the failure of Alexander the Great last year to now, she has experienced ups and downs in her life, and Martin is the key to her re-emergence. According to the methods taught by Martin, Julie put them into practice with her own understanding, and shaped herself into a benchmark in America. The initial transformation from a slut to a saint has been completed. Thinking of this, Julie felt that as a student, she should pay more tuition to the teacher. But after going in and out of the Atlanta filming, Julie was keenly aware that Louise and Martin were definitely not in a stable boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Martin also refused to call Louise or Kelly Gray at that time. Julie was gradually losing her feelings. Being a student and a teacher alone could not support Julie's desire for the ditch that had evolved into a saint. Julie flipped through the newspaper, and her movement suddenly slowed down. She saw a gossip report with a picture of Martin and Blake Lively kissing. Martin and Blake grow together and become better people together. Seeing that the two were officially dating, Julie was instantly excited and didn't even hear her son next to her calling her mom. Her son reached out to pull her, and Julie winked at the nanny, who quickly coaxed the child back. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. Julie excitedly read down. In the new issue of Entertainment Weekly, there is an interview with Martin and Blake. Blake said that before the two of them started dating, Martin was her idol, her hero, and her best friend. Every day she spent with Martin was as happy as the first time she met him. Martin said Blake was her best companion and could make everything beautiful. Julie closed the newspaper and looked out the window. She still couldn't see the buildings of Los Angeles and was a little impatient. At this moment, she wanted to find a gun and force the captain to speed up and get to Los Angeles earlier. Martin's attraction to Julie was once again full. Julie thought of the bachelor pit again and couldn't help shaking her head. Nearly an hour later, the flight landed smoothly at Los Angeles International Airport. Julie had already contacted the media. When she came out of the gate with her family, many media reporters, including the Los Angeles Times and People magazine, surrounded her. After more than 3 months of traveling to be a saint, Julie's style has been raised a lot. The prodigal turned back to be a saint and even received widespread support from the American public. A large number of reporters directly blocked Julie in front of the terminal exit. Airport security came to maintain order, and Julie also accepted an interview. After asking some questions about freedom, democracy, and children, Damian, a reporter from People magazine who had an appointment with Julie, asked loudly, "Why didn't I see Brad Pitt pick you up at the airport? He didn't accompany you to the Middle East and Africa. Did something go wrong between you?" Julie said seriously, "I have decided to let go of this relationship and be friends with Pitt again. Pitt is a good man who loves children and family. He and I have both invested a lot in this relationship." For example, she would sometimes call Pitt when she was doing business with Martin, but this trip to the Middle East and Africa made me understand one thing, that there is more than love in this world. There are many things more important than love. Julie reached out and took the third child she had just adopted from the nanny. For example, children, peace, democracy, and freedom. In the future, I will put more of my limited personal energy into charity and fighting for survival and human rights for refugees around the world. She shouted, "No one is born a refugee." The whole scene suddenly became quiet. Damian was the first to applaud, and the reporters around applauded Julie to express their support. "Thank you." Julie took her 3 children and got on the business car that the crew came to pick her up at the airport. The others got on the car behind. The car started, and Julie turned to look at the reporters behind. Teacher Martin pointed out a great development path for her. She took out her cell phone, found Martin's number and called him. "I'm back." Martin was a little confused. "Congratulations, you have completed the transformation." Julie glanced at the 3 children, intending to throw them to the nanny later, and said, "I want to find you." Martin said, "It's not convenient. I'm helping someone move." Julie immediately guessed. "What? Blake Lively is going to live with you?" 18 years old, she has reached the age to leave home and be independent, and she has nowhere to go. Martin said, "I had to take her in." Julie was excited. "Have you bought a new house? Is it big? I'll come to find you." "You send her away." "No, you let her stay in the house and find a way to prevent her from disturbing us. She can join if she wants. Let's do it once." How could an honest man like Martin be an accomplice of KO thief? Don't make trouble. I have a very good relationship with her, and I plan to be devoted to her. This further stimulated Julie's desire. "You and her move today. I won't disturb you. You wait for me." In Burbank, Martin hung up the phone, put his phone on the armrest of the Escalade, turned his head and looked behind. He could roughly judge that there were at least 2 cars and 3 motorcycles following. He asked, "Old Bruce, have you notified everyone? Why are there so few paparazzi and entertainment reporters?" Bruce turned into a wealthy community and said, "Most people know that Blake is going to move in with you. The most valuable photo is the moment when she walks into the house with your luggage. Most of them are waiting in the Cotty community." Martin's phone rang. It was a text message from Thomas about Julie. He quickly read it and said, "As soon as Julie comes back, she will grab the entertainment headlines." I'm the male lead of Wanted, and I can't let her take away all the fun. Bruce said, if she becomes popular as the female lead, it will attract many people to watch Wanted. Martin nodded. This is also a good thing for us. Countless cases in Hollywood have proved that when the quality of the film is basically guaranteed, the sudden increase in the exposure of the male and female protagonists on the eve of the film's release can effectively boost the box office. Of course, that kind of disgusting scandal is not one of them. Escalade stopped in front of an independent villa. Martin got out of the car and made a phone call. The door of the villa opened, and Blake Lively, dragging a suitcase, walked out with her brother Eric. Each of them dragged a large suitcase. Martin hurried forward and took the handle from Blake's hand, deliberately blocking her face with his body, as if he didn't want to be photographed secretly. But these could not stop the enthusiasm of the paparazzi and entertainment reporters. The more they blocked, the more excited they were, and they frequently pressed the shutter of the camera. Martin put 2 suitcases and a backpack into the trunk of the Escalade and said to Blake, "Get in the car." Blake smiled at him and got on the back seat of the car. Eric blocked the door at this time. Martin asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Eric pointed at Martin. "Be nice to her, otherwise I won't let you go." Martin nodded. "I will." Blake didn't buy his brother's account and was quite dissatisfied with his brother's threat to Martin, saying, "You should find a place to exercise well first." Eric opened the door. Martin got in the car and invited him, before closing the door, "Come visit me when you have time." Eric waved his hand and said nothing in frustration. The Escalade started and returned to Sherman Oaks. Compared to the time before, there were more reporters and paparazzi following behind. Blake looked back and said, "It's fun. I think it's interesting. Some people will be so stressed that they will collapse emotionally when facing the spotlight. Others are born to live under the spotlight." Blake can be considered the latter. When the car entered the Coty community and stopped in front of Martin's house, paparazzi and entertainment reporters appeared from all over like agents, and their camera lenses were all aimed at the Escalade. Bruce certainly wouldn't drive the car directly into his house. Wouldn't that disappoint his journalist friends? He and Martin have a strong professional ethics. While they are full of food, they also take care of the jobs of the surrounding practitioners. Bruce got out of the car first and opened a small door. Martin and Blake got out from both sides, each pulling a suitcase, and walked side by side towards the door. Even at a certain distance, the sound of camera shutters could still be heard. It seemed that the suitcase was particularly heavy, and the two did not walk very fast, as if they were walking on the red carpet. During the period, Martin stopped, took Blake's backpack, and put it on his shoulder. The paparazzi took pictures again. In fact, many of them were so accommodating to Martin and Blake that they let them take pictures and gave them thumbs up. Apart from anything else, the heroic couple who saved the beauty officially started living together, and the photos are definitely valuable. After a long while, Martin took Blake into the house. As the small iron gate closed, many reporters and paparazzi got on their own means of transportation and left. Some of them were still unwilling to give up and continued to wait. Fortunately, the houses in the Coty community are far apart, so it will not affect the neighbors too much for the time being. After entering the living room, Blake saw that old bull had gone to the auxiliary building and asked, "Martin, I have no money to pay the rent when I live with you. What should I do?" Martin looked at Blake's toned body and said, "You are a smart girl. I believe you will find a way." Blake smiled brightly. "Once a day, just consider it as my rent to you, okay?" How could Martin, such a good man, refuse? He replied, "Sure." Blake blinked and said, "I'll pay today's rent first, otherwise I won't be able to concentrate on my work." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.